늦은 밤 내 길이 돼준 너 작지만 날 위해 비춰준 언제나 그랬듯이 날 바라보는 언제나 널 그려 머릿속에 널 그려 마음 뜨겁게 널 그려 You
She's walking down the street. She's turning up the heat. She's moving to the beat and nothing's stopping her. She's walking down the street. All guys they wanna meet, thinking that she's sweet. I'm not so sure about that. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. But she's got attitude. She's got attitude. She's walking down the street. It's just so bittersweet. You can't compete and nothing's stopping her. Nothing's stopping. Walking down that street, turning up the heat, moving to the beat like no one ever you've seen. 'Cause when you think you're getting her attention, it hits you with a bang. She's way above your league, you better understand. It's like that. If she doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got the moves, she's got the look. You're totally hooked. You're losing control like she never would. You're down, 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 down. She doesn't bother, she isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She doesn't bother, all the others follow. She isn't humble, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude, but she's got attitude. She's got attitude.
There's something in the atmosphere. There's something else been breathing on my air. And giants live in silence under all my scars. Anxiety creeps in on me, oh, only in the dark. Saying, hush little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality. Shining light in the dark, I can tell. Demons don't know me so well. So hush little baby, don't you cry for me. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't you cry, don't you cry, no. Don't you cry, don't cry for me. Fighting back goes against my human nature. 100%, but I ain't always been an angel. Mama taught me silence is a weapon. Ignorance is bliss. Little baby, don't you cry for me. It's just nightmares in reality.
Welcome back, heroes. After 3 months of intense action across all the EMEA region and defending Spatulopolis against the cruelest of threats, the final battle is almost here. I'm Counterfeit, and today I have the honor to introduce you to the competitive format of the Rising Legends EMEA Finals. Did you think that the previous Rising Legends Finals were a blast? Prepare yourselves, because this time, the best 32 players from the EMEA region will battle it out in a 3-day tournament to be crowned as the best player in EMEA. But that's not all. This time they will compete as well for 43,900 euros. On day 1, the 32 heroes will be randomly seeded into 4 different lobbies. After 3 games, the players will be reseeded into a second set of groupings and will play 3 more. Going into day 2, the points carry over from the previous day and the format will remain the same. The players playing 6 games with a reseed after lobby 3. After these 6 games, only the best 8 performers with the highest points from both days 1 and 2 combined will pass to the final day. On this final day, these heroic 8 players will compete only against each other during 6 games of TFT. At the end of this battle, the player with the highest points total will be crowned as the Rising Legends champion of EMEA, with that champion and the 3 players just below them securing spots at the Monsters Attack Championship. Last but not least, the 5th and 6th places in day 3 will have a last shot to win a spot for the Monsters Attack Championship in the Western Last Chance Qualifier. So mark your calendars and join us on May 13th to find out who will become the Rising Legends champion. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in Spatulopolis.
Hey there, I'm Matt Daniel, aka Nibiria, and I'm the host for TFT Rising Legends EMEA. You know, being the main host is really difficult. You know, you're the first one in and the last one out. Oh, hey, that's me. You know, when I was in the LPL, I was in Shanghai for a year, and I'd taken a couple years of classes in Mandarin, so I ended up being conversationally fluent by the time I came home. TFT requires a lot of prep, hours of studying before the show. And I'm very lucky because I just get to be myself and use my completely natural high energy in order to bring the show the hype it needs to keep it entertaining. Did I ever mention I had a cat, by the way? Her name's Mango. She's super duper cute. And I adopted her from a shelter when she was little, and she was just this sick little baby. She'd been sick her whole life, and I was like, I gotta take the sick little baby home. Who else will? Am I relaxed? Let's just say I'm concentrating on this show. Being relaxed would mean that I'm vulnerable, and I'm never vulnerable. 我的咖啡在哪里？
It's another beautiful day here at the Rising Legends Finals, and I love all of those cold opens that we've got to do. We've got one more coming in tomorrow. And watching it back, the big thing I'm taking away is that my Mandarin has gotten much worse since I left China.
I couldn't tell. I always just assumed everything you were saying was completely perfect.
All right, everyone who does speak Mandarin in the audience, though, will be able to tell. So I wanted to just cover for myself and give a shout out to the production team as well for putting those together for us. But of course, we've got games, and the players are putting those together for us as the admins are working hard backstage, but we got to do some setup for them while they get ready. Now, of course, everyone can come back here to watch all of the games again because we've got one more day of games after this. We're starting at 10:30 this morning today. You're like, oh man, I keep gamer hours. This is way too early. Well, tomorrow for the working folks and the fellow #gamers, we're going to be starting at 16:30, and you can come here wherever you're watching right now, including Peter, lowlysports.com.
That's true. If you want to make sure that you get fully rewarded for your attendance, head across to there. Make sure you're signed in, and you'll be getting drops coming through today. But also tomorrow, we'll be enhancing those drops even further for those who stick around for the whole thing.
But it's already been a day of competition. They're not coming in fresh. They may have missed some of the incredible games yesterday.
Yeah, we had a bunch of amazing games. We got to see pretty much everything that is in the meta right now that you normally would expect to see. Some stuff out there, a little bit of mech ribbon from Lusher. Right? Yeah. That was pretty crazy, Matt.
Yeah, and of course, if you missed all of that, or if you're more of a visual learner, don't worry, we've got you covered. We've got a recap video of day number 1 for your viewing pleasure. Take a look. And we're here in beautiful, sunny Alicante for the Rising Legends Finals. I couldn't sleep because I was so exciting. Tears in my eyes because of the joy of today. Or maybe it's just the heavy eye makeup. I have no way of knowing. My name's Nibiria, joined here on the desk, in person no less, by Peter, Counterfeit Hartnell, and David, Impetuous Panda Nullscott. Guys, so good to be here. So good to be able to reach out, touch you in person.
It's all down to the Jhin at this point when it comes to the damage, and Urgot and Jhin on the side of Enzo are still alive. Is it finally the chance for Enzo to come back and win it? And he does. And can he do enough with the undertow timing and the T-post fiddle not even having to activate?
There's a massive amount of damage, and I don't think Riven will be able to hold long term. She's got so much healing, but it's still not enough.
Vayne doing her best, but it's not enough. The redemption will not save Lesher. He takes the loss. Sarah fires away. Twisted Fate to follow. Belveth takes out the Twisted Fate. Soon the Sivir, the Samira Belveth 1v1.
Meaningful damage that Belveth without killing the rest of the board in its entirety.
This Viego, I think, is unethical. I'm calling it now. So much healing, but just can't tear through this Aatrox.
living for so long. Belveth behind him, and it looks like Darkest will take the lobby.
And not rolling it down here, sat on 60 gold. Oh, no! Keep in mind, this Vayne is not 3-star, so she is going to be lacking a little bit of damage and will have difficulties pushing through the jacks. Peter not.
The shell's going through. Lulu still stays alive. One more card, and Ging goes down.
I'll be getting that action mark in to guarantee those resets on the weaker frontliners for now. Salvi, one more
shot. We'll try and make sure that the Emperor stays alive. The Zhonya's on the left-hand side. Make sure that Miss Fortune casts again and again and again. Swellertiger swept away in a tide of bullets. And Salvi from a last stand to a first place.
We're going to be coming back tomorrow with even more games. Reminder, 10:30 CEST. Wherever you are watching it, you will find it again. We'll see you tomorrow. You know, after seeing that, after going through all of that recap, feeling the hype, feeling the energy, I feel like we haven't quite delivered on it yet. So we got to shake it out, guys. Let's get a little bit through it, you know, throw some cards up into the air. They stuck together too much, I've decided. Those should have spread all over the stage, and I'm mad about it.
You're not a Twisted Fate, Matt. You're not a Twisted Fate.
No, I am complaining physics needs a patch. That's all I'm saying.
We'll see if we can sort that out, Weezer.
I don't know, call up Isaac Newton or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? I will. I will find out where his grave is. I'm in Europe now. I can head over to Italy or wherever the hell he lived. I don't even remember.
This desk is nothing but crimes. Nothing but crimes.
I should know this. I've taken physics classes, but I haven't taken classes in TFT, but you guys are about to, because we are going to talk a little bit about the meta that we saw yesterday. One of the big highlights for me, of course, and we saw it plenty of times from Darkest in that video, was Belveth.
No, absolutely astonishing stuff. I mean, you know, we started out the day seeing Renegades doing really well, but really Belveth came to the fore going forwards. And, you know, just absolutely amazing. Of course, you know, the scope weapons being a big, big part of that. Not just great for the Belveth composition, of course, but also having wider applications to other comps as well.
Yeah, I think we're going to get that a little bit later, and let's take a look at what's on our screen right now. We can see a little bit of an overview of the patch we are playing on. And in case you were wondering after you watched the Super Bowl, well, why is Kai'Sa? Well, Kai'Sa has kind of been removed down to a state where she needs some really specific conditions to be playable, whereas something like the Gen has been buffed now, really giving that Renegade, that Riftbreaker composition, more legs to stand on, because it was actually a pretty good composition before, but now it's in line with everything else.
More legs and more Vex to stand on there, because we're going to see a whole lot of Jin coming out through the day, but as we were mentioning yesterday, this Belveth with additional range really was the highlight. With scoped weapons, 7 of 11 games went top 4. I stuttered because I was like, that's a convenience store. I'm a little hungry. That's okay. That's okay. I'll get through it. 5-11, not a convenience store. See how much smoother that was? Went to top 1. So Potable, one of those people. And another thing we want to highlight is some of those reroll comps that were coming out. Of course, we saw Cambiz and Salvi going in with that unaugmented Ezreal, but we also saw a hell of a lot of Lulu.
Oh yeah, I mean, Potable and Elia, you know, across the field, we were seeing a fair amount of Lulu reload on Hearts, you know, being played. But Potable and Elia particularly, Potable taking 2 first places just out of nowhere. We wasn't a comp we were expecting him to play. Elia playing it through most of the day and also finding success. It definitely feels like, you know, for very particular players, we're starting to narrow in on what comps they're most comfortable on and can really get these big performances out of.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the Lulu reroll as well, it's a composition that has a lot of different angles to play from. You're talking about unsupported Ezreal and the augments, but for example, you take something like the Empowered Reserves from Sundar. It goes well with both the Ezreal line, but also really well with the Lulu line. For a long time, the line of thinking was you can only play this with Growth Spurt, only play this with Best Offense, but no, you can play it with pretty much every single hard augment in the game.
We've seen a lot of things that people have been taking for standard over the last competitions change coming into this. Of course, those 2-1 hero augments that were always about finding an early direction, they were always about finding the strongest possible carry, have now shifted into things like Hyperbolic Time Chamber and Dynamic Defenses.
No, absolutely. I mean, we saw, you know, the dynamic defenses being viable the entire game through, and you know, the time chamber, of course, you know, XP is one of those universal resources, which just means getting there faster. I think it might be when you mentioned it before, or certainly someone was mentioning that it's practically giving you the level up from the start of the game.
Yeah, it's like level up, like Magic Progress. You get that additional bonus in the early game. Again, you can have long, drawn-out fights. We've even seen people kind of keep the illusion one star for a few extra fights, just because that illusion will then pump out more damage because the fights will be slower. But again, you can combine that with the blue buff. It means you can go into some of the other reroll angles, some of the AP angles. Even again, also a great holder of Static Shiv, and that's one of the reasons why, if you look at the statistics for something like the Ox4 Slinger composition, Hydraulic Time Chamber can sometimes be seen as the best hero augment for that comp.
There's no longer more drawn-out fight than the fight for first in the standings. Of course, yesterday we mentioned a little bit Enzos coming into it. We weren't sure how well he would perform, but we'll see the answer to that in a bit. I want to tag Swellertiger as well here, one of those players we've seen have historic success, having a bit of an up-and-down day. Enzos, opposite of the scale.
I mean, France has just had such an incredible tournament. We expected big things from Cambase. We weren't quite sure what we were going to be getting from Double 61. They want to call out part of the ball with so many 8s and 1sts in that player profile. It's absolutely his style of play.
Yeah, we love it, right, man? We keep talking about Fates when he really made that breakthrough. He's made every single regional finals since then. I mean, this guy is just, when he's on fire, he's one of the best players in the world. And he's one of the few players in the region as well that has that in him to just continue to try to play for those first places. And so kind of showing the same thing to start the day off here, right? Very incredible performance, but can it do it today as well? That's the big question.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from these players, especially Kerfuzzled coming into this. We weren't sure what his state was going to be, and I suspect that Peter will be getting more English over the course of the weekends as Kerfuzzled continues to find success. And there are some other players that we weren't sure of their placement, and I want to highlight Armatruk and Haiden as two of them. Wida, I know you have many a thought about Haiden.
I mean, Haiden specifically asked me not to jinx him publicly in a Discord channel yesterday, so I am not going to do it. Haiden, you're going to perform very poorly today. I'm totally not going to jinx you. As your mental coach, you should not listen to anything that I'm saying right now. Definitely not. But no, Haiden is a player, right? We know that he's been practicing with Lalana, for example, #1 on USL or #2. He's been battling with Wet Jungler, another player that we also need to speak a little bit about. But like Haiden as a player, when the mental is in the right place, he has an incredible base for the game that he can really utilize to perform well.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to note is Haiden has competed in Golden Spatula Cup 1 all the way back in Gizmos and Gadgets, then basically did not compete for the entire next set. Dragonlance did not show up in the Open Qualifiers or the Golden Spatula Cups. This set comes in, does well in Golden Spatula Cup 1. It's like, all right, cool. I'll compete again, I'll qualify again, but I'm going to kind of chill out for Golden Spatula Cup #2 reset. So it'll be interesting to see him make more progress, as it will Armatruk.
Yeah, I mean, certainly they both play relatively similar styles, both going in, pretty heavily towards the AD side of things. From Armatruk's side of things, he didn't have the best start to the day, but really did recover, got some good games in, and made sure at least the finish from day one was solid.
Yeah, I think that's just a big thing. I think we've seen this kind of be a part of the big rise when it comes to the new guard of players. Having these practice groups around you is such an important thing. Think about how Germany kind of came to fruition as a region, right? Yes, they had Salvi, Solo, Gluteus Maximus, something we don't really talk enough about, right? But they didn't really have that strong overall performance, and from Rising Legends onwards, like, they have really put themselves together as a region.
Yeah, and I think I want to flag as well for Armatruk. It's been an interesting path for him. Competed in all 9 Golden Spatula Cups in the history of Rising Legends. Went out in the Open Qualifiers in 2 of them, but he has been competing. He has that competitive background that we really want to see from these players. We really want coming into this competition, because if you're nervous in competition, this is not the time to have them.
No, I mean, the pressure is definitely mounting for our players here. I mean, as we talked about already, we've started to see the separation of some of the countries. We've got France on top, then Germany, then the other countries further down. So particularly for our players in the bottom half of the table, we are going to need to see some incredibly legendary performances if they're going to stand any chance of making that final 8.
Yeah, and also just to grab Armatruk for a second as well, a player that we saw when he won that Open Qualifier back in Golden Spatula Cup #2, I believe, in Gizmos and Gadgets. He was like on fire in that event, right? He had like something insane, like over 40 points, something like that, over like 6-game period. Like, he is an absolute machine when he gets to play the game.
Yeah, when he turns on the gas, it really gets going, and that's one of the things that we're looking for not only in a Rising Legends champion, but in a potential championship representative going forward to that international stage. Another player we have to highlight for their day one performances is, of course, Elia coming in from Germany. I understand we have Elia on the line right now. Elia, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing good. I just slept like not that much, and I'm a little bit nervous because of the competition today. But overall, I'm confident.
Well, Elia, talk to me a little bit about the Hearts competitions, because you and Paderball, were the two players who really made it sing. What do you think was different? What are you doing with Hearts that other players aren't?
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, I didn't really study any other players playing hard. I did a lot of investigation to play the comp. I got some help from Leduc, how to position. He did some research for me. That was really helpful, to be honest. And I studied this, so I learned the comp from watching this so play. But overall, I have no clue how Paderball plays the comp.
No, that's fair enough. Oh, and shout out to Leduc as well.
So, Elia, you've had a bit of a different introduction, warm-up to this event compared to most players in general, right? Like, you took an extended break going into finals, and then you decided to turn on the gas, it seems. What has been the most important part of your preparation for this event?
Like, I started playing 2 weeks ago again. Like, I quit after GSC 2, and then I didn't play for a while. And I wasn't even sure if I play finals, if I make it. But then I got some friends, like Zaza, some other friends, Marks, that they made me do it, like play it. And then I prepped with Zaza and Marks, and we played like 10 hours a day. We played like people watching POVs of other or playing together in lobbies on ladder. That was really helpful, like to play 1 week straight, just playing a lot of TFT, going up the ranks again, getting back to challengers, so you got some decent lobbies. And then after that, it's just watching VODs, watching your own VODs, talking about the game, finding your mistakes, finding lines to play, like basic prep stuff.
Elia, I have a question for you that's going to be on everyone's lips who's been following your story throughout this set and throughout your career. Earlier on, you were mentioning the idea of retiring from TFT entirely. Now, obviously, from us having this interview, that hasn't happened. Can you tell us a little bit about that change?
Like, the thing is, I made the decision after the GSC2 that it's just not worth for me to invest all this time into playing TFT. I got like bug diffed 2 times there, and then I was really mad, and I already had like stuff going on, other things in life I want to pursue. So TFT was just holding me back, and then I was like, okay, I'm gonna quit this game. So I got more time for other things. But then I didn't even know if I would qualify because of my first. I went 4th in the first GSC, but I wasn't sure if that insta qualifies me for the finals, and so I didn't know. But then after the last GSC, then I qualified, and I wasn't certain if I play it. But then I got to the German finals and met a lot of friends there, and everybody was saying, just play, just start playing. You prep 2 weeks and you can play. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna play. But I will stop playing. Like, this is my last tourney.
Well, I mean, if that is potentially the case, do you see it? Do you have it in your heart, in your mind? You could potentially play well enough to get to that top 8, and maybe even play at the global championship.
Probably, if I got some good games, if I play good today, if I high roll a bit, I could probably go top 8. Like, I'm in reach. I'm 30 points, right? There are 3 people with 30 points. One of them is 8th place overall, so I'm in reach. I just need like 31 to 32 points today. I could have got like much more points yesterday if I played a little bit better. So if I get a little bit better spots today, play better, I can probably make finals.
Oh, good confidence.
Yeah. It's really awesome to hear that, Elia. I'm glad that your passion for competitive has been reignited, at the very least, for the Rising Legends finals. Now, of course, you've mentioned some people who've helped you out coming into these couple of weeks, but is there anyone you want to give a shout out to before we let you go and finish preparing for the games?
I just want to shout out like the entire German TFT community and especially Memo and his Discord. Like all those people helping me and Ledak for like doing a lot of research in the past few days for me. That really helped me a lot with my Lulu gameplay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Elia. Good luck in today's games. Hope to see you in day number 3 in that top 8.
Oh, it's always wonderful seeing these players in particular who just acknowledge, as we talked about so many times on this desk before, how much each of our players is really the sum of their parts. The people they practice with, their friends, the discussions they've had that brings them to this point.
And coming in, Elia feeling like this is going to be his swan song. Maybe that changes if he becomes our Rising Legends champion. I'm just saying. Elia,
I'm just saying, going out as global champion would be a pretty big.
There you go. That's a way to retire.
That's one way to make your mark. Come back 2 weeks of practice, show up, win regionals, win world championship, leave, no explanation, profit. Right? That seems like a fantastic story. I'm not gonna lie.
Win championships and leave. Absolutely fantastic plan there for Elia. We hope here that he's going to be able to pull it off, but we'll see. We mentioned yesterday we were ambushed with a pop quiz. And I may have misled you, chat. I apologize deeply. There wasn't just one. There were 3. So we're going to be seeing the second one right now during this break and see how everyone fared in fight predictions. Take a look.
Is this related to the ones that Mortog posted last week? Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, that looks like a fun. Oh gosh, wow, we're going back away, huh?
It's Golden Spatula Cup 1? Okay.
Hi, Yumi. How you doing, girl boss?
This is a win for the Yumi player.
I would hope Snooty would win.
I think that Snooty Boo wins that one.
I'm going to say Snooty wins here.
I'm going to say Snooty.
Yeah, because even once Aphelios goes down, Samira's going to win the fight, I think.
I'm feeling good about it. I'm feeling good so far.
Surely Yumi can't win this. No way.
Oh, maybe I'm super wrong.
No way the cat is able to win this fight. Oh my goodness, this was not balanced.
See, because you see a Yumi 3-star and you're like, surely they would not make it that simple.
Oh!
The Crux win.
This fight? Okay, the Krug.
Well, this is the best player our region has ever produced. Multiple time regional champion, world champion, our first ever world champion.
I mean, there's no way that Double 61 ever beats Krugs.
It looks bad. It really does. It looks dire for him, but I think Double's got it in the bag.
Best moment.
I feel like that must have been a bug. Sorry, I'm just blinded by my own brilliance.
Okay.
Ready for the next one.
So Swellertiger versus Chinese Superbot. Oh gosh, this is getting a bit more recent, isn't it?
That would be Norby, I assume. Right, Norby's still a blank player.
Swellertiger won that one.
I'm gonna go with Norby.
You know why I know? Because Norby misplaced his hacker.
Oh, he didn't hacker the LeBlanc. Oh no, I thought he was not. Oh no, I thought the video was not the exact start of the fight. Oh, come on.
You can do it. Shucks.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the twisted fate. Look at our boy go. Look at that. LeBlanc Hooms. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, it's that moment. Yeah, I remember now. When I see the camera reaction from Norby now, I remember, right?
Come on. All right, yeah. There we go. Easy. Didn't doubt myself for a second. None.
That Matt, master of prop comedy, still got a way to go to try and keep up with him. But gentle viewers, If you want to make sure that you're part of the conversation, please do head across to our social TFT Esports EMEA, hashtag Rising Legends. Make sure, TFT Rising Legends rather, make sure you're part of the conversation. And one of those things, of course, you can be doing over on our Twitter today will be joining in our competition. Now, Wita, have you ever fancied yourself as an author?
I mean, don't everyone to a certain extent, Peter? I mean, you know, like everyone thinks they can write to a certain extent, right? That's kind of one of the ways to go in life. And that's why they should try and you know, so if they can actually write, you know, like it's a good prompt.
Well, so in our competition, we've been a little bit more ambitious than we will be normally. So yesterday, of course, we had that flash fiction coming into place. And we have our winner actually at the top there. So rather than come up with a new piece of fiction, we're going to be building on what came before, much as we're going to be building on our day one performance for our players. So you need to start your story for today with the white text right now. You have a prompt at the bottom. So whoever comes up with the best continuation of the story will be awarded the prize from today, which of course will be our little legend egg. So get your stories in, let your voice be heard. I don't know, Wita, if you're going to chuck in, you know, a quick short story yourself, but this is a chance, of course, to let your flash fiction colors fly.
I mean, yeah, like I don't know, like maybe we try to do like something with Inico now. Like, can we like, you know, Inico now new rider, right? We could do something with him instead of Mortdog, you know?
Oh, maybe. I want to see something really creative. I know for the TFT community, they're usually pretty good memers, so
we have the best meme game in the entire world, I think.
I think we're going to get weirder and weirder as the days go on. At least I hope it will. I think hopefully by the end of this 3-part story, it's going to be completely unrecognizable from where we started before. But with that all said, and please, we hope that you'll be throwing in those weird entries. We are looking forward to today. I believe in a second we'll be having our first lobby coming up because just like yesterday, we're seeing reseeds every 3 lobbies. We're now heading into day 2, our first round of day 2, which is round 7. What do you think about this first lobby?
I mean, this lobby is absolutely crazy. You have the best ladder player in the region probably at the moment. But jungler, you have Cannabis, who has been absolutely insane on a tear recently all throughout this season. Even going to Dragonlance, he was also on a tear winning the Hex League. Kevin Parker, a player that we all know and love. Elia, we just heard from. And then we have players like Snooty and X-Crescent that we know are very good, but we need more from them. And Broken, who, well, he had his breakout performance in GSC3, Peter, and Swellertiger. Well, we all know and love Swellertiger.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely want to see Sweller do better. Got a decent amount of points, but I do notice, Wita, this is a very German-heavy lobby. We know that the situation coming in is Germany is a real distinct step behind our French players. So to have 4 German players in place of one of the top French players, this could be a real big change of fortune for the whole group of players.
It could be, sorry, I think Elia's camera fell off or something because I have like a rapid reposition there. So
no one saw anything.
And that's why I love that we have the cameras now, because it just gives such a good way for us to interact with the players. And yes, the whole Germany versus France in terms of like which region actually is going to come out on top. Super Bowl said France, but only one of those players is here, and that's going to be part of the ball. He's not in this lobby, Peter.
All right, gentle viewers. So we've got our first lobby locked and ready to go. Of course, you notice Nibiria has departed our desk because he's heading across to join in the casting along with Impetuous Panda. So please, both of you, bring us into our second day of play.
Thank you so much, Peter. Of course, the long-awaited, the rare, impetuous Nibiria cast. That's right, I gave you first billing, buddy, because I care about you so much. This is a game that we've been super excited to see. Of course, coming out of day 1, we saw Canbiz's massive performances, second there on the leaderboard. Now going to get a chance to take it all the way to first.
That being said, as we mentioned, national narratives involved here. Only Canbiz is here to defend France, and their great start in day 1. We only have 4 of the best German players in the tournament, in the region, in EMEA maybe as well, also fighting to get those points rolling for this game 1. And we talked about it so many times yesterday, the inertia, the momentum on this game 1 is so important, especially for players that are kind of in a doomed spot where they need to get this very high roll, 1-1-1 like we saw yesterday from Enzo. This is the time to start that comeback.
Got to be very careful in the way I phrase this, but you know who the person was who talked about us about that game 1?
Who was it, Nibiria?
It was Snooty Boo during the interview.
It was.
And yesterday he didn't have a great game 1. So hopefully for today, these players, being very vague for you, buddy, these players will have a better start to their days.
He is in that middle of the pack, and I think that's definitely a spot where you do have options still. You're not completely out of it. You came into this day thinking, I do have to high roll. Yes, I have to get blessed by Mortdog more than once, but there is still a chance. Some players are, in the 30, 31, 32 spots. pretty much impossible because it's a top 8 cutoff, not top 16. It becomes that much more difficult. But Snooty is still in the realm of what is maybe a bit of a miracle, but still under the realm of possibilities, I think.
Yeah, and I think one of the underrated things about TFT competitive play is, yes, sometimes you high roll, but the matter of skill is when you get those advantaged positions, what do you do with them? And that's going to be the difference makers for those players in the middle of the pack.
We did see, we analyzed rather, some of what these players, specifically in this lobby, played yesterday. And the key thing I think that we gathered was that Riftwalker's Jhin was all over the place for every single player involved. That being said, it does not mean that players will be contesting each other and going 8th if they all decide to play, because it is a very, very flexible comp. Outside of the core units, the Riftwalker units, like that Pyke, like that Vex, like that Jhin specifically, there are many options in terms of threats you can add in terms of ASOL, in terms of full-on Vex reroll. We have a Mascot +1. So despite the data saying, okay, there's a lot of Riftwalker in general, we can expect it as well in this game 1, I think a couple players can still play it. One comp that I think only one player will angle aggressively towards is going to be that Hearts Lulu we saw yesterday, Elia. Going to try and once again get that Exodia augment synergy going on with the Heart Lulu carry augment with, of course, the Axiom Arc, ideally last stand as well, which is just the complete Exodia combo that I think is unstoppable if you get that together.
Speaking of Elia, I mean, looking at the players across the board, most of them in the tank, Elia included, but I'm glad to see some giggling involved. During that interview, I was a little bit worried. I was like, oh no, we're ruining his day, but no, he's in good spirits, and that's another important part. The mental game in round number 1 is so important.
And we're seeing here the points next to each player. We can see from 30 and above, it's really all about being consistent. You're essentially in the top 8, top 10 already. As Elia mentioned, he's tied with 2 other players with those 30 points and has a pretty good chance if he does what he did yesterday with a little bit, 2 more points extra. He can still qualify to make it to that day 3. For the case of players like Swellertiger, Kevin Parker, Crescent, you need a little bit more than that. You need to really start getting those first and seconds and start having that momentum pulling you forward in this day 2.
If you're thinking consistency, the names that should come up in your head are Canvas and Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler, of course, the #1 leader in Golden Spatula points overall. I cannot talk today, Panda, but we're going to get through it.
They're warming up. We're warming up as well. We'll get the momentum going forward. It's all good,
Piper
Nibiria.
picked a peck of pickled peppers.
Exactly.
We all know how this works. But additionally, Canvas coming in 9th place, and 1st place for our 3 Golden Spatula Cups in order. Absolutely insane consistency from both players.
And what Jungler you mentioned, I think it's key to analyze his comp because he's a player that we know is popping up a ladder, did really well in all GSCs, and you start to question, what is this guy doing differently? What is he doing that's making him become that consistent? And the answer is not actually very exciting. It's just playing the meta very well. He played Oxspell Slingers, he played Infinity, he played Riftwalker Jhin. That's pretty much all he played. He didn't play any crazy mech Riven, despite us seeing yesterday it does work out. He stuck to what he knows, he stuck to what he has seen works in the stats in other tournaments, in his own tournaments on ladder, and he's had success. He's one of those players that I think his key advantage over other competitors is his execution. He's able to play a line very, very well, and that allows him to get these great results.
I always enjoy you will never believe what happens next. It's exactly what you expected.
They wanted to hear, he was playing Nasus stacks on stacks.
Yes,
he was playing.
I did want to hear exactly that.
Well, I mean, we did see stacks on stacks to some extent in NA, actually, without stacks on stacks. We saw Garchomp Pro playing mascots with Nasus carry without the carry augment. So we've seen it all, I think, over this weekend already.
Dare I ask how that went?
It was actually 3rd. He didn't tunnel vision too much onto the Nasus. He actually played into that just more standard Vex reroll after getting that 3 star, and it actually worked out.
All right, I got it. Shoutouts to him, though.
Snooty, though, is a player that did not have the best results yesterday, and I think part of that was lasers potentially being a tiny bit overrated by many competitors in this day 1. I think it's a comp that if you play from the right conditions, from ahead with certain augments, it can work out really well. But with the removal of that +1, it makes it a little bit less consistent. I think players went too deep into that line sometimes when they shouldn't have, and ended up getting some bad results. For Snooty especially, he had 2 games with lasers that were not among those top 4 finishes. So hopefully, Nibiria, he's playing lasers on his board right now, so look, I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, all right. Let's give some examples. Let's give some hope to your fellow Spaniards. We saw both Chuso and Ketzer playing this in the same lobby yesterday. Chuso finished 4th, and Ketzer finished 1st. And the big difference maker was that Mordekaiser. Once you get that 2-star, double-hatted as it was for Ketzer, he can just eliminate. Oh my God!
Mort Dog has woken up, has pressed the buttons, has gone back to sleep. I think considering the time it is in the Pacific Coast over in North America. But Tome of Traits is activated for Snooty, we saw there. Another option here for Cambiz has Knife's Edge if he wants to play Duelist. Duelist did not do so hot yesterday, so I don't think it will be a big option. Can maybe be played with Gnar reroll, but it really only benefits mostly the Gnar, so maybe not absolutely ideal.
Oh, these are really cool options.
Golden Ticket will be the option. Elia, you might be in trouble. You better start scouting because there's a player that's trying to go down your lane.
This is the freest Lulu reroll you will ever see. You can get all of your 3 stars. Great for a Super's composition. So this Prismatic start is going to go great for Cambiz. Broken as well. We highlighted it for Snooty Boo, that Tome of Traits coming out double Ancient Archives.
We have confirmation that Elia is not going to be playing Lulu in this game. I think maybe he was able to check out that Cambiz had a pretty good spot for this comp specifically. Ionic Spark already built the most important item in the Lulu comp, in my opinion, for Cambiz, so he definitely knows what he's doing here. But for Elia, it's going to be Infinity Team Crown, another comp that I think really works really well, especially if you get that 5 Infinity Team early on, which exactly what Infinity Team Crown allows you to do. You have 3 costs and under 4 of those Infinity Team units. Usually you take a long time to get to that 5 Infinity Team because you're missing that TF, for example. In this case, no problem.
Now, heading over to Wet Jungler, also 2 new recruits now we're seeing across the board, setting up for a potential other Sure Shot Infinity Team composition. So Sweller's default comp that he's gone for something like 4 out of 6 games is now contested.
We saw yesterday, Sweller has not played a single game of AP. He is playing AD Flex, like we saw ISA playing over in GSC 1 yesterday as well. A lot of AD from him. Overall, I think a lot of players were tunneling towards that AD, especially in this lobby particularly. I think it was only 5 Spellslingers played among 36 games, obviously 6 for each player yesterday. So overall, this lobby is leaning more towards AD, and we're seeing it right now as well. Infinity Team Crown picked up. I mean, overall, a lot of Rununs have been built here as well.
So looking at Snooty's board, though, he found that Renegade spat. Now, this is a very uncommon emblem to be used, but with the prevalence of Jhin Renegades with Riftwalker in the meta, do you think that's going to be a changing tide for him?
I don't think it's exactly what's going to be wanted. I think it's out of all the options you can get, +1, it's not the biggest power spike. It comes so much later into the game with Jhin obviously being a 4 cost. I do like what Snooty's doing here. He does only pop open 1 Tome of Traits, saying I can pop up 1, get some kind of a power spike or not, or just play for a loose streak like we're seeing here instead, because you have that late power spike from Renegades, and then pop the second tome once I have tailored traits and I can actually make sure I don't get too completely, disassociated traits, for example, in terms of the +1. So I think it's not the ideal spot. I think Snooty was hoping for maybe a Gadget Team +1, a Laser Core +1, especially considering he likes to play Laser Core, and that's a big condition for it to work out. But in this case, going to play for a lose streak instead, which unfortunately he had to do a lot of yesterday as well.
Yeah, don't want to end up with that 1 Renegade, 1 Laser Core spat. That would be a tough position for him. He's going to keep the Laser Core in, though, for some early power, and it looks like it's working out for him.
Perfect
There
loss,
we go.
calculated as the best of the players in this tournament know how to do.
I love how you're talking around complimenting him. Don't want to give the caster curse, but you got to give props where props are due. Snooty now going to get that item priority. One of the best parts about that early loss streak is you can get to your best in slot very, very quickly.
Cambiz, we're seeing there, has Ionic Spark built, has 2 tiers already, so everything is going swimmingly for our only French player in this game, number 1. He's meeting all the criteria you need to have for that to work out, and I'm really going to be looking at Cambiz to see what his 3-2 augment is. If it's gold especially, Axiom Mark, Last Stand make this comp really that much better. I think it's not just us going to be looking at his board. I think every single player in this lobby, because we know how Lulu can be if you get those augments online. Yesterday, 50%, not top 4 weight, win rate, Nibiria.
Well, we even saw, we had one player go like 3-1 Lulu 3, and didn't win the following round, but every other round since. So very strong composition, going to be a hot topic in this game, and speed up the pace of the lobby, which is already going to be fast with this Prismatic. Elia, though, we talked about him earlier on.
Look at this power spike.
Exactly.
2 Morganas. I mean, Morgana's good. 2 Morganas, even better, Nibiria.
And he's going to have so much shred, lots of CC, giving time for his Sure Shot in the back to power up, realizing she doesn't have Sure Shot in, but a Rage Blade will work just as well.
And Snooty hoping to get a 5 loss streak, ideally if he ended up losing that 4th game, I hope, or this is the 4th round rather, so hoping to get that 5 loss streak going to be so important for that goal generation. Again, when the game tells you, hey, I give you a Renegade Emblem, you don't have any kind of power spike from your augment, essentially you're down an augment, a prismatic augment no less in this first stage, you have to really follow what the game is telling you. And that means do not try and fight the game and go for a win streak, try and win around here, because it's, at the end of the day, it will not work out when it comes to your econ management coming into stage 4 especially.
And we flagged earlier on, we saw the 2 ancient archives from 2 different players, but Broken, holding both of them. This is the first time he has popped it now that he feels like he has a direction.
Prankster Emblem. All right, I'm going to go on a bit of a rant here, Nibiria.
I heard this morning, so this is fresh off the presses.
Rant's canceled. Rant canceled.
Say it. They got to hear it.
Okay, I'll tell you the secret tech, boys and girls. If you open both tomes and you get 2 Prankster Emblems, it used to be amazing. You used to think, oh, Vertical Prankster, it's so good in the early game. It'll snowball me into a top 1, a top 4 guaranteed. Not the case. Prankster is not really that hot when you go that deep into the Vertical this early on. You definitely need to hit at least 1 gadget team, and he has. He's hit 1 of each, which I think is perfect in this case, and you're going to have a chance to get that power spike early game because you have the extra Prankster already with Anar giving him some survivability to make sure you can deal some extra damage, kill some extra units, but you also have the most important power spike, Gadgeteen 5, at some point in stage 3, the moment you have all of the early game Gadgeteens online.
Yeah, the Gadgeteen Vertical used to be a little bit more reliable as without the +1, but now post-nerfs, you really need that +1 to get through the early game, especially in a Prismatic lobby, and we see for Canbiz already on the Lulu 3.
This is terrible. This is terrorizing for the rest of this lobby, and I'm really, really worried, Nibiria, about this 3-2 augment. We saw it yesterday. There's some combinations that I think are
Any axiom marks in the chat?
Are cursed. They maybe should not be in the game with how strong they make a 1-cost reroll. We saw that game 5 yesterday with Elia versus Ging when that Lulu just started machine gunning every single unit, killing everyone in just 1 shot and healing back up to full every single time. It was hard to see, I imagine, from Ging's perspective, from any Turkish fans' perspectives. Elia, I'm sure, very, very happy. But the final Rodon's coming in here, trying to get that Pantheon 3-star as well, trying to get the GP 3-star before moving on to level 5. And this is why you're rolling at level 4 with Golden Ticket. 55% chance for a 1-cost, Nibiria.
He's just going to keep rolling. A couple of times we've seen players stop at that 30 gold mark.
Oh my god. Okay.
There we go.
Mortdog, do not give him Axiom Mark. He has too much already.
Too much power, and he's not even going to level up in the vein, I think, hopes that he's going to somehow lose this round. But maybe I'm misestimating the power of Underground in the early game.
Now it's going to be all about just getting this econ back up. You've hit your most important 1-cost. You still want to hit GP, of course, but I don't think you necessarily have to stay on 5 just for the GP, considering you've already hit your 2 mains, which are Lulu and the Pantheon. Instead, you're going to opt to try and get the 3-star rather for Lee Sin and for that Malphite as well. Potentially, if you're rich enough, if you're strong enough, why not just 3-star absolutely everything? Sona as well, then eventually move on to that 4-heart board with the Viego and the Syndra.
I mean, you've got Golden Ticket and you're going supers. If not now, when?
Okay. We're saved. Canvas can pick Guardian Spirit. It's going to be a good option that synergizes. Yep, that's going to be it. Straight up. This is the best thing about Lulu, Nibiria. It has good hero augments at every single cost tier, which means you never low roll. You never have that moment where it's like, Mortdog, why are you giving me a hero augment of 5-cost when I'm playing a 1-cost reroll? No problem. Empower Reserves with Syndra, it still works perfectly.
This is one of the things we talked about yesterday as well when we brought up these reroll compositions. A lot of them struggle without their hero augments because you cannot rely on them in the late game. If you get a 5-4-4 on a composition that uses no units of that cost, you're suddenly running absolute corruption or something.
Broken has to take a risk. He wants to go for Temper Tantrum. But he gets it at the very end. I see there's blessings for everyone in this first game. I like to see that. You want to see if someone high rolls, everyone else should high roll as well. Everyone else should feel like they're hitting what they want to be hitting. And a little bit of risk there. We saw him contemplating, do I go for the worse Gnar augment with a synchronous plating, or do I try and risk it for the absolute Biss? And the risk pays off.
This is interesting for me for 2 reasons here, Panda. We see Swellertiger going for Cleansing Safeguard. 2 facts you guys need to know about Swellertiger. 1, he has not played a single game of AP in this tournament. 2, Cleansing Safeguard kind of sucks compared to where it used to be.
It kind of sucks unless you're very comfortable and experienced on the augment, which again, we just talked about Solar not being an AP player, at least in the day 1 of this tournament, this final. So it's an augment that I think has a very big difference between just someone that's playing it normally without knowing all the hidden text, or someone that knows you have to have the right admin for it, you have to have the right item combination for it especially. It is not as easy to execute as it was when, well, let's be honest, it was a bug with Lee Sin, and you could just bug abuse to get a first place.
Well, and I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, it is Sweller. He's one of our most seasoned competitors here in the finals. 6 times he's made it to the final leg of competition here in EMEA, even going back to before Rising Legends.
Looking over the rest of the augments in this lobby, Spread Shot also very, very strong with the right setup for Crescent. He picked up Irv's grab back, so I imagine he's leaning into either Anima Squad as a +1 or Duelist as a +1. But overall, Spread Shot, if you get it rolling, is also very, very strong. We saw it top 4 multiple times yesterday as well.
This board on Snooty is looking a little bit terrifying. He's picked up the Riftwalker, goes great with that Jhin composition. You can drop whoever you please. Has the Renegade Vayne with Infinity Edge, who is doing just massive damage. And we've seen is the best item holder for this composition in this mid game.
And this Hextech Retribution is a way to get value out of that Renegade before you get to Jhin. There's kind of that 2 cost with the Pike and the Camille, and in this case now the Vayne as well, one of the best AD item carriers in the game in Stage 3. I think mostly all the time for the Riftwalker players are trying to itemize Vayne and then lead that into a Jhin in Stage 4. So for now, it seems like Snooty is comfortable. He's at 74 HP. He's sitting, despite maybe not the ideal start with a Renegade spat over something like a Laser Core Gadgetin, he still knows how to navigate this game plan and is executing perfectly.
I'm curious what's going on over on Kevin Parker's board, because we're getting some information here. Kevin Parker started with Windfall and is now sitting on 3 champion duplicators.
That is a problem, I think. We're looking at an MF2 on level 6, Nibiria. This game, I think, I'm going to start warning our viewers now, because this might be a little bit of a high roll lobby. If any player in this lobby is playing, let's say, a standard, like, oh yeah, I'm happy with this board, I think I'm fairly strong with what I'm used to playing on ladder, you might be in big trouble, because absolutely everyone is hitting some just nutty rolls, nutty augments, nutty synergies between their items, their duplicators, especially in the case of Kevin. This lobby's going to get out of control very, very quickly.
Yeah, we've seen this composition played even unaugmented, but with the Relentless Force, you get such a stronger front line in the later stages of the game, and we can see how much damage comes out from the back. Sure, not online yet, but this will be terrifying when Kevin inevitably hits.
Looking at the HP totals, to no one's surprise, Elia with that very strong 5 Infinite team in Stage 2 is able to navigate that power spike into a comfortable, only has lost 5 HP throughout the entirety of this game, so just one fight, and even then, it was barely a loss at that point in time. Gonna have a great amount of gold. Infinite Team is one of those comps that if you're playing AD Flex, it caps the highest out of anything because it easily fits in that Urgot, that Fiddle later into the game. The Samiras, of course, alongside the Ezreal Sure Shot, part of the Infinite Team line. So the key thing, like Laser Core, you need to have a good start for it. It's very expensive to get to where you want to be with Infinite Team in the late game, and Elia is checking off those boxes perfectly.
Well, one of the questions I had coming into this one, we mentioned how poorly Duelist has been doing across the competition overall. We, of course, see Crescent on that line right now. Does Spread Shot make up for the, I'll say, failings of the composition across the board?
It is one of those asterisks that, when checked off, does give you the chance to become a viable top 4, potentially even a viable win condition alongside the Yasuo wins of the Wanderer. Those are 2 offense, really, that are still able to perform at a very high level consistently after those reverts to the Duelist changes in patch 13.9. We had a ton of options in that patch when Duelists were a little bit broken in terms of their attack speed. I was also kind of surprised to see how fast my Duelists were attacking when I had a Duelist in. So the secondary augments, like the Fiora augments, the Kill augments, are still good, but maybe not good enough to top 4 in a lobby of this caliber.
And we mentioned the duplicators on Kevin Parker's board. I feel like it would be a failure on our part to not mention the ones we just saw on Crescent's board. All right, Kevin.
Has the option to rat, but does not do it. Kevin, a man of the people, making sure that no one has to be sweating profusely thinking, is my carry going to get rocket grabbed into the middle of my opponent's board?
But it's also, I think, the right decision for this composition because you naturally have 3 underground, even in the later stages of the game. Sona, Vi as your main tank, and Ezreal as one of your carries means that you will just get to keep this. So we can go towards those later locks like we saw Salvi do famously in Game 6 yesterday.
Oh, God, this game is going to be absolutely crazy, Nibiria. I can't handle this. I can't handle this. We're not even in... Well, we're just barely in Stage 4. We're about to hit Ezreal 3. We're about to hit Vi 3. You have 3 duplicators still.
Hey, Kevin's looking for Misfortune 3, by the way.
Oh, okay. He's not going to dominate that
He's not
much.
that crazy.
He's like, I'm going to give my opponents a chance or else their mental will be ruined for the rest of the day.
Good guy, Kevin Parker, of course. Across the board, we are going to see level ups here as we head in. The final augment will be in the next round. Checking in with Sweller's cleansing safeguard board. Ain't looking great.
Well, I mean, we'll wait and see. It is a hard. I think you're going to be losing a lot in the early game until you have that 3-item Lee Sin, especially the Lee Sin 3. Lee Sin, I think, might still be contested by Kevin, despite not playing the super version of this quick draw board, which I think is correct. As I mentioned yesterday, Solly was also playing the 4 quick draw version, which is better for the damage for the Ezreal 3 for sure. And the Vi, as we're seeing, I think can do enough tanking by herself with her Vicarious augment as well with the Unrelenting Force and 2 items already online. Finally, Kevin wins a game. Gold augments.
Oh, man of the people, Kevin Parker, please. He's in the tank. I see him Oh, Underground Emblem, come on. One more chance, Kevin, one more chance.
I don't know how much deeper he wants to go. I mean, he can actually, this is the one game where you could actually go for an incredibly high Underground cash out because you are strong enough to win rounds with Underground still online. Instead, he goes for the Ace Emblem, which I am very curious to see how this is going to work out. Does he play Vi for quick draw? I'm not sure where this is going.
So,
I don't think he had much of an option. He had no rerolls left for the gold augments either. I'm wondering if Cambiz hit Axiom Mark. It was gold augment for everyone in this lobby. Cambiz, it's Ascension. Still good.
All right, still good. One of the things we've talked about a lot, though, is brawlers are not as strong a frontline this set as they have been in previous sets. However, in those super compositions, Vi is still the main tank alongside a Lee Sin just with that 2 brawler, and those compositions can easily get that top 4. So we could be seeing a similar methodology coming out from Kevin Parker, saying, all right, I'll have a Vi, I'll toss in a Riven or something, and then just rely on that strong damage of the backline.
And I'm trying to start planning for the late game here for Kevin. This could be one of the boards of all time. You have 2 underground spots that will be taken out once you get the cash out here. You're very drastically needing items. There's no items whatsoever on your carries for now. But once the cash out comes through after this next fight, you're able to remove 2 underground, add in 2 more aces. And if you go 8 and find a Mordekaiser, that could be a 4 quick draw, 4 ace board with Ezreal potentially becoming an ace as well. I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, a really potentially dangerous board in the later stages. We see Wet Jungler here. This is interesting to me. Okay, we saw this yesterday, but that was with Winds of the Wanderer. Going for Yasuo 3 with Spirit of the Exile.
I said that for Laser to work, you have to tick a lot of boxes. Maybe Yasuo 3 is one of those boxes that I haven't been ticking on my own ladder games, and that's why it's been going so poorly. We know a few other options are going to be, of course, the Ace Soul carrying the Mordekaiser emblem or items until you get to Mordekaiser itself. Morgana Shiv is incredibly important, but in this case, you have the Last Whisper already built onto your Sivir, so the value from Morgana Shiv proccing and sundering and shredding your opponent's units are just not going to be that big, which I think opens up to have maybe a Sure Shot or a Belveth in that flex spot instead. Potentially just a Garen as a defender to give you more survivability.
Yeah, the laser +1 going to be helping him out quite a bit as we see Kevin Parker first pick. Still going to be struggling down in that bottom as we see Broken is still on level 6. I want to highlight Cambiz as well. We were looking at him earlier on in the game. He hit a very early Lulu 3-star, and we were like, I don't know. He started losing a game or two. He has not lost a game. 62 HP.
We have to really make note of what Kevin is going to cash out with for the Underground. He picks up a possible redemption for the Vi, or just maybe a tier for the Ezreal plus a belt component for Vi that he can close off later on in this stage in the PvE round. But there's a cash out. Blooded, yeah, I think he has to cash out here. He knows he's able to hit a very big spike once he gets these underground units out. He doesn't have space on his bench for all of these items. That's when you know you're doing well. You're suffering from success. You're just too rich when it comes to the components and the items on your item bench.
This is such an interesting strategy, though. He slammed the blue buff on the Misfortune because he has 2 item removers, so he can just swap around the items as he pleases, finally itemizing that Ezreal blue buff plus guard breaker, figuring out where he wants that gunblade.
This is the problem with the Ace Emblem, though. You can only put it on once you have the 4 Ace, or else you're essentially weakening your board. So it's a lot of risk, and maybe this is the one spot from where you can actually pull this off because you're so strong anyways, you're not going to be falling behind.
We were talking, we're not sure about how strong this frontline was going to be for Kevin in the late stage. It looks like Radiant Bloodthirster might be enough to try and mitigate that.
Well, I'm pretty certain that BT is the best item when you're picking up Unrelenting Force as a carry augment. And if you make that BT Radiant, I can't imagine it'll get worse. So definitely a good spot for Kevin here. Has to wait one more round, level to 8, and hope, pray, cross his fingers that he hits at least one Mordekaiser with Samira. Actually, no, never mind. With the Ace Helm, you don't need Mordekaiser. You have the Samira already. You picked up the Draven as well in the shop naturally, so there we go. 4 Ace, 4 Underground, 3 Quick Draw. This is one of the most interesting boards I've ever seen in a tournament, really.
Yeah. One of the most boards of all time, I'd say. And I think what's interesting here from Kevin as well, 14 HP, he is playing exactly on the edge. This is how you win tournaments where you need to hit top 8. This is how you win championships.
Let's see how big of a difference it'll make. Ezreal with the Ace Emblem. The execution is big, of course, making sure almost for certain he's able to one-shot any target he ends up hitting. We're seeing the MF and the Ezreal both onto this Bel'Veth now. Bel'Veth is good, but I don't think she's good enough to survive all the damage coming in from both the quick draw trait and the Ace trait as well. Snooty falling to 25, Wet Jungler falling below that even, and overall a huge disparity in the HP totals. Elia, to no one's surprise, has navigated that high tempo start with Infinite Team to still a first place in the HP standings coming into stage 5.
Yeah, last stage he was still at like 85, so he's only dropped about 10 HP at this point. Kevin Parker now in the tank, figuring out what he wants to do next. Of course, the obvious step is Mordekaiser. He's got a little bit of gold, but not quite enough. So we go back to Snooty, who's found 7 Renegade.
This is also one of the boards of all time. I don't think I've seen this trade go this vertical in a long time. 5 Renegade is hard to fit already with how many units you want to flex in with this Riftwalker comp, but 7 Renegades is definitely something else. Not really transferring to success for now, but he has a lot of gold to work with. He might be going for a fast 9 here, thinking that the Renegade with the Bel'Veth and the Jhin 2-star already is enough. He did face Kevin, which I think is a bit of a kind of, you can't really justify your board strength looking at Kevin, but looking at this roll down, a lot of 5-stars in these shops.
Yeah, going to be picking up the Mordekaiser, looking for the Bel'Veth 3 as well as we try and finish out capping this comp. The scoped weapons we've seen be incredibly strong for this Bel'Veth in the past, but we never mentioned Leona.
And she's also very good with extra range. She was the hidden tech when it came to the Recon emblem in set 8. Similar concept here. Leona's biggest problem is she walks up, she's looking all powerful, Deus Ex Machina, all of a sudden she is dead halfway through the cast, does not get anything done, doesn't have any inherent tank ability in her own kit. This solves that problem. She can cast from afar. She is now a spellcaster essentially. And Bel'Veth, I mean, we don't really have to speak onto why Bel'Veth is so strong with the scope weapons with any kind of extra range.
I mean, we're seeing it. Hextech Retribution plus 7 Renegade Bel'Veth. Absolutely ridiculous amounts of bonus damage as those units die. Finally, another Jhin 2.
Is it time?
He's going for 2 3-star forecasts.
I tried to warn you, Nibiria. This is going to be a very, very high roll game.
No
And
kidding.
Wet Jungler, unfortunately, also learned this lesson. Dead at the very start of stage 5. One of the favorites to maybe win it all, to make that top 8, was definitely in contention coming into this game 1. And looking at the rest of the games for today, but already taken out in 8th place. Has to come back into it for the next 5 games.
Kevin has rolled down completely, trying to finish out his board, been rewarded with his 2-star forecasts. We're going to see the damage they're able to put out as we finally see Elia's board once more. Going to be the sure shot Bel'Veth, the belle of the ball.
Maybe the 2 strongest players in the lobby in terms of how capped their boards are and the potential they have to win out entirely.
Oh my
but it looks like there isn't much of a contest. I think Kevin is angling towards that number 1 spot. We talked about him, 27, 28 points. He needed to really find those first and seconds in these first few games to try and jump over those players that are already on those 30s in terms of their points, and he's doing so.
Yeah, we were worried a little bit about his HP total at just 14, but he's pulling a Salvi and doing a great job, and it's possible he just doesn't lose for the rest of the game.
Acel coming online. You have some great Radiant items here. You have a comp that, again, is not anything necessarily special, I would say. And we're seeing the case of a comp that is more standard in terms of its power level, facing off against these Exodia boards and not really being able to compete. 6 HP for Sweller.
Never got a Lee Sin 3 either.
And maybe I think Kevin has a little bit something to do with that.
Yeah. And now we're going to see exactly how that's going to play out. Shroud is massive, but doesn't land on the Aurelion Soul, giving Sweller a fighting chance. Lee Sin will be free from the Shroud, getting off that shield, but Vi completely untouched here in the front line. The back line perfectly protected here because Acel just has not gotten the cast off. Vi still full health. Ezreal's low, but not down.
The crazy thing here is that Solar has actually a very good matchup because this ace was able to bypass the Vi entirely, not have to fight front to back, instead just throw those meteors right into the backline, kill off everything.
But he's still got to kill the Vi!
But normally it's just a Garen that just dies and just falls over when he's by himself. This Vi is different. She's built different, not with the Augment, just in terms of her personality and that BT especially, the Radiant version, doing so much with the Unrelenting Force.
Adding as well there, swapping around some items there we saw from Kevin Parker, putting the declaw on her, seeing that there's enough AP in the lobby to be worried about. No longer from Swellertiger.
I just don't know who's going to win this game. There's just so many crazy boards. Canvas still streaking off that incredibly crazy clutch 3 stars in stage 2, was it, for the Lulu, stage 3-1 for the Pantheon. No Axial Mark, no last stand for Canvas, but I don't think you really need that when you hit all of your upgrades so early and you're able to get into that Viego, into that Syndra much earlier than you tend to. Or maybe already stage 4, stage 5, you had that 4 hearts online.
Okay, Snooty just made a decision there. Saw the option to get a second 2-star Belveth. Abandoned
He's so close.
He's looking for Jhin.
He's 2 away. He could have gone 9 with the gold he had. Instead, I think correctly opted to roll down for the Jhin 3 as a win condition, but has not hit just yet. He has 17 HP to work with, potentially 2 losses, maybe 1 if he faces off against Kevin Parker or against Canvas. Against Elia, maybe I think it's not going to be strong enough to really take him down with such a big loss. Belveth versus Belveth. Samira on the side of Elia, Jhin on the side of Snooty, the 2 AD-centric carries in the 4-cost tier. And for now, I think Elia's board is doing just a little bit more, but Belveth is dead. Jhin with double Ionic Spark, not ideal, but the Belveth, I think, can make up for it. Wins the fight for Snooty. Elia slowly losing his HP lead.
And the key for me in that fight, obviously the Belveth getting stunned early made Snooty's board a little bit weaker, but that Garen that would have been a problematic frontline got targeted down by the Leona immediately, lost all of his health, and allowed Snooty to continue through the fight without that frontline pressure, without the pressure of further stuns.
And Crescent, you were wondering, would this be strong enough to do well to actually top 4? I said yes. But I retract that statement considering what the rest of this lobby looks like.
Yeah, not in this lobby, but another lobby maybe.
In a normal lobby with 3 lockets, with 8 duelists, with 2 duelist spats, with spread shot, listen, it's probably a first. In this lobby, unfortunately, I think it's not going to cut it. Crescent down to 9 HP.
He's going to take his chance against Canvas lobby leader, Lulu leader. As he comes in, the first ult not going to do a whole lot as that frontline Annie stays alive for the time being. Plenty of CC coming out, giving time for the Vayne with spread shot. We saw someone take down Canvas. Could it be X Crescent for the second time? The Pantheon still alive, still half health. TF doing his best, as is the Vayne, but she gets stunned up. And Lulu survives. X Crescent does not.
And if there's any fight that Crescent could win, it was this one, because a lot of the power from Canvas leans into that ascension. It leans into that long-term game plan for a fight to go very long. Duelist does the opposite. They have so much upfront damage. They're trying to end the fight as quickly as possible. And still, it was not enough with that matchup advantage for Crescent in terms of running that Duelist versus the Lulu. Canvas is streaking. Kevin Parker is streaking. Snooty is out in 5th. Not that first or second he needed to climb back into those standings. And we're going to stage 6 Nibiria with one of the craziest top 4s I think we've seen all tournament long.
Difference of 2 HP between Snooty and Crescent, an incredibly close lobby. And Canvas still on this streak, level 8 on this reroll composition. Interested to see how he caps it out. Looks like he's opting just Syndra plus bench.
And even Elia with one of the craziest tempo starts that you can get for now with 5 Infinite Team in stage 2. We still have him at 5 HP, 4th place, because the other 3 players are just popping off in such a way. 5 Gadget Team, Temper Tantrum, 3-star Gnar, trying to 3-star everything, because I think Broken knows the only way he wins this lobby if he hits the absolute biggest high roll possible.
Yeah, holding on to that 2 Lulu 2s. He's got 8 Lulus between his bench and his board. Elia now fighting for his life with this sure shot Belveth.
Was trying to find a Shroud. Zephyr here does not find it in the end. Has to make a quick pickup. Picks up the Vow. Going to slot that into his front line. And any player that faces Canvas or Kevin Parker is going to be in big, big trouble. Broken and Elia are those players right now. We'll see how they're able to fare, especially this board from Broken against this Ace Quick Draw Ezreal 3 with the Ace emblem online. The Vi as well, she's still alive. She's still kicking, the BT doing so much. The MF coming in as a 3rd carry as well. And it's just so hard to deal with all of the threats on this board. Broken, taken down from so much HP all the way down to 0.
And this is what we were expecting coming into the later stages of this lobby. We've seen how strong Kevin Parker's board has been and will continue to be as he levels up to 9 with that Mordekaiser against Canbiz, our Lulu reroller, who has been having success since the early stages, 3-1 with 2 3-stars, and his dominance has only continued from there.
And this is the fight. This is the fight maybe of the century. The two craziest boards I've seen in a long time in terms of what these players are able to hit. Mordekaiser now online instead of the Draven. A little bit more of a power spike is still remaining for Kevin if he finds that Mordekaiser 2.
And now, coming into the final round, Kevin Parker's Ezreal going in with the burst. If he can get past the front line, good Shroud on the Lulu to slow down this composition. Eats a Shroud of his own. One Ezreal ult takes out one of the frontliners. And Lulu starting to fire away, but not finding her mark. And this massive, massive Vi will survive.
Especially with the Dragon Claw. I mean, what can you do? The Lulu cannot one-shot as she is used to. There's too much magic resist on this Vi. The BT as well to help with the healing. And now still a chance for Kevin to continue spiking this board. Maybe going to make this Echo too. Yeah, going to be the option here. You have Aegis online for even more magic resist. You're teching for your exact opponent that I think Kevin Parker knew it would be him against Canbiz at the very end of this game. He was preparing for this fight from, I guess, stage 4, stage 5, making sure he has all the counters possible.
Who else can threaten you? Across the entire lobby, who else can threaten this massive Ezreal 3?
I don't think anyone can with a lobby like this one. 4 ace Ezreal 3. It's crazy.
There's no way he's not going to have
Hacker Lulu. Oh, this is maybe the tech. Oh my god, is Ezreal in danger? Is Samira in danger? Is MF in danger? These might be one-shots bypassing the Vi frontline. This is maybe the only way that the Lulu could do it, but still, she's not doing anything. Lulu's dead.
She's blind as a bat, positioned right next to the most important carries in the composition, and she's like, huh? What? Frontline? Got it, boss.
Oh no, the Ekoton did so much to stop the Lulu from actually killing off the Ezreal, the MF, and the Samira. Maybe going to try and send the Lulu up the middle instead, but I think it's all about the Echo taunting the Lulu and not allowing the actual damage to come through. So the prep was there. Kevin was not surprised. He actually saw, he scouted, he saw the Hacker Lulu was going to be played. He saw the chance for it. And maybe now Canbiz thinking, is there any way I can beat this board?
It's going to be rough coming in here. 3 Aegis as well for the side of Kevin Parker. There's just no way to shred through all of this.
And what a game we're seeing. I mean, really, high rolls, yes, but also these players knowing exactly what to do to counter their opponent or to try and counter them. There are multiple levels, layers of strategies being involved in these last few fights.
Here we go, the final fight of the game. Keep an eye on this Ezreal. Keep an eye on that Vi. If she falls, so does Kevin Parker. Lulu starts it off, trying to take down the Echo. Once he's down, she can take down the rest of the field. But Ezreal, Samira, Misfortune, uncontested in the backline. A huge MF ult, and there goes Lulu. One valiant ult will not be enough as Kevin Parker claims first place in round 7.
And if you want to think about complaining to more talk about Lulu, it's very easy. It's really simple, Nibiria. Just play 4 ace with the Ezreal 3, with the big boy, big brother Ezreal as well, with MF, with Mordekaiser, with a Vi 3, with Radiant BT. It's really simple. I mean, just do that, and you're able to beat Lulu. It's simple.
Personally, I feel like if I were someone, the type of person to complain to Mort Dog, I'd also maybe mention Ezreal 3 in there somewhere. We've seen across both days, this Ezreal is massive, even without his own augment.
I think the Ascension ended up not playing that big of a part in these fights because there was so much burst damage from Ezreal and MF. The fights were over in 10 seconds. Maybe Last Stand, Axiom, or maybe the absolute Exodia combination could have done something more for Canbiz. But in the end, I think both players happy with the results. Kevin especially needed to get a first place here to start things off hot. Canbiz was second in the standings, 35 points. A second for him in this game, I think, still puts him on track to finish among the top 8 and maybe have a good showing in day 3 as well.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the rest of the games. Of course, first we are going to head over to a break. We have an interview with Elia, and after that, the analyst desk, God save their souls, will try and break down that game.
My name is Elia. That's why I named myself EliaTFT, because I'm not that creative. I'm from Germany, and my goal this GSC is just to get day 3 so I qualify for regionals. I really enjoy playing this set. It's so much better than the last set, like the hero augment mechanic is really fun, especially now that they introduced 4 rerolls and you don't need to save your normal augment reroll, so you don't get Mortdog that often. And I didn't really like the dragons, so that's nice that they're gone. That's pretty hard to say. Like a lot of really good players, like the French ones, like double German legend Salvi. I played versus him in German League, and he destroyed us really hard. So he's probably one of the only people I'm really scared of in Germany. But that's a hard question because there are so much good competitors, and it's always decided by like who got the best opener, who got a good day, like who's comfortable on the patch. And because the patch is really fresh, it's really hard to say right now who's gonna be the most difficult player to play against. I want to shout out the German community, especially Memo and his Discord, because they're the reason I made it this far. Without the support of the German community, I wouldn't have gotten that far in TFT. I would probably have stopped at like reaching Challenger, resetting and quitting.
And we are back here at the analyst desk, and once I'm back on the broadcast, it is the time of the Germans.
Genau.
And we're so happy about that. Arguably, there were like 5 of them in there, if you count Snooty, which I personally do. So somebody had to win, right? But Canvas in that lobby as well did a pretty good run with that, Lulu. So lots of it going on there. But one comp to take it all, it was our boy Kevin Parker.
Well, we kind of started off where we ended off last night, right? With a massive, heavy underground cash out into an insane quick draw board coming through from a German player. Last night it was Salvi, today it's Kevin Parker. But also we had those prismatic openers come in, then into the 2-cost hero augments 3-cost as well. And this kind of meant that the lobby pace was pretty stable because it ended up being a normal projection on how a game is expected to pan out.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this prismatic start there as well, Snooty Poo really interesting, because of course yesterday we did see Tomo traits having a huge impact. In this case, it was the prismatic Tomo traits, so a little bit different. Got the first tome out, got Renegade, held onto the other tome for a little while. I mean, I know you had some thoughts on the differences between gold and prismatic versions of this particular augment.
Yeah, I think that the prismatic tome tends to really have much higher highs, but it also has much lower lows, because then you're down a prismatic augment versus being down at just a gold augment, right? Because a lot of gold augments, kind of not too important, but a lot of these prismatic augments really change the nature of the game. So that's something you got to keep in mind here. And when you get like when you pop two tomes, that's a new one for my vocal warm-up, popping 2 tomes, right? But no, you can kind of end up getting two separate emblems are going to pull you in very separate directions. That's also something you got to keep in mind.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, we did see the different power of those prismatics come through as well. We were kind of talking about it for Wet Jungler, who picked up that new recruit, was going into the laser core, and just new recruit being decent, but it's not as good as some others that we saw being picked up here, notably Kevin on the Windfall from the get-go, then being able to pick up all of those duplicators and just finding that ace emblem. I don't think that was what he wanted in the first place. He did pop that tome and maybe was hoping for some other direction, but sees that opportunity and seizes it to really go with those aces.
Yeah, I think that flexibility is going to be tremendously important going forward into the day. You know, if you've got that kind of opportunity to have that kind of flexibility to be able to bring things in and find ways through that otherwise other players may not even consider.
No, and also another thing I want to highlight here. The two players that got first and second place here both had economy prismatic augments. Kevin with the win for talking about, but Canvas with that golden ticket, 2-7 hits everything. And also keep in mind, we do have Kevin's board here, the unrelenting force. Just being when you are playing these Edgewell Lions, the unrelenting force is the priority of the two carry augments, and we saw why. That massive fight he had against Swellertiger, I believe the Vi just clutched it up.
Yeah, we learned, of course, from looking into the stats from day one, this composition has got some incredibly good finishes, particularly in this kind of setup where you've got just that rock-solid Vi up on the front line, able to absorb way more than you'd expect a 2-cost to be.
Yeah, and honestly, we know Dies of Cringe and Dies of Cutscene, but Dies of Vi was a new one for me personally. However, let's have a look at our standings today. Of course, keep in mind, guys, that points do carry over from yesterday. So that is the accumulated points on the right side, and on the left side, you are seeing the points of the current game that has just ended round 7, which is game 1 today. And our standings looking like this. Honestly, I do want to quickly shout out Kaspersky, who we just saw. Only Polish player in this tournament, is trying to uphold the flag from Poland. Last time, so dominant. This time, the only player here. And of course, Enzo running it back with yet another first place.
Oh my gosh, and this has kept France mostly up towards the top of the table. In that last game, of course, we were seeing Germany trying to break that grip, but Canada's only forced down into a second place. Means, we've got actually a relatively static table, at least towards the top.
But also, that's a massive old guard top lane. Old guard top lane. I mean, we're just going to call up like Wicked and stuff like that as well right now. But old guard top on the table right there. You see Haiden, you see Salvi, you see double 61 in there as well. That top 8, if we were to cut right now, would have a perfect split against somewhat newcomers and somewhat of the old guard.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Salvi with a first place. We did see Kevin with a first place. So I'm personally pretty happy about that. We're going to see if that trend is going to continue in the next couple of games. I'm looking over. I think we will be ready soonish. And with that, we did see a pretty good game 1, right? We can't deny that. But is there anything? I asked chat, and I was like, do we love or do we hate prismatics? And they were all like, love, love, love. So maybe we get more prismatics. Is there anything else you guys will wish for?
Well, I think that the whole prismatic thing, we always got the separation of what do we as an audience and as casters like? What do our players like? Having an exclusivity. We love eggs. We saw 2 yesterday. We were very excited about that, even though one of them turned out to be a trap. I hope we get to see plenty more prismatics coming in, because I think it helps separate out our players who know how to take these unusual starts and make the most of them.
I think most of the players will be quite happy to not see any more prismatics, especially not on 2-1, right? Because we talk about it is a massive curveball that gotta be thrown, and sometimes you hit it out of the park, and sometimes you just strike out.
Yeah, but sometimes curveballs are fun and exciting.
They're fun for us.
You want to see them. So I don't know about you guys, but I'm down.
No, absolutely. I hope we get to see some more golden eggs before it's done. But yeah, absolutely. Getting a big sling out of the park, I think, is absolutely the way to go.
All right, and with that, I think our casters are ready to go and bring you in that game number 2 with hopefully a lot of prismatics if it goes my way, and a lot of Germans on top of these leaderboards. Take it away, guys. Have some fun.
Thank you, Max. And of course, David, Max's immune system was bolstered by seeing all of the Germans doing so well across our lobbies. It was just like, we can't be sick. We got to get in there.
Is that the tech? Should I get sick as well? And then my Spanish players will get bolstered up to the top of the standings. All right.
I'm not sure if it works in both
I think the sacrifice is worth it. I'll take a hit for the rest of the day.
Worth a shot, right?
To be honest, in Nibiria starting for this game 2, I don't think we're going to beat the game 1 in terms of how crazy that lobby was. Let's be absolutely honest, because that was so insane. But as Megs mentioned, if we get a few prismatics to start things off, maybe a few interesting reroll options with a 2-1 hero augment, we could see also a very, very exciting game of TFT.
Yeah, I take very few notes during games because it's hard to write while you're talking. But for this one, I just ended it with a big wow. You can't see it on screen.
They pan right out. They don't want it. Just in case. They didn't know what was coming. They're like, okay, Nibiria's a bit of a crazy one. I'm not sure what he wrote here. If it's a joke, if it's if it's PG-13.
He drew something against TOS. We gotta pan away.
I think Kevin's comp last game was also against many TOSs in many regions and countries around the world. But we allow it. Got that first place, got those 8 points, the juicy points he needed to now be at 35 points. This is a different lobby, Nibiria. Yeah. We have some French players coming in, yes. We also have some Spanish players like Chuso, who did not have a good day of TFT yesterday.
He sure did not.
Maybe has a chance if he goes 1-1, 1-1-1-1 today.
I think that would work.
It's difficult, but we have to really hope that he has a way to come back into this.
48 points would surely be enough. And Ketzer, of course, had an incredible day yesterday. One of the things that I've been super impressed with was he got his Golden Spatula Cup #1 performance that was good enough to qualify him. And he said, okay, done with the Golden Spatula Cups for now. But he's had this incredible performance during day 1, this unknown quantity for me at least. Not sure where he was going to be in 8.5 competitively. Turns out, pretty good.
We have a heavy offensive start when it comes to the components. Pretty much no tank components whatsoever, except for one little cloak for Saru, which can still be a BT or a Runan, so maybe not even really going to be a tank component. So very offensive start here. I think generally in Stage 2, you really value the fact getting a 2-star tank and then having those tank components to make yourself have that survivability in Stage 2. But already Uko, knowing exactly what units you should be holding when it comes to the 1 cost.
Yeah, hold on a damn minute. Uko, we went to his board. We see 2 Lulus and a Pantheon. We just came from Ketzer's board. Do you want to name the units that Ketzer had, David? It's not hard.
Look, we're seeing rods, we're seeing tiers. I think it is normal that you want to go for these units. You know that if you had offered a Stage 2 hero augment like we're seeing here, maybe Lulu Reroll would be the way, but it's going to be 2 costs all around, no 1 cost in this case. It could be Ezreal coming back into things. It could be my favorite augment, Rock Solid coming into things. We haven't seen it played yet on stream.
Take it.
Channel Ferromancy last patch would be fantastic. This patch maybe not so hot, but still a viable option if you're uncontested, if you have a few key items like maybe a Rage Blade that we're seeing here for Uko already on the bench. But no, do it, Uko. It's time.
He's not instantly clicking it.
It's time, Uko. You have a Rabadon. You have a Fiora action on your bench. We're believers, right? We're believers.
Yeah.
Not a believer, but Unrelenting Force is still an option. Raider Spoils, not often picked. It will be Spirit to the Exile instead. You need to get this Yasuo in. Oh, you do, but only getting the value of the extra attack speed on just the Yasuo itself. Going to be going for maybe a bit of a loss streak here. Has a second Yasuo in the shop, has a Renekton and an Ashe, but only 1 copy of each. We talked about Laser Core. You need to have those upgrades early on. You need to have that tempo start to do well with this comp.
Surely the wins of the Wanderer nerfs weren't that bad. Sure.
They weren't. I think it's completely playable. I think the problem was there was only 1 Fiora. If you had the possibility for 4 duelists start with the Yasuo, maybe with 2 Yasuos already and you get the upgrade right away, that's an absolute crazy start. And you have the items for it as well. You can build Rabadons, maybe a Titans off of this bow, and then potentially look into some kind of healing with Gunblade or BT. But in this case, it's going to be more of a standard, flexible, fast-state laser core board.
Oh, dear God. All right, there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about here, but one of the ones we've seen so many times is the triple Burning Spirit. And then, let's talk about it again, David. It's time for Cleansing Safeguard.
It's time again. We're going to go, run it back, see what ends up happening with this Hearts board for Norby, a player that also has to try and catch up in the standings. Had a great season overall with the GSCs. Coming into this tournament, though, his day 1 was not so great. We've seen the breakout performances from Hungarian players in the past. Saudi in set 6 reaching that LCQ. Last set, Noel having that breakout performance, reaching not just LCQ, but Worlds, finishing second in finals in set 7, Dragonlands. In this case, Norby, he was the chosen one. He was the breakout Hungarian player coming into the finals, but was not able to perform at that level yesterday, finishing, I believe, 30th or 31st in the standings, unfortunately, after those first 6 games.
Yeah, Norby is one of those players that we, coming out of the Golden Spatula Cups, were very high on, of course, because we saw him do so well during those. I was hoping to see that performance echoed. Of course, since he is such a newer face here in Rising Legends, this is the first time he's made those final days of the Golden Spatula Cups, was during Monsters Attack. So hopefully he can turn things around, has that Lulu in the back as a carry.
That being said, 2 copies of Lee Sin, already 4 of Lulu. You have a decent unit here that you can have as a carry. You've won your first 2 rounds. Ideally, I think you want to be playing this comp from a win streak as well. You don't really care too much about what components you get as long as they are tank components. There are, of course, some items that are slightly better on this Lee Sin, but overall, he's not, I think, a unit that needs exactly 3 items. So you don't have to be loose streaking into perfect components to make this comp work.
He is, however, getting absolutely blasted by this composition from Armatruck, so we'll see if the Lulu is enough. That Ox Force still available for Annie, which is not exactly a great sign here for the poor Lulu.
Where's the action mark? Yeah, this Lulu is not going to get... Oh,
there we go. No,
but Kill 2 got nerfed, but it's still a unit, especially an upgraded unit. You have the GP2, the Kill 2. That's really one of the best starts for that duelist when you get 2 more duelists as well, 4 duelists, and maybe a locket online, but... Nibiria, 3 spats right away on this first carousel.
You'd love to see it. We talked about how many spatulas in this meta are viable. We saw yesterday one player going for double Infinity Emblem, one off carousel and one off of an augment. So lots of options. Surprisingly, most of them left open.
Curious to see what players are able to do with these spats. If they maybe want to hold them for the huge high roll, which would be a Tactician's Crown, maybe hitting something like an Earth's Grab Bag in the 3-2 augment, or some kind of extra spat somewhere along these PvE rounds, maybe at Krugs as well. But Chuso, a strong start here, going to be playing Camille Carey. We didn't see much of this yesterday. It is a comp that, when played well, can be an absolute menace, especially this Camille is hackered, can do a lot of the backline carries. I think in this patch, a lot of players have said, oh, hacker is kind of fake now. The Omnivamp went down. LeBlanc is no longer terrorizing our backlines. And maybe they don't think about positioning for hacker. They're maybe caught off guard when the hacker does come online if Chuso will go down that route. So he can potentially be a bit of an upset player when it comes to players being surprised and taking huge losses somewhere in stage 3, stage 4.
Yeah, Camille in the backline is an absolute menace against a lot of compositions, either AD compositions in general or AP compositions with higher mana costs. She gets that ultimate out, she stops your carry from generating mana, and gives time for her to tear through the rest of your team, including your carries.
And she has her perfect item already built as well. BT, very important. The scaling AD is fantastic. Obviously, the healing is fantastic when you have the shielding already. And just going to try and get a few more AD items on this Camille. Going to try and get a 3-item Camille as quickly as possible and play off of this tempo start. I think Chuso needed to have some good games coming into this day 2. This might be the start of that. He was able to have an early Camille 3 potentially that can really terrorize so many of these backlines. But other players we want to check out, of course, are the Burning Spirit players. One key thing here is that Annie is overall pretty flexible unit. Of course, you want to play into Spell Slingers mostly, but she has a lot of great traits, including Ox Force. She can be played in Duelist as well, alongside the Fiora, for example, as that splash unit when you have 6 Duelists in. So I think because players aren't really re-rolling for any 3, it's not as doomed that there are 3 players on the same augment.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see what's going on across the rest of the lobby as well. We're going to see Ketzer going for Rising Spell Force. No surprise there. We've seen how dominant this Ezreal can be even without the augment. So an additional bump of attack speed and AP every cast is not going to do too bad either.
The blue buff already built. The Gunblade potentially on the bench there for Ketzer as well. Maybe going to be indicating that he wants to hold onto that rod for a Spark instead. Equally important in the Ezreal reroll comp as it is in the Lulu reroll comp. Although some players opt to have Vi just have full tank items instead. They value the tankiness of Vi over having something like a utility item like a Spark. And right away, 2 more Camille's in the shop. Chuso needed some blessings. I know he was not happy with the way the game treated him yesterday. He thinks he low-rolled a bit. He had some very hard games to play, and maybe this is the game now saying, hey, Chuso, I think you deserve a bit of a high roll, a few more units going your way. 2 Camille's naturally in shop. This is the start of that as well, alongside a 5-win streak.
That win was absolutely necessary as well to get his game off the ground, because if you take a loss when you're below 20 gold, it's just your economy is in such shambles, especially if you have to roll for a 3-star. You'll fall behind in tempo and get in a lot of trouble.
I am curious what the admin is going to be for Chuso. We have it online already. Could be incredibly important for this Camille. as she is going to be an admin renegade unit. Once per combat at 66% health, admins gain 60% attack speed. Why is this so good? Camille is a melee carry, which means there are chances she drops under 66% health compared to other admins like LeBlanc who are not really melee carries. Unless you throw a LeBlanc with Hacker in your opponent's backline. So this actually works really well with this Camille comp because you're able to have, you lose some HP, but then you have healing, you have shielding to make sure that you're not dying, and you get the benefit from admin as well. So actually, it's going to be a pretty good setup here for Chuso. IE already slammed as well. Potentially a Titan's on the way, and you can build an admin emblem as well.
This Camille is really fascinating to me because she's going to have 3 different health breakpoints at which she gets some kind of benefit. She's going to get the attack speed, she's going to get the first shield, and then the shield from Bloodthirster as well. So she has a lot of ways to keep herself alive, even when she's in that front line and immediately targeted by the carries, as we're seeing here against this Sivir and Lucian.
One very high-level tech that I would like to see from Chuso at some point in this game is the utilization, if he's not going to be playing for Hacker, maybe before he's able to slot in Hacker, to try and have maybe a Zephyr in the late game. I saw it yesterday in Edit Regionals. One of the best plays you can actually execute with Zephyr is lifting up one of the side tanks on the opponent's front line where the Camille is. All of a sudden, your opponent's backline is completely open for Camille to just walk right up to it instead of having to hack her in. And that would be a really crazy tech that I think Chuso can go for if he were to find maybe a future sight off of his Augment or just build a Zephyr in the late game or find it off of a carousel.
Casual stroll for him. One of the things that I'm interested in seeing is what Chuso does with items going forward. Obviously, you want the 3 items on your Camille, but if you can go for 4 admin, which Chuso can do right here, high roll something and continue to guarantee your win streak, there's a lot of benefit to be found there.
Not ideal. I like the item grab back because you are on a 6 win streak. You want combat strength right now to help you continue this win streak and snowball this econ lead into a Camille 3 potentially very early on. So I like the attempt here. Unfortunately, doesn't find that high roll with that 3rd item to get that Camille online right away.
Yeah, Lucian not exactly who you want your AP carry to be if you're not rolling for him.
See what this Camille can do against this GP. Immediately gets the admin buff, as you mentioned, gets the shielding as well, kills off the main damage dealer. That GP is now down. It's only down to that kill with the IE, and I don't think she can do enough. Just tickling the Camille as she slowly continues to shield, heal, and kill. Those are, I think, the 3 words in Camille's vocabulary, and maybe the only 3.
It's all she needs, baby. She can get through the entire time. Is she hungry? She'll tell you. She'll say heal. Got it covered. She can communicate perfectly well. Double 61 now.
A rat moment available for Double. Does he want to be the villain of this lobby?
Do a double villain arc.
There's potential, or does he want to go deeper and deeper into this underground cash out? It looks like he doesn't. 48 HP is a dangerous spot to be at. Thrill of the Hunt going to help him now maybe swing this into a win streak angle. And he's not going to pick it up. He's not going to give away any information. Players are scouting. They're a little bit scared what to double cash out with. It's going to be all a mystery. Last second, he comes in, and the surprise is no longer a surprise. Players will be caught out. And Ketzer, thankfully, is on a loose streak anyway, so does not care if his Ezreal gets hooked in. The Ezreal obviously not happy about it. He doesn't want to die a death as gruesome as this one. But still, not the worst player to hit. Maybe Chuso would have been devastated if he lost that win streak because of it.
Yeah, Lesher, the only one to actually see it happen in real time, trying to warn his allies, guys, no!
He starts pinging, but Double's French, so I think Ketcher's going to stay quiet. He's going to say, all right, let's let someone else get surprised.
Double's going to share him some hush money.
This is where being the same nationality as the villain of the lobby is actually a good thing in this case for Double.
TFT is a team sport.
This is kind of Super Brawl, but not quite. It's going to be a 2v2 v2v2.
Oh, this is interesting. There's an open spat on the carousel.
And Chuso still has a spat open. This could be a Tactician's Crown, and that, of course, would be better than an admin emblem in pretty much every single case, unless, just some very niche situations. That being said, because Chuso's winning so much, there is going to be, he's going to have the last pick, and I'm sure players are pinging this spat. They're saying someone has to take the sacrifice. Do not let Chuso get this free spat.
Norby now will take that spatula away. Chuso will pick up the cloak, potentially for that admin emblem right away. He has the LeBlanc on bench, so he's got 4 admin ready to go.
2 Camille's online as well. Only 3 copies away. Wants to be rolling on 6, ideally. And this is a tough spot to be in. You're on an 8 win streak, so your board is telling you, hey, we're looking pretty strong here. I don't think anyone's going to get too much stronger right now. You have the power spike from the 8 admin itself.
Holy.
And you have a chance to gain some more attack speed. If that was a pickup there for Chuso on the right side, 60% attack speed.
It was AD. David.
This Camille is going to get real crazy real quick. Finally, double faces. Chuso, does Chuso know? Oh, I don't think he does. The second damage dealer here on this comp for him is going to get killed off immediately. The Archangels will stack in a negative fashion with how fast Lucian died there. But Camille is still going to be doing her thing. Can she walk up to the TF? She doesn't. And that might be the deal breaker. That might be the end of the road for Chuso. Or maybe not, because this admin is crazy. The healing is crazy. The kill is crazy. Double takes him down. And Chuso almost going to do the impossible. The 10 win streak, Nibiria.
That Pyke deserves a raise. That's all I'm saying. Great stun coming out of him. Going to keep that admin going for Camille. And we're getting confirmation from our observer. Chuso did opt for that 50 or 60% AD on top of the Bloodthirster, on top of the Infinity Edge.
So many Fioras. What are these Fioras doing in these shops? Fiora, you are the wrong 2-cost melee carry. Get out of here.
We're going Fiora 3 with adaptive defenses. I don't know how it'll work. We'll figure it out.
And that fight would be so important for Chuso if he gets that 10 win streak without having to roll past 50, still greeting it out for that Camille 3.
What the hell is this?
That is, I believe that's a Warwick. That's a big Warwick, though. It's not a 1-star Warwick. It's like a 2-star Warwick at 3-6.
All right, Double, calm down. He was looking for this Infinity angle the entire time. We saw these items slammed very early on before he went on his underground streak, and during, found a Twisted Fate, but also found that Warwick 2, giving him a little bit of combat power.
I think Chuso is so happy he faced Double before this upgrade came through.
Yeah, that would have been a bad time for him. Unfortunately for Chuso, also losing that win streak just before the Wolves.
And I think that's a bit on him. He knew he could roll deeper if he wanted to, but he decided, hey, I can go full greed, I can stay at 50 gold, and if I still win, that's just so big, it almost puts me in a spot that I guarantee a top 4 with how fast he'd spike with that Camille 3.
And I think, in a sense, that is the right decision. Maybe not the right decision if your only goal is to get a top 4 in this game, but if your goal, like Chuso, is to recover from a bad day 1, you need those first places. You need to play for the absolute top cap of your composition.
Looking at Armatruck's board, one of the standout French players yesterday in this day 1, going to be rolling here, has to find some TFs. He has a 4 Ox Force online. He hasn't found a single copy yet. He's definitely behind when it comes to other Burning Spirit players like 061, but he's very far ahead. Actually, no, he's actually at 45 HP. Never mind, I thought he was higher in the standings. He's right next to Double.
He's in whoa! Okay, was gonna say someone's in trouble, and now it's all of Chuso's opponents as he hits that Pyke 3 with the additional stun time. We've seen how effective that is at buying time for the Camille, and it's just gotten better.
The Belveth right away with the RFC, the budget. Scoped weapons is online, and right away the Camille was targeted, but again, not a bad thing. We know about the admin that gives her that extra shielding, the extra AD once she goes down to 66% HP, but the Belveth too strong this early on with the RFC, the perfect items, the Hodge as well, and Chuso taking another hit. He still hasn't hit the Camille though. He's playing a little bit greedy, hasn't rolled down all the way just yet.
I gotta ask about that positioning too, as we head into our final augment, putting the Camille dead center in the front line.
I think knowing that he wants to take some damage on Camille right away, maybe not quite expecting that much damage from the Belveth, was a bit sus, but
oh, baby!
Do we want Renegade or do we want Admin? Admin is usually the vertical that can give you more of a cap, especially the right admins, which we do have here for Chuso with the extra attack damage.
Attack damage and attack speed. That admin buffs it again. You look at something like 80% attack speed, 80 AD by the time you put in 6 admin. Renegade, of course, will empower that Camille, give her flat percent damage when those other units die, but
tough choice. It's not a standard line. It's going to be the Renegade emblem instead. This gives you an option to have, I think, again, you have to get the Hacker in as well, and Renegade gets you a higher cap of maybe Leona way later into the game. You need to find one more Camille, and you do find it just in time. Whoever faces Chuso here will be saying, why me? Why now? Armatruck, one of the lower HP players, and the Fiora will not be living for very long here. Nyla joins in, but unfortunately, both will be cut down almost immediately from this Camille 3.
LeBlanc not targeting the Camille either, so she's got plenty of time to ramp up. We're waiting for her shield to pop, and there we go. She's going to have both of her bonus buffs at this point, going for one more tactical sweep.
This LeBlanc, though, she's stacking the Archangel. She's going to do a lot of damage here. Can kill off the Camille, and she does. Lucian still carrying the Archangels, not the strongest unit at this point in the game, still a 1-cost carry. And we're missing the hacker. That's really the piece of the puzzle that is missing here. Camille getting stuck on the front line, not able to jump into that LeBlanc right away.
Looks like some interesting options coming in here for Chuso.
There we go.
Looking for the hacker, of course, but also holding these Riftwalker units potentially for a pivot into that later. Of course, Zach is going to give the extra Renegade, so we'll let him hit that Renegade 3 or 5 without needing that many units.
That was a big mistake actually from Chuso. He could have slotted in the Shen the last one because he had Renegade +1. He could take out the Lucian, which wasn't really doing much at this point in the game. We're in stage 4. So a bit unfortunate in that case for Chuso, not really optimizing the strength of his board coming to that fight.
And here is one of the optimal boards we've seen for Cleansing Safeguard in the past. This Vertical Hearts is incredibly powerful, especially if you can get that Heart Emblem on such a low mana unit like this LeBlanc.
We started off this game too with no tank components in the initial carousel, in the initial few item orbs for most of these players. And Norby decides to pick up Cleansing Safeguard, a comp that needs a lot of tank components. We're seeing a Lee Sin with only Sunfire, which is kind of like a, let's say a half tank item. It's more utility as well. You need to find a few more components for this Lee Sin to really start popping off.
Well, if I'm playing Vertical Hearts and I'm looking for defensive components, my thought was the Syndra wouldn't be too bad, but he's going to be looking for a tier instead.
Well, you need both. You need defensive items for the Lee Sin, and you need, of course, the blue buff to get the extra casting, to get that heart scaling to become that much quicker. And he has 6 heart already.
Yeah, 6 heart going to be much more important if you don't have anything to throw in at this point. So Norby picking that up, hopefully turning his fate around, the lowest HP in the lobby, tied with Ketzer.
Saru on a bit of a flex board here for Gadgetzine. Has the Gadgetzine heart, or yeah, the crest picked up actually here at 4-2. This is, of course, still completely legal. It's still a viable option, just not early into the game.
Mordog hasn't smacked the hammer on it yet?
Not yet, not yet. It's not just Tome of Trains. You can still get it at 4-2, of course, but you can't really plan for this as you can when you find it early in the game. You know your clear direction right away. But a strong board here. You're still missing upgrades to Gnar, of course, but 5 Gadgetzine is 5 Gadgetzine. It's still very, very strong as a trait, really.
It's interesting to me seeing where the Gadgetzine emblem is. ASO we know is a very strong standalone unit, but the tradition is putting it on that Sona. As we see Uko's board on the other side, going to still be rocking this Belveth we saw last time alongside double makeshift armor.
And this Gnar trying to do so much with the Titan's Resolve. The Belveth is still alive though and kicking, but finally the ASO cleans up. Will it be enough? Threat versus threat. ASO versus Morgana. The meteors come through, but the binding comes in first, and the ASO is dead. Saru now down to 45 HP. Paired up with Armor Truck, who is now win streaking, so managed to finally find a way to stabilize and start getting things going his way. Ketzer, though, in big trouble in Nibiria. 8 HP.
One off a loss, and that could be Ezreal 3 that he just picked up. It is! So Ketzer finding the bailout, hopefully. But is it too little too late? 4-6, and you've only just hit Ezreal 3.
Too little, maybe. Too late. We saw later with Solvi yesterday on the very verge. Last stand proc. He got a first. Kevin got a first. If this game Ketzer somehow gets a first here, that would be 3 games on stream in a row where Ezreal reroll wins. That would be kind of a crazy stat. Let's see if Ketzer can make that happen.
We'll talk to Mort. Feel like, hey,
double makeshift armor. Oh, this is an interesting pickup here from Ketzer.
Double makeshift armor here for 2 players in the lobby. Fascinatingly, this Ezreal continuing to fire away.
Oh,
but
I don't know about this.
Down. I think he's got it. I think he's got it, David. He takes out the Janna before
TF
she
is
casts.
TF.
Nope. Nope. TF is dead.
Just enough, but looking at this board, when Solvi won, when Kevin Parker won, you could see why they were winning. They had these kind of Exodia combinations of Radiant items, of Ace emblems, of just these crazy boards. Last stand in the case of Solvi yesterday. This board does not scream crazy to me. Ezreal 3, yes. Good items, yes. You have makeshift armor for your Ramesses, fantastic. Extra armor is good for Ramess. It scales with his ability and just his kit overall. But that's all you have. There's no Vi 3, there's no Radiant BT, there's really missing that crazy variable that really makes this Ezreal comp that good.
Now Ketzer trying to pick up literally anything he can to save his board. The front line has been getting chewed through quite fast, so he's going to be looking for that defensive item. perhaps slamming the gargoyles now that he has the
He
opportunity.
needs to find Rammus 3 if he wants to stay alive, I think. Norby taken down on 8th already, so at worst it would be a 7th for Ketzer, a player that is sitting at a comfortable 35. He is still in contention for those top 8 spots for the day 3, but has to try and fight for a few more points ideally in this game 2. And the Rammus 3 has been found. You have to slot in one more unit. It could be the Star Guardian duelist here with Nyla coming in.
Yeah, going to be beneficial there for the Kaisa in the back. Give you a secondary damage carry that's at least a little bit stronger. So he's going to be going up against double 61 Spellslinger comp.
And
Both
thank
of
God,
them at risk of contention. We see the same fight twice.
It's only the Lucian getting pulled in, not the Ezreal. Ketzer's aware. He was the first player that actually found out about the Rock Propel Fist, so thankfully has not forgotten in this stage. But is it going to be enough? Ezreal able to kill all the TF, the MF still alive, the Kai'Sa's still alive, the win comes through, and one more point to Ketzer, unfortunately taking down double in the process. A bad game 2 here for our, well, not recent EMEA champion, but he has been an EMEA champion over in set 6 in Gizmos and Gadgets.
Yeah, 2-time EMEA champion, 1-time world champion, taking a 7th place in the lobby. But we know this is what happens to him sometimes. Double likes to play very much for first place and not top 4. So he can still recover at any time. Now, Ketzer's board. What does he do from here to improve this? He's down a whole lot of gold, still level 6, and sure, strong frontline, but that's really all he's got with the Ezreal.
The problem here is you have 2 augments that give you makeshift armor, and really the only value on this is coming onto the dummy and a 1-star Nyla, because Rammus obviously is itemized, and the rest of your units are not really tanks, so they won't make the best use of the armor anyway. So ideally, he wants to get some extra gold, pump in some levels, and add in some more tanks to make use of not just 1, but 2 of your augments. Rammus, 3-star, he's already down. Kaisa also going down. MF, she's trying her best, but her best is not good enough. Ezreal down as well, and Ketzer, unfortunately, playing a standard game of Ezreal 3 is not going to be enough, taken down in 6th place.
Taking the 6th place there for Ketzer after an incredible performance in day 1, but his run is not over yet. There are still 4 rounds to go after this. Meanwhile, on Armor Truck's board, we can see where all of Double's Twisted Fates went.
And that's the problem with this comp. We saw in the first lobby, the players yesterday did not play that comp so much. This lobby is different. A lot of players did angle towards this Oxslinger line quite often, and it might become more contested in a game like this when we're seeing it now. TF itemized, I'd say perfectly. Viego on his way, a Shroud as well. This is a comp that does not really want tank items. The Oxforce trait itself already served as a great tank value anyway. You'd rather itemize your carries so they make sure to clean up fights a little bit faster.
Yeah, with the addition of the target dummy that everyone got off that carousel, will make that front line a little bit better. Front line has mostly collapsed, but the Viego is still there, and Twisted Fate, most importantly, still firing away with those cards, eventually to take down the Infiniteam front line with the Garen. But Bel'Veth, the entire time uncontested, as Armatruck will take 5th place, guaranteeing our top 4.
I think it's too much damage to handle. Lusher has assembled a board that has so many different itemized threats. Of course, Infiniteam helping that with that as well. A champion duplicator can be huge for anyone trying to chase maybe a 3-star 4-cost, or potentially just a power spike from a 5-cost 2-star with a legendary like Mordekaiser. For any laser core players like our friend Uko, who started off with Spirits of the Exile, could be really angling towards that Mordekaiser 2 as his next way to get that next little power spike coming into stage 6.
And even if he doesn't have items, he also has 2 makeshift armors. So we've talked about this before. Ideally with the Mordekaiser, you want that first ult to really hit, but the alternative, get 2 ults off.
And the board has been assembled. Chuso has been dominating. 67 HP still for the Spanish player. We talked about him needing to have some kind of game that gave him that positive momentum. I think even more in this case, where it's a game that it's not a usual line, you kind of reward yourself thinking, hey, I'm a good player. I played something that's not maybe the most standard comp, and I still executed it very well. It gives you that extra bit of confidence coming into the next 4 games that will be played on this day 2.
Lusher now having that extra healing for his Bel'Veth with this Infiniteam composition. She's firing away.
This
in the
Gnar.
back line is the Gnar, but he's just not good enough. Gets taken down near instantly, and Lusher looking to win the round. Saru taking a massive loss.
It's not a big enough win, though. Thankfully, maybe the Gnar did exactly what he needed to do to at least kill off some of those backline units with the help of Aesol and make sure the loss wasn't big enough to make Saru get knocked out in 4th place. A Greek player, a Finnish player, a German, and a Spaniard. This is not the start of a joke. I promise. Just the lobby here, the top 4. But Uko, the only Finnish player in this tournament. Saru, alongside Og, the 2 Greek players. They really want to try and I think represent their country at the highest level when it comes to this EMEA finals and try and claw back into the standings. Saru is in position to maybe make it into that top 8 if he gets a few more really good placements in the next few games.
And for this round, this is exactly what you want. The Shojin for this Aurelion Soul, giving it that additional mana generation that it needs to get the damage off the Fiddlesticks. In the front line, fully itemized, about to pop as the Belveth in the back line still remains safe. Fiddle pops forward, CCs the entire back line as Belveth survives against the Annie, but not against the Aesol. Fiddle falls and Saru takes one more round.
And Belveth is great at dodging, single target abilities when it comes to her challenger AI in some cases. When it comes to dodging, 5 or 6 meteors falling all across the board, it's a little bit harder for her to have that perfect precision.
And that's one of the things about Aurelion Soul that is really strong. That AoE does so much, especially against clumped compositions, and Belveth had nowhere to move, even if she did dash out of the way.
It's a big part of why we're seeing a little bit less Mecha Garen as a main frontline tank, because all of a sudden Aesol comes in, he has 3 items, he casts pretty much instantly with an Archangel and a Shojin, and next thing you know, the Garen's left all alone and your backline has been deleted, 10 seconds ago.
Only so much a solo Garen can do. Now, final items going to be coming out. Quite likely 2 players could be eliminated before the next carousel. Saru and Uko both on 1 or 2 lives, depending on the severity of Uko's loss.
Saru is going to be playing Chuso, though, and that means Camille is hungry to kill off some of these weak backline carries, the Lulu, the Sona. The Morgana will help with the CC and the Aesol especially, who is maybe the star of the show when it comes to the damage alongside the Gnar. And we're seeing here the reposition, the Aesol tucked into that left corner, the Gnar trying to serve as the bodyguard for these backline carries. He has the BT and the Titans will help. And there we go, the 2 AD carries meet. How strong is this Camille? Can she be shut down with a combination of that Gnar damage and the Morgana CC? At least Camille has now sidestepped towards the main tank, towards the Annie, who has a Stone Plate and the Warmogs as well. The Aesol has been left untouched, but does it even matter? I'm not entirely sure. 1 by 1, Camille, like the Grim Reaper, slowly picks off all her targets. Just the bodyguard left alive, but this bodyguard is out of a job.
It was a great start for Saru as well. Unfortunately, he had that Thieves' Gloves on the Sona, which had an Edge of Night. So Camille, when she finally was able to find her way back there, was like, oh, guess no one's here, and walked away. Unfortunately, the rest of the comp was still there. So she tore through that and then walked over to the carries and took them out.
We're seeing Uko's combination of threats trying to do their best. I think a top 3 is a great place for Uko to be at. With this HP disparity, unless you hit a huge power spike at some point, you're not going to really win against players that have 40 and 50 HP respectively at this point in stage 6. They've been just too strong the entirety of this late game to really contest here. So Uko, I think, has to settle for a top 3.
Yeah, no range here for this Belveth either. We've talked about how important that is for these compositions. Camille starting to rip away at that back line. The Fiddle T-posing on the remaining units. Camille finally gets her shield popped. One more cast. Belveth getting stunned up, and she will take one more, but Fiddle comes out to play. Camille gets taken down, and Uko will survive.
What a strange fight. Frontline Fiddle gets popped at the very end because all the backline just comes in with that Camille hacker jumping into your backline. It's not really the common way of a fight resolving. It's normally front to back and not back to front, but still it works out in the end for Uko there.
Do we have to give out a new hacker tip? Remember, if you're all in the backline and your Fiddle's in the front line, it could win you the round.
He needs some more targeted damage to get that Fiddle to pop, I think, earlier in the fight. Maybe it might be better because that CC came onto the Camille and that she couldn't do anything.
And now, potentially final round here for Uko, but we're going to take a look at Chuso versus Lusher, the 2 strongest players in the lobby. As Camille dives back onto that Ezreal, he will get at least 1 cast off. Edge of Night from Thieves' Gloves once more, saving the day temporarily, as Camille will find herself on her lonesome in this backline and soon on the board. Shields are popped, but
Garen
it's
steps up.
Not enough.
A much better bodyguard than the Gnar. He actually stepped up right when he was needed the most to protect the Belveth and the Samira from actually taking aggro from the Camille. And I mean, everything seems to be going in the right way when it comes to the fight RNG for players when they're facing off against Chuso. Again, a lot of this is planned. This is not just, oh, I'm just going to put my units anywhere and that's it. Yeah. These players are playing at such a level where positioning is so key, and you can really change the outcome of a fight entirely off of how you position some key units.
Chuso going for the Sunfire Cape looked like not his first choice. And a Thieves' Gloves here for Uko. This could help him out. Yes, he would lose the makeshift armor, but maybe he could get some more damage onto a carry, or indeed an Urgot.
And the Urgot, I think, would not be making that much use of the armor anyway in this case. So the TG, especially like TG like this one, Giant Slayer, IE, right away going to make sure that this Urgot 1, not Urgot 2 just yet, can deal that little bit of extra damage to try and maybe kill off some of those Infinity units right away.
Let's take a look. We've seen how this Fiddle can solo carry when he's left alone. This time, he will get popped fairly early, a front-to-back composition. The Belveth's face-to-face, trying to rip through these front lines, and the Garen finds a massive stun, including the Belveth. Mordekaiser still yet to cast, will finally find the chance, hits wide, and the Belveth survives. Uko once more makes another round.
And maybe I was wrong. Maybe what you needed is really just these huge power factors from Mordekaiser 2, potentially an Urgot 2 especially. You had that Fiddle 2 from very early on. This kind of legendary soup board is doing enough for Uko to keep him in this fight. And now the HP totals are so much closer. Lusher 27, Chuso 12, and Uko with 3 and a Dream.
And we've seen how strong Chuso's composition is. It's against Uko this time, who's on 3 HP, and Chuso just hit 2 massive upgrades.
Where does the Camille go? Does she stay where she is? Does she get changed over to the middle of the board? She does. And what can she get done here? Does the Fiddle actually pop at the very end once again? Can she kill off the Urgot before he casts? No, but can kill off the Morgana fairly early on, stopping that shredding, stopping that sundering, stopping the CC as well from the Dark Binding. The Camille now onto a dummy, not the right target, but Fiddle has already triggered. The Dark Harvest comes in a little bit too early. Can Camille 1v3? She's a 3-star. She's fully itemized. She's the star of the show. The answer is yes, the dog cannot defeat the tactical sweep.
You know, losing that invulnerability on the second cast allowed the Camille to just go for the tactical sweep for the KO. Now, one last round to get those items in shape. If Chuso takes a loss on stage 7, he is out of this game.
We have to look at what power spikes are remaining. What can these players hit with the extra goal to get off of this PB round to try and become as strong as possible for what could be the last fight of this game. We still have a Syndra 1 with a blue buff and a Shojin for Lusher, and a chance to populate this board with some better targets for Syndra to pull in aside from this Fiddle 1. So that's really the big thing I'm looking for on Lusher's board. He's going to roll this extra gold, ideally hold some key units like a Fiddle, like an Urgot, like a Mordekaiser, and ideally find that Syndra 2 as well for the faster cast and the bigger stuns.
Looking potentially for the Shen as well for the safety it would provide, or it could just keep rolling over it. Chuso, in the meantime, looking for upgrades for his board, but not finding a whole lot of anything. He will pick up the Leona in the meantime.
Finds a Shen 2, a minor upgrade. No Syndra 2 just yet. Finds a Fiddle, though. And going to hold 2 Garens for now. Going to keep rolling, trying to find that extra bit of an upgrade. Syndra might just pull another Syndra in, and then both of them can pull in the Fiddles as well. But we'll see where the Camille goes, especially, and what target she aggroes onto first.
It's all down to Camille, the MVP of Chuso's board, right onto the Syndra.
But the CC comes
Fiddle
through.
is pulled in, and Camille changes targets, giving time for the Syndra to nearly cast. The focus is on the Camille. One more tactical sweep. The Belveth stunned up. She cannot dash away for once. And Chuso, the Camille, will fall.
The Fiddle 1
Pike
does it.
is all that's left, but the Sivir will take the victory. And Chuso falls to Lesher's Infiniteam.
Camille went so low, she was CC'd at that very low HP, vulnerable without a shield, and in the end, just the Fiddle 1 proccing his Dark Harvest was enough damage to take her down. Still, massive props to Chuso. I said it yesterday to Lusher, actually the winner of this lobby. He played the Mecha Riven line. We don't see it very often. He executed perfectly, got a win. In this case, Chuso played the Camille line, got rewarded for his knowledge in a more less standard line, really, and still got a second, which is what he needs to try and climb out of those standings. Maybe can't make top 8, but at least can finish in a more respectable position in this day 2.
I was really praying for that Camille right there. It looked so incredible coming out of that game. I was like, all right, come on, Camille 3, the first one we've seen all tournament on stream. Surely it can do it. Not quite. Not quite. Turns out Fiddle works really well.
I don't know if there's any comp we're missing from seeing already in these first 8 games. We've seen so much variety overall, so many niche comps as well. So curious to see how the rest of the games are able to top this off in the first 2 games today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see it. First off, before we go to a break, because we do have an interview ready with Lusher, before we do, every time they swap to your camera and I see just like a blank space in the Pengu, I'm like, why are they rotoscoping me out of the shot?
You can't always be in the shot, all right? It's not all about you.
Come on, it could be, guys. It could be. But now it's all about Lusher, the winner of that last round, and our interviewee for the interview during the break. Check it out.
I'm Lesha, I'm 28, I'm coming from Germany, but I'm currently living in Norway and, well, playing TFT for fun. And since I like competing, I guess I also got pretty good at it, playing for fun. So yeah, excited to be here. I really like the units in this set and traits, especially threats. I think threats are very flexible and I like that. I'm a bit torn on the set mechanic, because on the one side, hero augments introduce a lot of cool, unique ways to play champions, like they add new dimensions to specific comps. But I'm not really a fan of having such a strong indicator on what to play when you pick it. So I think it's an interesting mechanic that could certainly be improved and maybe tweaked a bit to make it, well, more flexible as well after picking it. I think there are lots of players that have a good shot that can be considered the best. I mean, obviously, Saru won the first one, which was a strong showing from his side. But, well, obviously, I myself have a good shot as well, right? I think I had good performances on ladder in the last weeks. My first GSC was decent as well, hitting the finals. And then we have other legacy players like Double, Basic, or Salvi, who I always think can win a tournament. I would like to thank everyone that's supporting me, like in my stream or on Discord or wherever we interact. Especially the other players in the German community are, well, always very friendly, eager to help, and also always good for some trash talk. So yeah, thanks for that, and see you hopefully all on day 3.
Thanks. We're live.
Ooh, hello everybody. Hello. I was just checking that everything's okay here. So, yeah, looking good chat as well. And of course, we are back here at our analyst desk. I'm happy once again because my dark horse, Lesher, actually took a win in that last game, much to my satisfaction. Another German on the top. How are we feeling?
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty crazy game. I think particularly, we felt like there was such an influence being felt by having that Camille in the mix. I mean, even if you don't win the lobby with it, it's had an impact coming into the final 2 anyway.
Also, Max, I can't believe it. You've been correcting, especially Peter and David and Matt on this. It's Dark Horse, not Dark Horse.
What?
Dark Horse, no?
Dark Horse.
It's not duck. Oh,
Dark Horse.
we're starting this all
It's
over
the horse
again.
duck
I will
conundrum. I
not
understand,
go
I
there.
understand.
Roll the clips. We will not entertain
Are
this
you not
shenanigans.
Oh my gosh. So a lot, as we said, a lot happened in this game, a lot of it shaped by having such an incredibly powerful Camille in the mix. But we were wondering, during this game, which direction it would ultimately go, because it's not a composition necessarily that we were super expecting in the tournament at all.
No, and I think that it's a comp that we kind of been lacking a little bit after the Camille reroll, right? Like we saw a lot of it back in this regular Monsters attack, but after glitched out, especially with the change now, the fact that Hack has been moved into a free trade has really put a damper on this composition. But Chuso identifying the spot and really just taking and running with it.
Yeah, and we've been talking a little bit about it in the mid game, where he was kind of on the Renegades, had the admins. We were like, oh, does he go for the hacker or does he actually go further into the Renegades? Chuso said, why not both, and ran with that, putting the Jhin in. Jhin now much more of a unit than he was before, added much value, of course, in the end. Wasn't all enough to take this one home. Couldn't, of course, sustain against the board that Lusher had built, but it's pretty good to see that Camille reroll on that second spot, a comp that we just haven't seen much of before.
Well, I mean, if we're in a lobby where we're working with 2-cost rerolls and the like, having an Infinity 7 board, as we saw from Lusher there, really felt like a good way to sort of leapfrog that kind of conversation of, do I have the strongest 2-cost board? Maybe that just doesn't matter if I have the strongest endgame board instead.
Yeah, and talking about those strong late-game boards, Double 61 and Armor True kind of in the same situation around the 4-1 mark, where they were both trying to roll down for these strong boards with those Arc Slingers, and Armor True kind of hitting, but Double just completely whiffing.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Double not really making it out of there. Norby, also one of the players that we were so excited going into this tournament to see more of, and thus far not really bringing it home. Has played Hearts in this round here, and we've been also kind of surprised with the stats on Hearts, because obviously it can go very high. We've seen a couple players go to first place with the Lulu reroll, with the Hearts, and we've seen a lot of players going into that last or bottom 4, which really makes you question on when should players look for that comp and when should they probably avoid it.
Well, another comp that's almost exactly the same as that, of course, is the Gadgettine. I think you were pointing out, when we were in the green room saying, we're seeing someone finally trying to run Gadgettine without finding the emblem immediately. It really felt like you kind of deferred a lot of the comp's power till later on. You missed out on those sort of mid-rounds where you'd normally be kind of cheating 5 Gadgettine into existence and having that massive power spike.
Yeah, and the power spike comes from having access to 2 Gadgettine items, really kind of alleviating the fact of something like a Gnar and a Sona or Morgana, whatever you're running as your AP carry, tends to need 2 items, or at least 3 items, to really make a lot of work here, but makes. I know we've been talking about a lot of strong general performances, and you can see Lusher 17th. He needs more of these.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm here now, so let's keep these going. I'm happy to see that happening. Of course, a reminder, on the right side, you are seeing the total accumulated points from yesterday and today, and on the left side, you are seeing their placements in the current game. Solo Gesang taking a first place here as well. That one stands out to me. And Peter, you've been talking about Kerfuzzled a whole lot, but so far today, it's not really going his way.
Well, I mean, he was saying coming into this one, he was looking for kind of a midday. So far, it has been a very midday, but just perhaps not in the way we'd have hoped for. I do notice, though, we're seeing some of our German players pushing further up the table. They are breaking something of the French wall on the top spots.
Also, Ging coming in now. We was on the outer skirts after day 1, now really starting to make a claim for that top 8. Haiden as well winning that game, and also Enzo continuing his strong streak.
Yeah, I mean, not a first this time, which for Enzo is a little bit of a surprise, but still in those top 4. And Haiden, like you said, taking the first place here must be good as well. He was one of the players that we were kind of wondering about, how has he been doing? We haven't seen him for all of this stat. It's all like a big question mark. And so far, he's apparently been doing well. He's popping off this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned, of course, Enzo not getting the first place in this one. It's worth bearing in mind again that our players are all playing against the same players for 3 lobbies straight, so you can kind of expect roughly similar performances, in the first half, but then in the second half, those last 3 games, you can see a very, very different results.
Yeah, and with that, I think our break is ready. Don't go anywhere. We have more TFT action lined up for you guys, so we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Rising Legends EMEA Finals. We are coming close to the midway point on day 2, and we all know what happens at the end of day 2, Wheater. We are going to drop most of our players.
That's the negative way of looking at it. We're going to have our 8 best players instead, Peter. That's the positive way. You know, half glass full, not half glass empty.
That's
right?
true.
That's the best way to look at it.
We've got the optimism, the pessimism on the desk. We're a very balanced caster desk here. But for our players, we've got plenty who are not in the balanced performance mode right now. They are in ultra high performance mode. It's all or nothing for so many players.
It is indeed all or nothing. A lot of these players really looking to figure out the best way for them to get those massive high cap boards out of the way, like we saw from Kevin Parker in that game number 1 off today, game number 7 overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a strange place to be in, towards the bottom and say, top 4 is not remotely going to be enough, maybe even not top 2. You need to be locking the top ones, but you're in the lobby with the players who are already doing incredibly well, so that's even harder than it sounds.
Yeah, keep in mind, we are doing snake seeding, so if you are in first place, you are going to get all the way down New Zealand. Trickling down, so your lobby should be well balanced, not like we do in the GSCs, where you're used to having the top lobby all within being the top highest points earners.
Yeah, so you've got top seeds, bottom seeds in the same lobby. It does mean you have a little bit more control of your destiny because you can beat players who are higher up in the rankings than you, but it is a big ask, as you said, to bring that in. So moving on to the comps we've seen. Last game, of course, we had something a little bit different with Camille mixing things up, but we still had a relatively standard Infinity board taking the victory.
In reality, we didn't really do that board justice, right? Like, that board was wildly crazy, wildly optimized as well, and it was just like one of those good ways of seeing that you can kind of play the regular Infinite Team things in the front line and have some different backlines if you do not want to play the edge roll. You just don't hit the ultimate edge roll, for example.
So for our players, as we mentioned before, who are going to need to top 1 in this game, are they looking for boards like we saw in that previous game, the Infinite Team 7, the really bleeding edge comps?
I mean, they're looking at whatever can get them into the first place. If your name is Enzo, that was actually earlier on today, that was Power Grid, and I've been a very big Power Grid proponent, and every time I present it to top level players, they've been like, no, Sona's a bad unit. I'm never putting it on my board. Well, Enzo proving everyone wrong yet again. I see like that kind of been the theme so far this weekend, right? So that's another big thing to keep an eye out for because those lines, they are open. The players just got to take them when they present themselves.
Let's keep an eye on our plushies over there to make sure Makes doesn't make up for them by the time we get back on the desk again. But no, absolutely, I'm with you here. You're finding those lines through top of them. I mean, I don't know if we'll necessarily get to see the Power Grid coming in. But in this lobby, let's see what we've got up here. So, as you can see, we're getting to the point now where the points are starting to separate massively. Haiden coming in as one of our front runners here on 47 points. That's a massive leap over anybody else.
Yeah, and also Orc had a very good day number 1, but so far day number 2 has not really been to his liking, right? Like, we need some strong opponents from him. Again, keep in mind, we still have 4 more games to go, Peter, to close out today.
Yeah, including this one. Of course, we've seen before, in our first lobby, we had a very German focus. On the next lobby, we had a very French focus. Now we've actually got a pretty good spread of players. So perhaps we'll see some different countries being able to move forward and push their representatives, particularly for August, to say, just to recapture where you've been before. It can be so frustrating when you know that you've got a solid base coming to day 2 and you just can't capitalize on it.
Yeah, basically, Sudanak and ISA, right? Both of these players are singular representatives from their own countries, but also they came through the EU, Nordic, and East ladder, Peter. And with Norby also kind of crashing down, Orc having a somewhat bad day as well. Eastern Europe's kind of reputation to a certain extent, they've been doing so well over the last couple of seasons. This could be the first time in a while we don't have an Eastern European player in the finals and even at the championship potentially as well.
Well, that would be a real heartbreaker, but of course for any of our single country representatives, variance is their enemy. In much of the same way that Germany was spread all throughout the table, you're likely to get somebody into the top 8 by the end. When you're the only country representative, you know that your community is rallying around you, they're willing you to win, but there's only so much a single person can do unless you have the day of your life.
Yeah, and those type of days are needed because in reality, these 2 opening days are much tougher because you got to make that top 25% split. But going into tomorrow, in reality, sure, you want to become EMEA champion. Everybody wants to do that, but that's it only, and I kind of do the things of that. Only that's the top 50% split because 4 of these players are going directly to the championship.
Oh boy, there's got to be weighing on their minds, but right here and now here in a lobby for, we're really hoping to see our players, separate out or move further forward. I mean, as I said, it's been incredible performances so far. So going into this one, for our players who, I'm already asking about the lower players, for our players who are in the higher positions right now, what kind of comps, what kind of approaches do you want to see them take?
I mean, you gotta do what you've been doing all throughout the tournament so far, right? Because it's been working clearly. You do not want to change a winning approach. You gotta change your winning team in TFT. You can't just play the exact same 8 or 9 units all throughout each game, right? That's a little bit too hard, but you gotta keep those approaches in the correct mind because you've been making the right decisions. This is a patch specifically that is built around making those correct decisions, Peter.
Yeah, we'll be seeing, of course, those decisions really coming to bear in a minute once our first augments come in. I've got disagreement from Barry Baden, our analyst for today, saying you absolutely can play the same 8 units. We'll see.
I mean, Barry Baden never made championship, right? So.
Oh, wow. So I'm sorry, Barry. Barry, we love you. We doesn't know what he's saying right now. He's too filled with grief. I don't even know what. But shade being thrown out here on the desk. We've got a decent start here for Swellertiger, of course, on 33 points, one of our lower points in the lobby. I mean, we are starting to, as we get towards the end of the day for our players who are on the lower points, they start to move out of realistic contention for that top 8, and it's more about, what can you walk away from the tournament with? Can you say, I was close to the top 8, I was in, the top 16? That's still something worth mentioning, something respectable.
I mean, everybody has their own personal goals for events like this, right? Because there are the players who think about the likes of Doppel Canvas, these players that are at the pinnacle of their game, Peter, and we're going to have the pinnacle of the Augments. We're going to start with those prismatics here, and that is always going to be a bit of a spanner in the works for some people like the more stable, stellar game plan. But the players that are willing to take those risks, there is a lot to be gained by having those prismatic openers.
I think Swellertiger was really hoping to maybe find an Infinity crown to really get his board started off in the same way. But, as we see the rerolls come in, and imagine we're going to be seeing a whole lot of rerolls happening. Once you've had that reroll in, you're now stuck with whatever you're getting. Band of Thieves here, at least the most open of the options.
Band of Thieves 2, when you don't have upgraded units, is such a low tempo option. And the Oxforce Emblem, or Oxforce Crown even, at least gives you the option, gives you clear direction, and also it signals to the lobby what you are going to be doing in this game.
That's true. Of course, much like we talked about the gadget teams from before, picking up to the Oxforce 4 will be a significant upgrade in backline defenses. We can see, though, that more than one person has had the same idea.
And that is not very surprising, I'd say, Peter, right? Oxforce Slingers has kind of been the greatest composition on this patch, much to Barry Baden's bonus. I'd say he's been actually helping me out a lot with learning how that line really tends to go. It's a very different line. For example, because a lot of people be like, why are we not playing Janna on this board, for example, right? When you're in a lobby where there are going to be a lot of Aurelian Souls, for example, Janna not that high in value.
So we have an update on the augments coming in. So looking across our little list we've got on our chat, you can see that there's a few people who have locked them in. We already mentioned the 2 Oxforce, you just saw them then. The Heart Crown already in place as well, and Havali with Ancient Archives too. I think we talked about this on the desk, you had some pretty strong thoughts about the augment. Hopefully it will work out for Havali.
I still think it's a good option. You just gotta at least remember to tailor your tome before you kind of pop them, or you just gotta take what you're getting. But Defender plus Star Guardian has a lot of overlap, right? Because you can play something like Rel, you can play any other Star Guardian unit. Again, we can kind of see potentially Havali going into something like a Kaiser composition, put that Star Guardian emblem onto Misfortune. Sure, it's not the menace like it was in 13.7, 13.8, but it is still a solid composition that has an incredibly high cap.
Yeah, well, I mean, Havali's certainly got a very, very good start, and some decent itemization options as well going forward. On the other side, of course, we have got ourselves a cybernetic uplink that's Salvi up there right now, so we know he'll be churning out a lot of mana, particularly on his primary carries.
Peter, we kind of forgot during the first carousel, but I would like a consonant right now.
Oh gosh, let's wait for the next carousel.
No, wait, I need
you need it now?
Yeah, I need more points, Peter.
All right, I'll give you a K.
Okay, write that down somewhere. I don't have a pen on me.
You haven't got a pen?
No, I have not got a pen.
Oh, jeez. Could be your secretary now. How awful. Fortunately, I am literate, so we'll make sure that it happens. Havali Nick, again, with a very good board from before. I do want to check out in a second, or at least long-term, Marks in particular. I know you're a big fan of a level-up augment. Gives you a massive ceiling in the game.
It definitely does, and it also means you can kind of take different approaches with it. You can go for the very aggressive leveling, and you can also go for the much heavier going to fast 8 instead.
And we do actually see Marks. Oh, that worked out very well there with the level up so far. Going to be saving a little bit of money. So when you get level up, Peter, are you a saver or a spender?
it really depends on your spot. But I like getting very early level 7 or very early level 8 and then having that kind of bonus effect of just spiking before the entirety of the lobby. But that's kind of what you need to do, because if you're able to spike before the rest of the lobby, you can then build up your economy and go into the next level, Peter. But we have our very own wheel here going on the carousel, so I would very much like another consonant.
Let's go for G.
Okay, K and G.
Okay.
You wouldn't know what that is, Peter, because you're British.
Well, I mean, do I have to give you an I as well?
Maybe not. We'll see. But on the castle right now, there are still bows and swords on offer as well as a bell. So a lot of very different options here.
Ooh.
One ASA we know very much an AD player, so probably not the worst options here. Has been streaking so far. Only player still on a 100 streak. Mark's kind of chilling down there with the 80. Wants to build up that massive economy for the level up turnaround.
So with everybody now having the golden champion duplicate, which of course lets you duplicate any champion, including 5 costs, how does this affect the game going forward, bearing in mind we've also had a high power prismatic augment from the beginning?
I think if you're a player that is trying to play for like a lower cap in general, or just like doesn't have like that big of a high roll spot, for example, you would much rather have those lesser champion duplicates, which you feel much less restricted using them. That's nothing you gotta keep in mind, because these full-on duplicators, you're going to use them on your 4 cost, on your 5 cost, so 4-1 becomes super explosive, and if you're playing something that like a 3 cost reroll, that is not necessarily something you would like to see.
Well, we'll check in with Ayasa here on 33 points. Has a very good start so far. Electro Charge in play means raw power from the beginning. Certainly seems to make sense with the laser core looking to hang around on the board for long. We'll keep that streak going, the only player to do so.
Yes, and that's going to be a massive thing so far here. Haiden also had a solid opener so far, and has kind of been one of the backbones of his play from what I've been able to gather all throughout. These most recent days have had some super solid performances, right? The singular Swedish representative.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about before, it can be a lonely time to be the only representative of a country. I mean, we've seen a lot of people in that kind of position really reach out to other more established communities to try and take advantage of the kind of networks and communities that have there. I'm sure that's the case here as well.
Yeah, so again, this board is like kind of what we expect from ISA, right? Like we're seeing a laser core opening, strong, flexible items, and go both the AD and the AP route as well, Peter.
Yeah, I certainly do like the Edge of Night in particular, and of course we know and love ourselves a static shift for potential move onto Morgana later on. Zulanash, though, on the other side, does have the Morgana already, and of course the Oxforce emblem from before, so already has a pretty decent board. ISA might be in a little bit of trouble here. This could bring the streak to an end.
I think that with the drones here, he should be more than fine, depending on that stun coming through from the Morgana. You're right, Peter, and that's going to be big as you're talking about, because that are going to be no players on win streaks. However, TFT Mox has protected this loss streak, but he's down to just 64 HP, Peter. He does have the massive turnaround potential with that level up, but even then, he has to be really clean at doing that.
I mean, certainly Marks definitely feels like he's playing for the long term here. And we've got some very heavy AD items. We know a lot of our players love to play into these AD lines later on. I mean, you know, from what we know, we've got different ways. We've got Belveth, we've got Jin and the like. What's your kind of favorite AD at the moment?
I very much like the thought of the Renegade composition, right? Because you have so many different lines to go for. But I don't like Jin as much as a champion compared to something like the Belveth. Right? Belveth, much more flexible, much more movable around the board, you have more options in terms of trying to target where you want the Belveth to go compared to the Jin.
Yeah, especially if you can get those scope weapons to keep her completely out of trouble. Marks, of course, at this point looking to try and minimize those losses while building up the bank account. Has reached 50 gold, above 50 gold, in fact. So could, here in Stage 3, start looking towards spending that gold to go up levels. Yeah,
and I like the fact they're still holding on to this interest for now, because we could be reaching a different, like something else coming through from these augments here. Like, I don't think we're going to be expecting to see him pick up the Rich Get Richer, for example, but it's still an option that he can have. He wants to go for that massive roll down. Keep in mind, he's already down one combat augment in a prismatic lobby, so probably wants to keep a focus on having those combat augments going forward.
We'll be going up against Haiden here. We'll assume, though it does seem like Marks has had a relatively even board strength. Haiden with a very good sure shot start here. As you pointed out, the Samira in the corner already partially itemized. Means that Haiden is looking pretty good, though only 4th on the table right now. With the loss of the loss streaks before, we've got a much more compact table with the exception of Marks than we were used to in previous games.
Yeah, to be fair, Havali is still within reach for Marks. 1 or 2 fights different, so nothing too alarming just yet, Peter. We're going to go into a 2-2-3 here, so we're looking for those support augments because a lot of these players are not really looking for these carry lines so far here. Winds of the Wanderer, not something you want to see if you're Marks or you're on level up, so it doesn't necessarily have this synergy. It's just going to be going for that.
Boxing lessons, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about some boxing lessons, Peter?
I don't know.
I mean, Mason and Matt gotta get ready for that fight for Specialopolis somehow, right? If you do see Marks rolling down on level 7 on free 2. This is one of the ways you can do if you have just a lot of HP in the early game when you are on level up. As long as you still stay around that 20 gold mark here, as he kind of is, then you are going to be fine starting to rebuild that economy.
Yeah, and exactly as predicted, Marks will be spending out to get to levels. The threats are already in place. We've of course only got one more augment coming in, so we could still see a scoped weapons board. But as we saw in our previous game, the Belveth doesn't absolutely 100% need it to function. It's just very, very useful.
And honestly, we should be a little bit more excited about the fact that there's a brilliant Soul 2 without him having to utilize that champion duplicator, obviously, Peter, right? But that's just how it is, and you can kind of see the power level of these earlier roll downs. And if you found another copy of the Belveth, this board would have been insanely strong.
Yeah, I mean, for right now, the un-itemized Aurelian Soul staying alive to the end of the round is certainly enough of a difference maker. But, I mean, for Marks going forward, even if it's cheaper to go up levels, you are going to need gold to make that happen. And I don't know how reliable the win streak's going to be. No,
that is the big question here. Giosko, he is going to be a power grid enjoyer, so I will be likely to support him. Obviously, when I walk the walk, I got to talk the talk as well when it comes to power grid. He is still lacking another, like either JG or an Archangel, just an additional route of scaling for this Sona here. He's also already on 6 copies, Peter. 2 more is needed, right? Keep in mind, the duplicate can be used on any unit in the game, so potentially massive power spike. There is one issue, though. A lot of your frontline will end up overlapping with the Oxforce if you are going to go down that route. You can see right now he has the Alistar in play. We'll be looking for the Viego further down the road.
It certainly makes me worry given that we saw Heart 6 going 8th in the previous lobby, but this setup does seem to be pretty darn good. ISA did decide to put in just a little bit more laser core going forward, so maybe we'll be seeing them taking that Edge of Night onto a Warwick later on. For now, though, the Sona's doing a pretty good job. We'll turn around this loss streak into a win streak for Giosko, but there's still not very much money in the bank.
Not a lot of money in the bank, but if he finds that early copy of Sona, Peter, and we are on the carousel, so I would very much like a vowel.
Oh gosh. X.
In what world is X a vowel, Peter?
Oh, sorry, a vowel. I was concentrating on the game. I can't come up with this. E. There you go.
Marks skipping the potential Belveth 2 here to pick up a sword instead. Needs some better items here. Wants to complete that Edge of Night for the Belveth.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't have the ability to keep out of a fight with the scope weapons, then having the extra safety valve when most of your damage is coming from a single unit is going to be absolutely vital. Taking the temperature of the lobby overall, though, we can see that Org and Haiden up the top, both win streaky. We didn't see this in our first part of the game in Stage 2. Now in Stage 3, the pressure is starting to build.
I gotta interrupt you here for a second. We have another 2-star forecast coming through. And Haiden mainly doing this off the back of picking one up from the carousel. That's gonna be kept in mind, but that is gonna be a 2-star Samira coming through, as well as that 2-star Severe. So he has a lot of power, has a strong front line, pushing to 7 here, does compromise his economy. If he's going to hit someone that is super strong right now, that is going to be a massive hit for him.
I think it's a pretty good news to run into Giosko, who's not quite online as yet. We noted that both these players economically not quite where they would like to be. For Haiden, absolutely keeping this win streak in place is extremely important to have any kind of economy at all. You'd imagine this has got to be the way of the sure shots, though the Oxforce, with the ace now changed to only execute once you get through that shield, is not actually good enough. Now Haiden is out of cash and out of streak.
Yeah, and that the issue here for him, right, is that he does have that Samira 2 already, so that's not what he's going to be rolling for. But going to level 8 here is going to be a lot more difficult for him because he doesn't have those extra 10 gold he would be generating on interest over the course of 3-5, 3-6, and a Wolves round.
No, and I mean, the front line is looking pretty decent for the sure shots, but we don't necessarily have everything 2-star we'd like to. The Echo's still looking a little fragile on the Shen and Vi as well. As we check in with Salvi, we do see some good news. We've seen this Ezra reroll composition do very, very well again and again and again.
This is Salvi's wheelhouse. These quick draw lines have been his name and go-to composition all throughout. this entire set, including Monster's Attack, just the base set before it glitched out here. But also, Peter, Marks has found that 2-star Belveth. So double 2-star threats online during stage 3. That's a massive hit here for Marks.
I mean, at least Salvi's going to be able to get the underground ticking through and has got a loss streak in place, so at least has some amount of future promise. But yeah, very, very good news for Marks to have that board fully online as we head into Wolves. Or
it's not bad, actually.
And he has a 3 catch-out he's taken.
Yeah, and I think that just when you get 3 complete items that are all usable for your board set, you just got to take them. Sure, we saw Salvi yesterday go really deep, go 1 cash out further than this, but right now those 3 options are honestly a lot better than what you're going to be able to make with that next cash out. So really like that. In general here, look, keep in mind, we have Orc win streaking, 8 win streak, 50 gold. Peter, he is just absolutely living life right now, has not lost a fight since stage 1, or stage 2 even.
We noted, of course, Orc coming in from day 1 with very strong performance, not of having the day 2 so far he needed. This could be the game that turns around his fortunes.
And I like this from Salvi as well. Has that prismatic cybernetic uplink, meaning the blue buff is less of a necessity. So can just put all those items on instead here, and needing just 2 more copies of this Ezreal. I think that 4-1 here is going to be a very important point for him, but he might believe he's still strong enough without having to roll down.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't have not that close to hitting the Vi 3 as of yet either, but I mean, Salvi's in a decent spot. The economy is good, the loss streak is good as well. On the other side, we do check in one ASA who has found a very early Mordekaiser to help push their board even stronger.
Yeah, and his board looking mighty fine right now, but still does not have that Warwick 2. Look at the items here being carried by the Ashe in the back line. That Chef she was talking about earlier on is going to be going on to the Morgana. The remaining options are going to be going on to the Warwick.
As of that round, Org will take the first loss for a while, allowing Haiden into first place, but we've still got 2 players up the top, Org and Haiden, who've got a big separation. Now, last Org comes in, and it's looking like a pretty decent one.
Yeah, and Salvi out of rerolls. You really want to guarantee you're getting a good option when you just prismatic open it. You do not want to settle for a suboptimal choice here. So Ancient Archives, we saw kind of lead into some interesting situations for Kevin Parker in the opening game of the day. I don't think it's going to be the option here. I think both Implants and Stand United has some value, but honestly, it's not great here for the, well, I would say reigning LCQ participant. That doesn't sound as well as saying the person that made it to the finals of the last Rising Legends finals.
Yeah, I would say also a Golden Spatula champion as well. That's just nothing to sniff at.
Just like one of the most renowned players in TFT history, Peter. Like, why am I just because I'm out of superlatives for him. I gotta find new ones, Peter.
So this is what you've been doing the Wheel of Fortune for, to try and find those extra words. I now understand. So looking across the rest of our lobby, Marks and Giosko, along with Salvi, those 3 down the 40s and below. Everyone else around the 50 or 60 mark. Haiden and Org up towards the top. Salvi, we're checking in with them again. That Stand United, not a massive power boost because there just aren't that many traits online.
Yeah, and we can see here he does have that Ezreal freeze you're talking about, but oh, it's ever so close. But this is a very big win for Haiden, who has been rebuilding that economy, so every single win for Haiden is super important.
I mean, Salvi coming into this one with 38 points is certainly a lot safer than many of the participants in this lobby who are around 30, 32 or so. Of course, you know, if you're trying to battle specifically for that top 8, you want to make sure you get a really strong performance here, even if you're one of the highest scoring players. But there's so many other players who will be jumping in the way, trying to make sure that they get the strong finishes as well.
Yeah, and our only win-streaking player right now, as we see ISA picking out the Belveth 2, is going to be his EU Nordic and East counterpart, Sulinok here. For Oxforce, free Riftwalker online, Peter, but 2-star Viego. A Leona found on 7 as well as a 2-star Jhin. This board is massive already.
We'll see how it does against Havali. You can see he's feeling pretty good about his chances. Havali with the back line, Kaiser fully itemized. Not something we're necessarily expecting to see in this lobby, but of course Havali with the prismatic double tome, getting some very, very good drops early on. But even under these ideal circumstances, Havali still can't stand up to the Oxforce board.
No, I mean, this board is also not the baseline for a Stage 4 board, to be completely honest, right, Peter? Sure, it's still level 7, but up 2 upgraded forecast and a Leona with an Oxforce emblem. That is pretty hard for pretty much everyone in this lobby right now to chew through.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely brutal. So, though, you know, we've only got the 1 streak left in place now as Marks drops down even further, and I do have to wonder when we're going to be seeing Marks really hitting his stride in this lobby, if he ever does.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bad situation for my dark horse pick, right? Like, Marks was my dark horse going into this finals. I think he actually might have been my dark horse pick for set 6 finals as well. Citation needed for that one.
Well, what do you see in Marks that maybe we're not seeing in this game?
Extremely high ceiling as a player. He's still relatively new to the entire scene, right? He was not really anything in terms of competitive TFT before the dark scene kind of came up, like with the Summers In leagues kind of became a thing, right? So and that gave him a lot of motivation to really grow himself into a much better TFT player, and he really has managed to do that. Has been taking on some of the top spots on the ladder for a long time now, and back-to-back qualifications to the Rising Legends finals shows the player that has an incredible skill ceiling.
Well, as we can now see what's going on with Marks' board, we've got the Laser Core and 6 Brawlers in place at level 8. We've also got the Thrill of the Hunt to allow for this board to last longer. But as you pointed out before, the Prismatic level up is not giving direct combat power on the board. I worry if Marks can turn this one around because there's very little room again to work with.
This is a good matchup for Kiosko, who's going to be Marks' opponent here. In a good matchup in the sense that as long as the Warwick is like CC to high kingdoms here, he is just going to be an easy target. But Marks will actually be able to have this Warwick out sustain a lot of damage for a while if it's strong enough, but that's not going to be the case here. So massive hit coming through. Marks down to 3 HP, but Kiosko just spiked Peter. There are a lot of other players in the lobby that he might have a chance against.
The only problem is that the next player up, Salvi, is on 26 HP, so he's going to need to have a couple of bad rounds to make even getting into top 7 a realistic possibility for Marks.
Yeah, and that's the thing here. He has 29 gold, but nothing to really roll for. You're rolling for Riven 2, you're rolling for Yasuo 2, as well as these things. But these upgrades are not really worthwhile, to be completely honest, right? Sure, it'd be nice to have a full 2-star board, but they're not going to be fight-swinging upgrades.
No, and it's always a painful thing when you're playing level up and you just don't have enough gold to go beyond the level 8 to the level 9. You would ideally like to, or a late game level 10 if you're feeling particularly spicy. Up against Org, of course, who's looking to recover that day 1 performance, an extremely motivated player. See, the current setup here is really interesting. It's not as focused on the up force as we're expecting.
Not as focused. It's going to be just a regular Kai'Sa board to a certain extent, just a vertical Star Guardian Kai'Sa. So we have 2 players contesting Kai'Sa in this lobby, Peter. We're on the wrong patch for all of a sudden. It seems like as Marks is going to be in the wrong position, it's going to be going out in 8th place. So that's going to be a massive boon for someone like Cavalli, who's kind of struggling to stabilize in his current position.
Yeah, I mean, amazing news for everybody else. They don't have to worry about Marks turning the corner and suddenly becoming unstoppable, as of course we've seen a couple of times in a day 1 in particular, once you can just survive long enough. Havali Nick is next on the chopping block, but does have a lot of money in the bank. Even at level 7, has the chance to turn his fortunes.
He has 2 options here, Peter. Either going level 8, having a better chance to find a 2-star Misfortune, get that Garen into play as well as a 2-star. Get that 6-star Guardian as well, could be an option. Or you can just roll it all down. He's sat at 5 Kai'Sa, so he has the option there, but keep in mind that our good friend at the top of the leaderboard, Orc, might be able to just rip that apart as well. So he's just going to be going straight to level 8, trying to find something here.
Zolanash, on the 7-win streak at the top, seems to be primed to overtake Org up there. So the pace of the lobby is not going to be slackening even a little bit. The Renegade 5 in place. Mentioned we've got the multiple carries online already. This board is nightmarish, and we're getting even more items coming onto Leona to make it harder to shift on the front line.
Yeah, but this board is like just strong. This is like just one of the higher cap versions of this board, right? Because 5 Renegade, you get a lot more damage as you go into the fight. You get a strong carry or like tank the leader in Leona, buying a lot of time for the likes of Viego and Jin to just dish out all this damage and clean up every single fight.
We can see the center ball from before, hitting multiple targets but not doing enough damage, and that Bloodthirster doing tremendous work keeping that Leona alive to the end of the round despite being right at the front of the formation.
Also keep in mind, that was a ghost board of Giosko, right? So that's not a fully 100% accurate description of how that is going to go further down the road, but that doesn't mean that the board isn't strong, because it's absolutely ridiculous.
So we check in with Salvi here on 26, Havalinik on 23. We're starting to see the gap between the bottom players remaining start to tighten up a little bit. We've still got a top 3 who are relatively okay. Even Giosko on 36 to ISA 32. Salvi and Havalinik are no longer as far away as they once were.
No. Also here, Salvi had the option to sell off this Rammus and play this Shen upgrade in the shop, but clearly not a priority. Also no real synergy in place for that to be fully the case here, but this Ezreal needs to start dishing out more damage. We've been talking about this board from Swellertiger and how crazy it is. And Salvi, this might be one of the rougher losses here. The damage from this Ezreal is not enough to push for the Ox4 shields. And therefore, going down to 14 HP, but Havali going even lower.
It does seem like we're in line for our top 5 in just a second, because of course, that's the nightmare scenario when you're Salvia or Havali. Seeing just further up the table, Giosko, it started on the streak as well.
2-star Mordekaiser for
my
IASA,
gosh.
Peter. This lobby is starting to blow the roof off here. Keep in mind, Giosko win streaking with that power grid Sona vertical hot. You know it, you love it. And Swellertiger, we're talking about this. We've seen this board time and time again already on the screen so far. That 5 Renegade Riftwalker setup.
There's so many different threats to deal with. Salvi trying to hold on. Could go down in this round. Giosko on that win streak, as we mentioned before. The Sona will have a lot of targets to deal with, and she's not very close to the main carries of Salvi. Firing out at the back. Of course, the Ezreal will be building up his power during the round, thanks to that rising spell force. So the longer the round goes, it should be getting better for him, but of course we've got Hearts building on the other side as well. Sona does go down though. The carries remain standing at the end of the fight.
Yeah, the front line is here really not strong enough to buy time for Giosko, Peter, but I would also like another vowel. I think I have K, G, and what was the other first vowel?
Oh, I can't even remember at this point. You can have an E.
All right.
I completely lost track of what's going on. You'll have to keep track of it yourself.
I can write Kek with that. I guess we can use that. No Gragas in this set, but maybe that's just a set 9 spoiler, Peter. Maybe that's been the end game for us here.
Oh my gosh. The secrets revealed live here at the Rising Legends Amir Files. Don't tell anybody.
Don't even tell Mordek. I don't think he knows Gragas in set 9.
I mean, sometimes you just get told when you're a lead designer or something. You just get told, oh, by the way, this has come down from corporate. We need Gragas right now. Onto the carousel though. Havali Nick on 1 HP coming out of that one. Is fighting from the back, and wait a second, did he just hit onto Kaiser too?
He was repurposing some items because he found the 2-star Misfortune to get more power and try to stabilize this board. An exercise that has clearly failed so far, Peter, right? Even with the 6-star Guardian Cybernetic uplink combination going on here for this Misfortune, has not been able to dish out enough damage.
Well, as we mentioned before, this is a contested composition, a composition we would not expect to be contested at all. And in such a high-stakes situation, that's such a heartbreaker. In fact, here comes the devil themselves. In fact, no, Orc was on the Kaiser, but it switched across the Oxlingers.
Yeah, keep in mind, he picked up Salvage Bin Plus as his final Augment, Peter, allowing this transition to come through whenever he found the correct spot for it. Fantastic game read here coming through from Orc. And this is what we've been expecting from him, right? Experienced player coming in, finally getting a real shot after not being at the other Rising Legends finals. And he's taking it hook, line, and sinker. Never mind, maybe. Oh, low, Sona, bow slam, bow dip,
for want of a bow, the kingdom was lost. Havali Nick goes out in 7th place with a -7 HP. And we talked about this in day 1, of course, when you're contested and the other person gets out of the comp before he says, you know what, you just keep it. I've got a better place to go and higher placements to grab.
Yeah, he's looking for a higher ground, but Salvi now, again, getting this game into a 6th, honestly, is pretty good. I think it's safe to say, right? The spot, not horrible, not fantastic. If you can somehow manage to get in even an extra placement, that could be valuable points to be picking up here in the 3rd round of today, right, Peter? Keep in mind, 3 more games until we have to make our cut for our final lobby.
Yeah, and every point is going to count as Salvi very carefully maneuvers the Ezra around. Wants to try and land those big Rising Spellforce shots onto as many prime targets, but Belveth gets right onto him and deletes him as well. It's now going to be down to the Misfortune of the Kaiser in the corner. Big single target damage, but these are not the primary carries, and Salvi will drop in 7th. No, 6th, my apologies.
Maybe you dropped, I don't know, can you drop in like 7th? Is there like something you can do? Like, I'm trying to figure out, this is a bad bit. Let's just move on to a better bit.
Let's move on. We never said anything that was wrong. Salvi, I mean, to be fair, Salvi, I think, is pretty thanking his lucky stars. He didn't go out in 7th overall. That was a very tight finish towards the end. It was always going to be a very tough climb, but looking at the rest of the HP in the lobby, we're seeing a lot of players with similar numbers.
I'm a little bit disappointed, Peter. Only 1 hat on this Mordekaiser. We all know Mordekaiser needs minimum 2 hats, right? That's true. That has been the picture we've seen so far this weekend, right? So maybe another hat being dropped here from this Morgana. It's just going to be a regular completed item JG is also
it's
pretty
fine.
good. Edge of Night as well. Also getting that aggro drop onto the Mordekaiser could be massive, but JG, get those crits going. It's going to be an absolute scene here. And also keep in mind, this board is so busy because the Spirit of the Exiles combined with that phony frontline, Peter, is one massive positioning puzzle.
Yeah, that seems like a very bold choice to take there to bring out the extra units onto the board, but still somehow making it work. Going to be seeing a little bit of a sell-up here as we've got a reconstitution of the items. Fiddlesticks enters the field. It looks like ISA is trying to cap out this board just a little bit stronger. Just about gets everyone into position before the round starts.
And also we see here now Giosko. It's so important that this Sona is untouched for as long as possible. With that 6 heart, she's going to be scaling infinitely all throughout these fights here. No Syndra on the picture just so far, but has that Gassine, has that Nunu running around with those free items. If the Sona can keep that locked up, then she's going to be able to just completely help out. But no. Don't go bot for Giosko. Now I'm going to look like I'm such an idiot. At least Enzo did go top 1 with Power Grid. But again, even then, for Giosko, you're getting a 5th. This spot was fine. It wasn't the best spot at all possible for it. But Orc here, down on the brink of elimination. Peter has those Oxlingers online, but still lacking that final item for the Nico.
We're doing a little bit of change up towards the end, so it's windy weather, which will be a significant amount of extra power for the backline carries, including Nico, who isn't fully online as of yet, keeping the Twisted Fate away on the other side, splitting the difference. The front line is good. We've got actually relatively tanky Viego up in the front line along with Echo.
Also, a fun thing here, some players might argue that we have 4 EU Nordic and East players in this lobby because when Haiden qualified for the Fates regional championship, he did qualify through the EU Nordic and East ladder. So a little fun fact here for the people out there.
Well, in this round, there may be very little fun happening for our players. We've got 2 of them up in the chopping block, Org and ISA. I mean, we've got one ISA behind pretty far on HP, so the loss difference will matter, but maybe not. We see Belveth again, as we saw on day 1, along with the Samira, handing out the pain. All goes down to 4th. ISA does die, but only into 3rd.
So we are going to be looking into the 1 versus 1 here. Sulinak with a massive performance. Something he has been lacking all throughout the weekend. Has started day 2 a little bit better than day number 1. But here we have it, the head-to-head these boards. Both of these boards are AD, but then look at the cap on the board on the right side, Peter. You have so many Renegades. You have the dual Lotus on top of everything as well, meaning you don't need IE on Jhin. Look at these items. So much damage there.
Yeah, and we've got the level 9 for Zornash as well. Yeah, and there's no money on the other side of the board for Haiden at all to ever even think about going there. So it's all going to be about the Belveth and the Samira put on the same side of the board as each other, which is the opposite side of the board from our friend Jhin.
And also keep in mind, Peter, both of these players are chasing 3-star forecast.
Oh, wow.
Sulinak 1 copy of Jhin away. Haiden still needs 3 copies of Belveth, but with the amount of HP they both have left here, like, we are guaranteed free fights going to 7-1 here, potentially. So the options are there. Every single forecast on this carousel. Any Jhins? There is a Jhin that is going towards Haiden. He needs to pick this up.
I mean, I think he's going to soak it in for a second before getting the big smile to say, well, even if you did have the other chance, you're not going to get it this time round. Zornash will be able to pick up a Titans. But longer term, I mean, as we mentioned, Haiden does not have the money in the bank to really play Denial for too long.
I mean, it's whatever floats is both the best way here, because Belveth 2 is still pretty good. I think the power spike for Jhin 2 to Jhin 3 is massive. And also a little fun byproduct of the change to how items pop off of carousels. It's actually that now Haiden doesn't have to have be -1 item to hold the unit. You had to be doing that in the past. So little fun. I don't think that was the priority with that type of change, but really there's a nice little change as well.
All right, well, we've had the still no Jhin free coming in, so Haiden can keep going for the time being. That dual gauntlet from before going onto Sivir in the corner shouldn't be a major damage dealer. We pretty much got the same fight as last time round, which of course did go in Hayden's favor, so why would you need to change anything?
And it looks like that's going to be very much the same case here. Haiden just fine with that Belveth 2, but Sulinak really needing that Jhin free to even have a chance of blowing up this board of Hayden's.
I mean, yeah, we've got the buys coming in. We see that the picks aren't quite what you need, so we've got a chance to potentially get a 2-star Janna in the mix, but for now the loss streak isn't building up enough to be a major source of cash to try and swing this matchup the other way.
This is super intense, Peter. There are so many things here. Gotta get that Shroud out of the way. Gotta avoid that Leona. If that Leona somehow manages to end up on the Belveth, this could be game over because that's most of Hayden's damage gone.
Let's see if they've got enough in the bank. Haiden on 47 points coming to this one. Definitely the player looking to try to stamp as much damage down as possible. Still, no extra Jhin coming through. I mean, you can see that, even with Viego a little tanky on this patch than he previously used to be, he still doesn't stand up in the face of all this firepower.
And as I said, guaranteed at least 3 more fights. This should be an easy cleanup for the Samira as well as that Aatrox in the front line. Haiden making great use of that Brawler and be picked up as his final augment here. But Leona 2, Peter, that could be a big change here.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Leona is now so much harder to kill, does so much more damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the Titans and the Bloodthirster and the Oxforce as well. She's an absolute unit, and she's going to be getting stronger and stronger as the round goes on as well. She was one of the ones who held on for longer. If she can stay intact, of course, she's effectively indirectly buffing the Jin's damage just by making sure he doesn't get aggro for just a few moments longer.
Oh, Peter, we could get some real red items here as well, right? We're looking at another Shroud, Zephyrs all around. There are so many different options on the table that the players gotta keep in mind. So they gotta wait. They can roll first, then pop. So there's no way. I am just gonna pop here, but Haiden now picking up another copy of Belveth 2 off.
Yeah, we can see there's a couple of Jins being held by Haiden.
Okay. We are 1 off now, but again, he has a lot of HP to work with. He has 2 losses in him at minimum, so can just sit and wait and lock the shop.
Oh my gosh. I'm waiting to see maybe if the Jins were going to get sold there, but Zolnash is going to be denied again and again and again. The difference maker in this round will be Leona. I really wonder if this might actually be enough to end the game.
Shroud not super impactful here. It's going to delay the Echo Cast, which could be very. Look at the passing to Leona. It's going to go on to this Aatrox. It could be Hayden's entire frontline gone in a second.
That Leona stays alive for a few seconds longer, maybe enough of a difference. The Jhin gets the free fire, and it does turn it. Hayden's got the HP to survive, but finally the solution has been found. Zolnash has a few more moments as they find the Janna too. That's even better than before. Maybe, just maybe, the Jhin 3 isn't even necessary.
It's a big risk for Haiden here, but he is going to try to sell off his board here, try to see if he can find anything here, even a second Belveth. There it is, Peter, we have the Belveth free.
Oh my gosh, content has arrived. As it comes in, there's no money left in the bank for Zolnash. What a way it will be to lose.
It is still just the 7 units here. If the Belveth ends up dancing its way into the scopes of this Leona, that could be a way Haiden loses this fight.
The Void has arrived here on the Convergence. Keep your eyes glued to that Belveth. She's going to hit like an absolute truck. Everything that walks into her claws dies instantly. She's left on her own, but she's been pushed away.
Oh no,
3-star! Not enough! It is not! Haiden is gone! Hits the 3-star, but it doesn't matter!
That final unit he was lacking on the board ended up being the deciding factor because he just needed 1 extra unit to take the aggro off that Jhin, but you gotta respect that he had to go for that because he was losing those fights after the Leona 2 was hit. So I don't think that was anything you can blame Haiden for there, but I think that Haiden might be a little bit upset about that.
I'd say a little bit would be an understatement. We got to see the camera there. You can see the clock ticking in the head saying, this is the most rarefied form of TFT, to be one-on-one with the opponent at the end of the game, knowing the smallest decision could swing the round one way or the other. Oh my gosh, a worthy way to end Game 3.
And also, massive props to Sulinak here as well. Gotta keep that in mind. Great play coming through from him here. A player that a lot of players from the EU Nordic and East region has a lot of hope in as well. Keep in mind, he's part of that BG Industries practice group, a massive practice group that has a lot of support you can be able to see in the chat here as well.
Of course, for Haiden, already coming into that lobby with an enormous amount of points. It's really at this point, just playing to make sure that nothing dramatic happens either way. Honestly, I give him a lot of credit for being willing to play that spicy in that game when potentially, shooting for a top 1 or top 2 has much higher risk than just playing a safe composition.
Yeah, and with that in mind, we are going to take a break because we need a bit of a cooler, Peter, but we are going to be throwing to a break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
on the outside, through a window looking in. Never the right time, so the chance goes by again. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life can be perfect anyway. Chase the wind again, knowing just what they'll say. Don't care anymore, can't stay still anyway. Lines begin to show, we feel broken. To move on, we have to drop the pieces we're holding. And no one is perfect. You don't need to be strong every single day. No one really knows along the way that the best things in life will be perfect anyway.
I don't know where to start after that game, so I'm just going to start with what's at the top of my mind, which is I feel a little bit like a children's doll. I've been taped up. I've been sewed together. This is sewed on now. Apparently, I move too much for our stylist's liking. These shoes are assaulting my heels, so there's tape on the back of my heels so I stop bleeding.
Only 3 hours left, Nibiria. You'll be fine.
It's been a day for me, so I cannot imagine how much of a damn day it's been for Haiden after that game. 3-star Belveth finally finds it, holds all the gins, does everything right, loses the game.
I think Hayden's comp especially, I think, was fantastic. The mana tempering, you might think, I'm going to go vertical infinite team, and that's that. You know, that's what the stat sites say that's what I should do. But instead, he's playing a augment that gives you AD. He just plays all the AD carries. Samira, Belveth, Warwick as well for a while with the Brawler emblem on the Aatrox. Unfortunately, ending but still, Hayden got a second. He's above 50 points right now in the standings. You can't be too sad, I think.
No, and he did an absolutely fantastic job coming into that game, of course. Already was one of the top people in the standings, so going to hit that 5 mark. And, you know, the estimate for what's going to qualify is somewhere in the low 60s at the moment. We can only approximate at this point. We're too early in the tournament to say otherwise, but that is a massive, massive lead that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think there was a lot going on in that game altogether. Starting us off once again, I just drew a little, that stonk sign right next to Prismatics with like 3 exclamation marks, because once again, we've been thrown in for a turnover right from the get-go. Everything has been on tempo. Everything has been on strong early power. And that is always such a hard thing to deal with in competitive situations. I love seeing it. I'm going to be honest. Maybe that's a little bit of a sadist to me. I love when that happens, but isn't the nicest situations for the players, and some of them were on the losing end of that.
Yeah, speaking of, my notes also had a few accoutrements, and one of them was I was writing down Kiosko's comp, and I was just like, okay, Heart Crown, that's really cool. He's going for a Spell Slinger angle. Then I put Power Chord, the little arrow, gross. And it was, for the longest time, that Power Chord Sona with the triple stuns, with the triple damage, triple healing, was doing such a good job, just wasn't able to keep up with the pace of the rest of this lobby. And you can see why, looking at these boards, such incredibly strong compositions.
I really do want to highlight Og as well. He's my dark horse, so a little bit biased here. Not Spanish, but he is, I think, a very good player. Deserves
David's
the spotlight.
biased.
Kiosko's next to him, though, so they're both together there.
Okay.
But for Og, played Spellslinger from the very beginning with the Og's Force Crown. A lot of players playing off of that Burning Spirit, contesting Spellslingers. I loved how he played his mid-game. He's able to identify, hey, Kai'Sa is still okay. She has the same BIS as Twisted Fate. He played a Star Guardian mid-game all the way throughout, was leading the HP for all of that mid-game because of this decision. Instead of tunneling on just Spellslingers like I would do and just end up 8th, he decides to play Star Guardians for all the mid-game and then pivots later on to TF. And I think that's what saved him and got him that 4th place. So just really love to see that adaptability from our players.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something that I kind of want to highlight that now we've been seeing it, the board from Zwellertiger, that was so cool, having that Oxforce right from the get-go. And that's not something, now with the Oxforce Spellslingers, I think it has gotten more traction again, but it's not normally you want something that maybe screams a little bit more power when you look at those prismatics rather than just for them. But he found it and really pivoted that one into a strong comp, capitalized on those early wins, and then was able to really bring it all the way home with that Jhin towards the end, despite not finding the Jhin 3.
Yeah, Leona is a really powerful unit this set, but she takes a lot of setup in order to work. One of those ways we saw earlier on was scoped weapons or RFC, so that she gets those casts off in the back. But the other one that we saw a lot earlier in the set was this Ox Force plus healing combination. Give her the time to get that ultimate off, and God willing, if she hits someone who stays alive for more than half a second, which was a problem Zwellertiger was running into a lot, is she'll get that full heal all the way back up and get to do it again and again.
The biggest thing she's missing is survivability. She has none of that in her kit. Ox Force is what allows you to, again, we saw in the fight there, against the Bel'Veth 3, still survived a full cast from the Bel'Veth and bought some extra time that was much needed for Zwellertiger to win that fight.
All right, it's time to talk standings. We're halfway through the day, and it's time to start looking at some players and going, I don't know.
Yeah.
Nibiria, don't say it.
Makes you say it, because I can't.
I can't say it. I picked Snooty as my winner.
Oh, no.
All right, let's go to the next page, production, please.
Let's go.
To see here.
Run away from the disaster. Run. Sprint.
But we have to give, I think, a round of applause to Enzo. Dominating yesterday, you might think it's a fluke. Enzo's not this good, but clearly he absolutely is. Still a massive gap between himself and not Canvas now. It's Haiden with the 2nd place who manages to leapfrog into that spot.
Yeah, and looking at that yesterday at the end of the day, it was like a French wall on the top. Now that wall has been broken. Gingas up there, Haiden is up there. We have Kevin Parker up there. They're all trying to scramble in because at the end of the day, we are cutting down to our top 8 players, which is such a massive cut down. So everybody is now trying their very hardest to get into those 1 or 8th comms.
The most exciting name for me on that list, of course, Double 61, 2 times regional champion, 1-time world champion. His biggest problem for his entire career has been his consistency, making it through 2 days so far and continuing 3 more games to go. We'll see if he can keep it up and make his way to the finals once more. First, we're going to send it off to the casters for game number 4. Wida, Counterfeit, take it away.
Thank you very much, everyone. Gosh, we said about this before. We were readying ourselves to head into the back half of day number 2, where all our questions will be answered. But this lobby we've got coming up, they're going to give us some pretty solid answers.
You're going to be able to utilize some of that UKI and Nordic TRC Northern Legends bias here, Peter. Haiden and Kafossel. Haiden a little bit more of my bias, I suppose. But we're looking at Katza, we're looking at Sweller, we're looking at Swellertiger, 3 players that we all know have very good histories when it comes to these regional finals. And then you come into the Spanish package that we also have in this lobby with Jusos that had a very strong day 2. Let's keep that in mind. Wasn't feeling too well yesterday, but now he's really feeling himself and starting to put up some strong performances. Maybe a little bit too late to really get that full focus in for the potential of a top 8 finish, but still, it's looking like he's going to have a fantastic day number 2.
I mean, we certainly have got several players in this lobby who are in that kind of situation. You already mentioned, of course, from the UK Confuzzle, just on the outside of that at the moment, as the desk was mentioning as well, we're seeing a really good, direction with where we're going right now. We've got a good variety of players up towards the top. Of course, we know with 2 rounds to go after this one even, there's still a lot of room for people to be moving up and down, particularly if they have, say, a bad game in round 4.
Yeah, and that's what we are going to be going into right now. We have reseeded the lobby, so in case you're wondering, Haiden didn't play against these players in the previous game we just saw. That is because we have just done our reseeding again. Every 3 games we will be reseeding all throughout today here. Snooty, right there down below, talking to his chat most likely. Swellertiger saying probably doing the same thing. Also keep in mind, so if you are interested in those players' perspectives, keep in mind that they are also streaming their own.
All right, so again, in this lobby, Haiden, we're on 54 points. Just absolutely astonishing showing last time round. We praise Haiden for being willing to take some more risks. Certainly he's free to do that here. Confuzzled, Ketz, Swellertiger, Swellertiger saying all on pretty much the same points, though Confuzzled will be the leader of the remaining players in this lobby.
Jan Solo getting a tier star. We saw Solo on day 1 have that great game on the teams. Was able to get that Tomo trades earlier on. That's a lot of gold, Peter.
That is a lot of gold, and hopefully for Solo, it's going to be enough to turn things around. As you mentioned, for our Spanish representatives here fighting for their pride, you never want to be all of one team in one lobby, though. As you mentioned, Jizzo, Yosko, Snooty Boo, all on 36, 34, 33. Only one of them gets to walk away with a little bit more pride.
Yeah, and also, I was about to figure out here, can Poppy solo 1 free? Because there's a very real chance that Solo gets more gold and would have the opportunity to go and make 10 gold already this early on, but probably not going to be the case here. Nope, no gold dropping. You can keep in mind, if you have been a little bit out of the game recently, you can no longer get gold on the final orb on the initial PvE rounds.
Yes, and that's a change that's definitely been a long time coming, and a great relief to people to not have to scramble to make it happen at the last possible moment. But you're right, for our players who are playing at this kind of level here in the EMEA Regional Finals, they will be taking even the 0.5% increase in a potential outcome, just because we're in rarefied air again. These are incredible players we're seeing playing. They will take any edge they can.
They will indeed be doing that, Peter, here. So Solo after the initial burst of gold, not getting anything else. But he does have a blue buff and illusion. 2-1 hero augment, a hyperbolic time chamber.
Yes!
Okay, not quite, no 1 cost here, but if he goes for it, Rising Spell Force, there it is. He has the blue buff for the rest of Israel already online. This is a ping in chat moment where you press definitely afterwards. Me, Rising Spell Force.
Oh gosh, Swellertiger saying, she said, one of the players who is looking to make up a lot of ground in this game. Has a fantastic start for Giosko, though, going deep into the tank. They're going to be picking up the Fiora. We have not seen a lot of Fioras being picked up as a hero augment in the tournament.
Wait, is it Grand Challenge? I was looking away for a second.
I didn't quite catch it myself, but I imagine we'll see in a second. Unless Giosko's just planning on lost streak in the other going, certainly this board isn't particularly great. Juso, of course, one of our 3 Spanish players in the lobby, also taking some time to think about what they're going to do.
Okay, here we are.
League of Draven, come on!
It's been a while. We haven't seen this really perform that well. I'd expect that this to come out of Giosko, not out of Chuso. Obviously, Giosko, a very well-renowned Draven reroll player, but it has the... It's not a comp that has a lot of top 1 potential most of the time, but he is a great... it's a composition that can still perform well, but needs a lot of things to go right.
On the other side of things, we're seeing the Sivir pick up as well, but I mean, we've got a pretty good start here for Draven. Not the 2-star, but we've got a last Whisper, so hopefully some kills will come in, Juso, to help juice up that economy and make sure that this Draven gets us a 2-star and hopefully 3-star in record time.
He will definitely try to hit that here. Early Blitzcrank 2 to try to support the win streak, but also try to save some HP here. Because you do not want to level 2 fall at this very moment, because you're going to be breaking your economy breakpoint, and you might have to start a loss streak in the next going. But also keep in mind that League of Draven will continuously farm him gold all throughout this stage and the rest of the game, Peter.
Yeah, just needs to get those kills in to check across the field.
Oh, Yosko, my man. It is indeed going to be a grand challenge.
Oh, boy. I'd love to see it. Our players putting out a bit of spiciness, but all right. So we've got ourselves... so, as we already mentioned, the League of Draven, we've got the Rising Spellforce in play as well, coming out for this play here as well. A couple of time and a halves in the mix. boxing lessons, and Hextech Retribution for Kerfuzzled.
Yeah, and when we get back to the board here for Giosko with that grand challenge, we can talk a little bit more about that, because it's an Auckland we don't see a lot of, because for a long time, if you were playing Duelist and you got too often, well, Winds of the Wanderer, that is where your eyes would wander, right, Peter? So not necessarily something that we are going to be keeping in mind just at this very moment here, but another frontline upgrade for the already strong board from Chuso here. This could be the foundation of a win streak, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, right now we've got 2 wins in pocket, and yeah, absolutely the front line being that little bit stronger will give more chances for Draven to get those executes through. No 2-star as of yet, but I think still pretty happy with how things are going. Giosko and Swellertiger are both also on an initial win streak as well, though, and it could well be one of them as an opponent next round.
And here he is, Swellertiger himself, picks up that Burning Spirit and got an early Gnar as well to boot that up with. So has the free Guillotine online, could even look towards potentially playing this competition in a more AP-centric lean with the Guillotines here, but I expect we're going to be seeing this Gnar as a frontline item holder and then taken out when transition into that Oxforce TF composition.
It would make all the sense in the world for Swellertiger, though. Board not quite strong enough to keep the win streak going, so we'll lose out to Haiden, who's currently at the bottom of the table. So at least, well, I suppose the good news is at least Hayden's not going to be having necessarily any kind of big streak in Stage 2.
Initial carousel here. A lot of different item priorities now online, because Giosko's priorities are a lot different compared to what other people would expect when they're playing this composition here. He's going to be looking for a Chain West, get that Titan's Resolve online. And it's on Anila as well, a duelist that he really would like to have to really boost this early power level. But Swellertiger, he comes in swooping here.
Well, talk to me about Grand Challenge, because of course, that's the biggest kind of question mark. We've seen some of the other comps already being online. Particularly the Rising Spellforce. League of Draven, we kind of know what we're up for there. The Grand Challenge, you're mentioning about the itemization being important for the Fiora. How big of an impact can she make early on?
Fiora's early game impact is a little bit difficult to kind of estimate, because her ability kind of scales with the maximum HP of the enemy, which is why it's such a great competition for the later stages of the game. When you have that QSS in the front line for her ready to go, she's going to annihilate these tanks, but she's just going to deal so much true damage to them based on her own HP as well. So you got to get that Warmox online. He has half of a Warmox, half of that Titan's Resolve as well. And it's a composition that has a very, very good top 1 potential as well. A lot of people try to build like BT on her. I personally think that's a mistake.
We've got our 2 win-streaking players against each other right now. You can see the itemization you mentioned being put in place for the Fiora, but also being put in place for the level 5 Kerfuzzled's LeBlanc, who is tearing in pretty heavily. Fiora is able to stay alive for the time being, will, I think, eventually drop down. The shield is good, but I think it will be Kerfuzzled moving ahead with the win streak. Giosko goes down. Kerfuzzled, my mistake, wasn't completely undefeated, but will at least get the win there.
Yeah, and the supporting cast here not quite there for Giosko when it comes to upgrade units. The Fiora 2 would have been a massive spike, but an important thing to keep in mind here, Peter. He did not have to pick up his orb. He already picked up a natural Fiora. That is a massive bonus here for the Spanish player.
Yeah, so I know it's one of those things that's very confusing when you're coming into TFT early on to try and figure out why these players are doing this. Trying to not remove the Fioras from the global pool before absolutely necessary. Giosko's definitely got a long-term plan, but we noted before, Kerfuzzled having taken a loss early on, Giosko now taking a loss. We have no win-streaking players coming into the Krugs.
No full streaking at least, and also keep in mind that Haiden did break his lose streak, so Solgasang probably looking like he is on one of those lost streaks, so that could be something to keep in mind, but...
Well, wait, talk to me about this. If we haven't got a lobby with heavy streakings in it, what kind of compositions is that going to favor more? Is it early game comps, late game comps?
I mean, overall, you're just going to see less like massive swings because the goal is going to be a little bit lower. Like, not much lower, obviously, but you're not going to be seeing those like massive, like players sitting at for 100 HP, 50 gold, and have a massive roll down, for example. So that's something you got to keep in mind here. But Giosko, I just love Grand Challenge, man. It's so good. So just to expand a little bit more on this, with an honest perspective, it's a comp that makes great use of Duelist +1 and also of the Oxforce +1, because you can play this Fiora with just 4 Duelists, and you can just like do essentially the TF composition around it.
Yeah, I really like it as well. Do want to take a small second to talk about our players at the bottom right now. Ketsa and Solgasang, they are both on 5 loss streaks. They both got a ton of money in the bank. So if we were talking about the win streaks being out of the equation, but Kerfuzzled is on a win streak, 2 players on a loss streak, so it's not quite as much as it could be. But we might have to withdraw the whole thing about not having gold in this lobby because it's coming mostly from the bottom rather than the top.
Yeah, both Haiden and Kets are on that time and a half here, so we'll just have another economic avenue as well. Chuso, talking about that as well, on that League of Draven. So free econ augments, quote-unquote, in these hero augments coming through now. But early level 6 here from Kets as well does want to break this win streak and have a strong free 2. Potentially can even hold on and just go for a free 5 roll down as well.
I mean, so far so good for Ketzer and Solo that they both been able to avoid each other. But something's got to give eventually. We have got one potentially in each other's matchup pool right now. We'll see if it comes to pass, and it will. Only one gets to keep that big pile of gold.
Yeah, and I think that Ketzer already showcased that he's interested in breaking that loss streak, right? Solo here with that early 2-star Ezreal with a blue buff as well as a Hextech Gunblade. Also interested in breaking that loss streak because he knows that if this board is going to be stable just a little bit more, it is going to be such a strong board all throughout this stage. Free! Already showcased by taking down Ketzer's level 6 board. But again, good loss for Ketzer in terms of saving the HP.
No, absolutely, and that means a lot more money in the bank, even if the damage steps up. Our second augment coming in to follow up the hero augment from the first time round will be a golden regular augment. From Ketzer's side of things, of course, we're looking more towards the long-term re-rolls, hoping for something better, but only finds a few interesting but not massive options.
Double Trouble Severe could be a re-roll line that's pretty woke, right? Like that's the woke type situation you're looking for, but prep, not the worst thing in the world either. I was going to talk about this. I just was thinking you could even pick up the Severe on the Orb right now just to have that, getting those prep stacks ready to go. Because keep in mind that every little single bit of AD on the Severe could be the difference between having 1 or 2 gold extra.
No, that's true. Ross mentioned again, time and a half is contested in this lobby. So, of course, our players normally with this lobby would love to get a 3-star Severe and be pouring out gold, but going to be much harder when someone else is trying to do the same thing. Someone who's doing something a little bit different, though, is Juso. Still no Draven 2, but the itemization is crisp.
Yeah, and also picking up that Celestial Blessing, so has that's healing avenue as well coming through here. And I don't know if it's been an active choice from Chuso to go back to these 2-cost rerolls. Remember, we saw him earlier on today also play that Camille reroll, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it's worked really damn well. So talk to me a little bit about why we haven't necessarily been seeing Draven being played. What is it good at? What is it not good at?
I mean, it's very good at getting Haggard into the backline and annihilating said backline, but it is a very linear composition. There are a lot of positioning things you can do against that comp as well, keeping that in mind, where you can just essentially just like do the old school anti-assassin thing of just flipping your board around. That is going to put a lot of delay on to what the Draven is going to be doing, but if you can hit early enough, it's a super strong composition at punishing players that are not really hitting. Think back to the likes of Talon reroll in set 6. Like that strong, very strong stabilization that really punishes these players that have not reached that stable point yet.
Well, for Gefuzzled in a pretty stable point right now, has got the Spellslinger ball from before the early find of the Twisted Fate, has been doing work for a while. The front line is pretty solid, but we can see from Solgasang has managed to follow up that blue buff with amazing itemization for the Ezreal. I think Gefuzzled win streak is at an end.
Good old-fashioned Sonya's Paradox, Peter.
Who would have thought it was good?
Not me.
I mean,
at least we don't have stopped watching CFC, okay, Peter?
I mean, yeah, I mean, the whole thing with this, of course, the Solgasang is, it's so hard to get rid of the Ezreal, because particularly the late round casts are absolutely enormous. When you have to deal with the Zhonya's as well, the thing you probably just hit him with to try and kill him will get you instead.
3 spatulas on the carousel,
geez.
Peter. But also, Samira, we see the Warwick with a glove as well, so some of these players are looking towards those AD lines, potentially getting a huge bonus in terms of the units here.
We're going to be seeing those emblems, or rather, future emblems, getting snapped up here by our players. So we'll keep an eye on who's got them. Haiden and Ketzer, and I've lost Gyosko over on the far side. We do know, of course, that we do love to throw together the occasional Oxforce emblem. We've, of course, been seeing in other games, Renegades getting some early love as well.
So cash out from Snooty here. We do know that he loves a good time in the underground tree. It's been a stable of his gameplay all throughout the set. Think back to that day 1 interview that we did with him, where was David really hitting that question to him. Snooty, are we just going to see you play nothing but underground all weekend? And it has almost been the case.
Yeah, I mean, some predictability, is maybe going to be required when you're under this much pressure. Feeling for Snooty Babe on 33 points right now, way behind. In fact, the lowest points in this lobby. So the pressure is just to end out this tournament gracefully. Kerfuzzle, though, who is towards that top 8, has a lot to gain in this lobby. And with now a third item joining the Twisted Fate, it's a battle of Spellslingers.
It is indeed, but it's actually kind of wild. This is 3-5. And both of these players have TF online and also very strong items on this Nico for Snooty. And I'm not quite sure you can understand what just happened, but you're talking about it before, Peter. Kerfuzzle's bot is really insane, also has that dual Lotus to boot.
You were talking about before, of course, getting the 4th item onto your carry has always been part of TFT to just cap out your board even further. But we know now we've got a couple of different people who are contesting each other, so it's going to slow down their ability to hit their 2 stars and get themselves truly online.
Solo win streaking now after he has found that massive upgrade with that Sonia's Paradox, the Ezreal 2. It's going to buy him a lot of time to sit and farm these cash outs while also having a lot of time to sit and roll in a slow fashion for that Ezreal free.
Snooty up against the Grand Challenge board of Giosko. We do have that Titans you mentioned before, though no Warmogs for the extra health. Right now we've got the Shiv on the backline as well to back up the Fiora, but I have to think there's going to be a kind of overload capacity for this Fiora where she just can't keep going.
I mean, when you go to the freestyle and you get her into a solid vertical Oxforce setup with the Warmogs as well as that Titans resolve, she is going to be a very hard unit to kill, because keep in mind that when that Titans is fully stacked, even though she's going to be stuck at 1 HP while that shield's online, she has healing in her kit. There's healing from the augment as well.
And that's going to make all the difference to try and keep yourself as healthy as possible moving forward. Of course, Giosko is in a little bit of trouble. A lot of damage towards the bottom end of the lobby. Giosko down to 53. Haiden just above on 57. And then we see a couple of other players hanging around the 60s as well. Kerfuzzle, the only player to really keep his head above water, along with Swellertiger. Everybody else, Snooty with the exception, is starting to slip a little bit. But Ketsa on the win streak with, somehow managed to win streak with 60 gold in the bank.
Yeah, and that is going to be fine here. Giosko also on a massive roll. And you can kind of see how the gold is moving down, but that's just the nature of 4-1, Peter. This is such a contentious situation because you got to ensure that you also at least have some sort of tailing for a final augment. Not as critical when you do have the hero augment already out of the game, though, but you'd still like an augment to suit your board.
Then we have Snooty up to, well, flirting with the idea very briefly of a Spellslinger 6. Certainly would have a little bit better of a chance of finding some more Spellslingers on this future board. But the front line is pretty good. The itemization, though, being put purely on the back line.
Found the Ezreal free, Peter.
Oh, jeez.
And he's already win streaking. This is not the high-risk situation we've seen from this composition all weekend. He's playing this from a hat, Peter.
I mean, this is just nasty. Snooty Boo already having a tough time at the hands of his fellow countrymen. Now going to suffer at the hands of Swellertiger as well, who is very, very motivated, moving into first place as Kerfuzzle takes the loss. Ket's from the win streak as well. We've got 2 heavy hitters in our top 3.
Okay, Snooty getting a bit of dual Lotus. Already has that dual Gauntlet slammed, though. So he's going to insta reroll here and hits the Oxforce crest. That's going to be a massive bonus because now being stuck on level 7 is not going to be as big of a deficit to him.
Now we've got a couple of upgrades sneaking in as well. Snooty Boo going to be moving in and upgrading his Fiora as we check back in with Swellertiger to see if this Ezreal board can get any bigger. Mentioned the dual Lotus, the way to move up some more damage. Big Friend, pretty solid option as well.
He is going to be going for that dual Lotus, and that's super important, Peter, because he didn't even have any spell crit on this Ezreal. No. It's going to get even crazier now.
And of course, the rising spell force will mean he'll keep gaining AP through the fight to be further amplified by that crit. The front line is decent, though not amazing right now, but I suppose when everybody dies nearly at the start of the fight, maybe you just don't need a crazy good front line.
We can kind of see here that Giosko's gone for a different option here off the Bloodthirster. As I said, not my preferred itemization, but it's not a bad itemization by any stretch of the imagination.
No, we did see in that round it lasted longer, or the Fiora lasted longer than we might have otherwise expected, kind of being there as an uber tank to absorb some of that damage, but not finding the 3-star, and maybe won't be able to find it. I mean, look at the bench right now. We do not see a surfeit of Fioras.
I mean, he's 7 Fioras with 40 gold. It could be a lot worse. Keep that in mind. But the sooner you hit with these 2-cost rerolls, the better. You can kind of see that Chusa is also finding himself down towards the bottom of the table, Peter, because he hasn't hit with his 2-cost reroll either.
Now, and there's been a big theme of this lobby, trying to find the units to bring yourselves online as quickly as possible. We'll try and keep our eye out on the right-hand side. As we can see from our augment selection, thank you very much, production, we have got Haiden bringing Sure Shot into the mix, Swellertiger bringing the Spell Slingers, Oxforce for Snooty Boo, and of course Swellertiger riding up at the top right now with that Jeweled Lotus to push the power even further. Let's see how Gyokyo does against Peter. I think we missed that while the display was up. So the 3-star Fiora in place, how big of a difference should this make?
It should make a huge difference. You can already see the impact that this is having right now. The HP bonus that she gets from being free start really starts to amplify that damage here. You can kind of see why you might not necessarily need that Bloodthirster, but again, keep in mind that Gyokyo, he cannot sit with 4 on-slam components on his bench at this stage in the game, especially not when playing from behind.
No, absolutely not. Checking in our HP again, Juso still fighting at the end of the round against Haiden on 39 HP, does stay intact. Again, the HP totals across most of our players here, very, very close. It feels like we're headed towards an endgame state where we could be seeing some really swingy rounds.
Gyokyo has an open spatula, Peter.
Oh boy, really?
Yeah, but I think he might want the Oxforce emblem instead because it's just a much better way for him to really get extra value on these duelist units. Keep in mind that the combination of the resistances from the Oxforce as well as the damage reduction from the duelist makes a unit like Nila really difficult to chew through.
And making sure that front line stays intact long enough to get your damage out is going to be the big difference maker. Also notice Haiden has got the spatula as well to help push the board even further. We check in directly, and we will be seeing it's going to be Infiniteam coming through. Of course, we've seen this exact situation before.
A bit of an unfortunate situation for Haiden here with the fact that he's playing from behind, but he was playing from ahead. This Infiniteam emblem on this Urgot would help him really just get into an insane economic position, but he's going to be going for that 5 situation here instead of the Infiniteam. It's going to be able to duplicate either the TF or that Severe, and he also has a Zephyr here, so it's going to be trying to target those corner carries.
Up against Snooty Boo, a nice Zephyr to keep one of those 2 Ox Slingers. Our backlines out of play for as long as possible. Haiden, not with nearly any money in the bank, neither does Snooty. Both of them would love to get some kind of major streak going.
And this fight is super important for either player here, right? Snooty has sort of stabilized himself at 57 HP, but Haiden is right now sinking somewhat without Trace here, but that upgrade might be enough against other people that aren't as strong just yet.
I mean, at least we've got the money coming in from the time and a half, but we can see it's only the 1 goal because of having the Civic contested all game long, meaning it's much, much tougher to deal with. The 3-star lands. We've had the Fiora up to 3-star. We've had the Draven up to 3-star. We're finally getting our players to hit.
So another thing that's worth noting here is that this board is generally speaking pretty good against something like the Kaisers in the back. That was like one of the premier ways for this comps to really have an impact, like hitting those squishy back line carries. So if Juso can get this in against a matchup like the one from Stolika Sang here, probably not going to be as good because of the Sonia's Paradox, but this is exactly the same type of matchup he wants to hit. But keep in mind, the Morgana is going to keep locking this down.
I mean, the traditional counter to having hackers into the backline. Oh my gosh, Raven cannot stand up against the backline. That ridiculous. Stolika Sang will keep the streak on going. And, the Ezreal reroll composition just continues to impress.
This is one of the best comps in the game, Peter. I think everyone going into this weekend kind of knew that, but we were really just seeing it come to fruition in full effect here this weekend so far.
As of that round, Haiden and Juso moving down to around 20 HP or less with very little money in the bank. It's a very tough time. Also, Confuzzle just above as well with very little HP, no streak, and no gold.
Swellertiger, though, a player we haven't spoken about at all this game. 50 gold, just in 3rd position so far. Ketzer, we know he was at above 70 gold at some point. Now he's still around that 50 area, so super, super solid economic situation for those 2 players.
And of course, it's bad news, particularly for Confuzzle and for Juso as well, to know that the players above you have the economy to get even stronger. Because, I mean, at this point, you're playing desperation if you're any of our bottom 3, hoping to just get 1 place higher. It almost feels like just playing against each other.
Keep in mind, we saw Ketzer pick up that preparation in stage 2, Peter, so he's just been getting those preparation stacks fully online now. Fully prepared Severe, fully prepared Morgana free on top of that as well. So he's trying to roll down, trying to find that 3-star Sivir just to get extra bonus from having that duplicated off of that Infinite Team spot.
Yeah, the time of the half as well as the Twisted Fate upgrade comes in. You noted, we've got the Morgana in place there as well. So we don't need to put any armor penetration on our friend Sivir. Getting stronger and stronger up against Hayden's short shots. Bear in mind, Haiden on 23 HP right now. If he does take a loss here, that would be a massive disaster.
But good matchup scouting by putting that Sivir onto the Infinite Team spot here. He knows that Ketzer is forced to put his Sivir there to get the duplication here. And I think that is going to save him a little bit of HP, which might be enough to keep him in this game for another few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, that 1 HP difference could mean everything down to 11. Juso is still fighting, takes a loss as well. Good news for Kafuzzled, who's barely holding on. That's Ketzer on 35, Snooty Boo on 37. Everything's so close.
Yeah, and Ketzer's spot here is kind of precarious as well. Oh, Juso finds that 3-star Pike. We saw earlier on how much that meant for his Camille composition. Such a strong unit to disrupt these backlines.
Yeah, we've certainly seen what happens when the Draven gets too much attention, so removing some of those backline carries from the equation will be absolutely massive. Haiden trying to hold on as best he can. I think now just the battle for 7th place between Haiden and Juso.
Has found that upgrade with taking out the Urgot, putting in that Bell F2. Sure, it's not fully itemized, but any extra damage here is going to be a massive bonus for him.
So Juso and Haiden will have to see, well, who takes the softest loss, or maybe not the loss at all. Haiden has got the upgraded Samira in the corner, pumping out a huge amount of extra sure shot damage, I believe, against Kafuzzled right now. The round's going to be relatively close.
Here.
And the Asol unleashes. This could be the end of Haiden. You can see him just the look of resignation.
Oh, he's still alive as well.
Apparently, a little too early.
But Chuso goes out here. Somewhat expected, very delayed hit here on the Draven in that fight. We kind of saw what the comp could do, taking out those squishy backlines, but the supporting cast coming through from Ketzer's board was just way too difficult to deal with.
Oh my gosh. So Haiden avoids going 8th at least. Snooty Boo, one of the potential opponents. I mean, from Hayden's board at this point in the year, there's no gold. The loss streak is fully in effect. We do have the Janna joining in to give a little bit more AD.
Very important thing to note here as well. Haiden is an avid practice partner of Lalana. And I've been speaking to Lalana a little bit as well here. He's an avid believer in the fact that if you don't have strong units, 5 Infinite Team is kind of fake because the units don't have that much value. So dropping down to 3 here, allowing him to play better units should be a bonus, but he's going directly into Kiosko's Fiora board.
I mean, this Fiora is just a problem with no answer. Haiden very much done with this game, but the rest of the lobby still continues. And again, as Snooty Boo takes a huge loss there, the very close HP values means we still don't know what our top 4 is going to look like.
Absolutely not. You'd assume that Ketzer would have a shot at taking home Kiosko's spot in top 4 at this very moment, but Sweller could kind of fall off. He's not streaking. Kafuzzled and Solo still streaking, still at 70 HP, Peter. He's just been living life to the fullest with this Ezreal reroll.
And remember, coming into this lobby, Haiden on 54 points, so well ahead of the pack. Taking a 7th there, definitely not the end of the road for him at all. But Juice, of course, and the rest of the Spanish players really just playing to push their points further up. But Solgasang is in the conversation here. A really strong finish, a first place, and we could be looking at a very different table.
Yeah, and I like this transition coming through now, trying to get these Oxforce emblems onto different units here. 6 Oxforce in the making. That's a lot of resistances that has to be tuned through.
Yeah, the front line is real good. 5 Oxforces is absolutely nuts. Doesn't quite have enough money. No, sells up to make sure the 2-star backline is online. 6 Oxforce is here. Is it going to be enough?
But it's Ketzer here. Ketzer that is somewhat his opponent in terms of being eliminated from this game, but double Fiddles is going to cause so much disruption in the backline. That Morgana free is going to take away a lot of those resistances as well.
I love the itemization being there of the Fiddlesticks as well, but the backline remains intact, and that's all that's going to matter for Snooty Boo, getting a few more carts off. The Morgana just barely get the stun out in time, but Nico, the alternate carry, gets the job done. Snooty stays alive.
And not as big of a win as Snooty would have liked to see here, because there was potential for a couple more units to survive, but he's going to take a win, especially in that matchup. That is going to be an incredibly important fight to take home here. And look at the HP totals outside of Solgasang, Peter. 29, And then it goes all the way down in the top 4, 25. And then you have Ketzer and I want to say Lelouch. No, Snooty Boo as well, just kind of battling it out for that ever so important 5th place.
Well, the thing is, we can't put Swellertiger aside here, putting down so much pressure on the lobby that everybody else is falling to pieces. Gefuzzle up in the top right-hand corner, up against Ketzer. Snooty playing in the bottom, playing out the bottom left right now. We could easily be seeing 2 eliminations right now.
Snooty's board here on the left side of the field. Somewhat of a mirror match as well, just being the one where Snooty's going to take home a massive loss. And Ketzer taking home a big loss as well, but
they're both out.
It is going to be Snooty going out in 6th, I do believe. And indeed, this means we have our top 4, Peter. Gefuzzle with another top 4 today. A player that's been making a charge for that top 8 lobby that we're going to be playing out tomorrow, Peter. And Gefuzzle's a player, had a strong showcase in GSC number 1 this set, but kind of followed what it really mattered. So if he has made a change to his mentality, he's able to close out this day. That's a huge sign of improvement for the British player.
Absolutely. I mean, Gefuzzle yesterday was playing an enormous amount of gadgeting, so I did wonder if maybe, taken out of that comfort zone, the Gefuzzle wouldn't be performing as well, but has managed to recover. We saw before Gefuzzle was out of cash, now is flush with money. I'm going to spend a little bit of it to go up to level 9.
Yeah, and Solo also sitting on that gold, haven't gone level 9 just yet. The only one in real economic quarrel is going to be Giosko, stuck on level 7. But keep in mind, these frontliners are going to get torn apart by this Fiora as long as he stays alive.
Yeah, just finding enough damage to apply onto the single Fiora is going to be an absolute nightmare. Zergasang with a double Rammus board has now built up a secondary carry to go with the Ezreal, the Misfortune for Quick Draw. This is going to be a hell of a board to try and knock down, even for a level 9 Gefuzzled.
Oh, but then the board is so clumped though. This Aurelion Sol with that dual Lotus, Peter, is going to do so much work to this clump board.
And it's absolutely tearing through everything, but the front line evaporates.
So this has been procced.
Yeah, I do not think Aurelion Sol's got quite enough. The Zhonya's, I think, saving that round, making sure that you have to deal with the Ezreal twice.
And on the other board, Giosko takes on Swellertiger and wins. Massive situation here for the Spanish player. A player that were a lot of questions about going into this weekend, but we see him when he's in his wheelhouse on these reroll compositions. He's able to navigate them so well.
Yeah, Giosko, of course, notorious as a player who likes to walk his own path. Right now, that path seems to be headed for the strongest finish. Of course, from our 3 players, Giosko and Snooty Boo. Giosko right in the middle on 34 points. Hoping for something big. But Swellertiger from Italy will be fighting for his life in this round, as will be Gefuzzled.
Zephyr not quite landing on a carry, but it's going to delay the CC coming from that Janna.
Keep a close eye on how both of these end up developing. The front lines, of course, evaporating both sides. The Fiora, though, on the on the left-hand screen is still alive, and that means the round is over just like that. Zergasang takes the loss on the right. Fiora is too big of a beast for Gefuzzle to deal with.
Yes, and keep in mind, Solo still yet to go level 9, so anything we see involving his board right now is nowhere near the potential final state that it can produce.
Oh my gosh, it's still completely up in the air. Gefuzzle seems to be on course for a 4th place finish. If Swellertiger has anything to say about it, I mean, we know Solo is incredibly strong. We know Giosko's incredibly strong as well. It doesn't seem like it's possible to knock them off their top 2 spots.
No, what we will see, this hardboard has so much power, especially with that dual Lotus for this Aurelion Sol. We saw it almost take down Zergasang. Can it take down Swellertiger in the fight for 3rd?
All right, we'll see. Italy's hope against the UK's hope. Both of them, the single representatives for that country.
No, on the back line,
hungry for every single point. The Twisted Fate, the main damage source for Swellertiger's board, is going to keep on going. The Hearts, of course, will power up the Aurelion Sol as well. We have got the clump you mentioned for Swellertiger in the corner, and that means that the dropping of the meteors will light up the back line. We've got the last remaining players in, and Swellertiger takes the L, goes down to -2. Gefuzzle moves into the top 3.
Giosko beats Zergasang as well. This grand challenge board is looking unstoppable in this very moment. And that's going to be massive here, Peter, because remember what I talked about. So many different ways to utilize the spats here. We saw him very early on prioritize an Oxforce emblem over a Tactician's Crown. These emblems are so transformative for this composition here. There's going to be a massive bonus now because he's going to be able to go to that level 8 very shortly, and he's going to be able to put a better unit on the board than the second Yasuo. Could go for a duelist as well, I believe, to a certain extent, no?
Looks like for now going to be prioritizing the defensive part. Of course, Duelist 8 is also somewhat a defensive trait in itself. So a lot of very strong decisions we make here. Swellertiger and Giosko both seem to be on a collision course to battle for first place. Kafuzzled is still alive, but barely.
But look at this board from Sol now. He has gone level 9, as you're pointing out. Right, this board is so strong, and this is going to be such a challenge for Kafuzzled. And it's also spread out to avoid getting hit by the meteor shower from this Aurelion Soul.
And the Aurelion Soul gets lit up with a 3-item misfortune. The double backline carry board is just so ridiculously strong. When you can put together that reroll with a late game board as well, then nothing can stand in your way.
And here we have it, Peter, a top 2 from this game. Swellertiger, who needed a massive gain to push himself back into contention for making yet another top 8 at a Rising Legends finals here. Giosko also in need of a big performance to try to make it further up the table. 2 more games remain after this one. And what a situation we have here, Peter. We have the very common 2-cost reroll here with the Ezreal. And then the not-so-common setup here with that Grand Challenge Fiora.
And the question still remains is, can anything put that Fiora down? She's going to be on the opposite side of the formation from the Ezreal this time around, so she won't get that initial burst, which you can see evaporates the side of the line immediately. The duelist stacks need a little bit of time to build up, and of course the Titan stacks as well. But against the misfortune damage, she nearly stays alive just long enough to allow for Swellertiger's proc of the Zhonya's. The last bit of damage is almost here, but the Hextech Gunblade will keep alive our friend Ezreal and keeps the round in place.
Absolutely insane targeting from that Ezreal as well. We got to keep that in mind here. Targeting the veins of some of the other units on the board here meant there was no more damage left for Giosko once that Sonya's Paradox timed out.
All right, so we've got another item coming in here. Looking at both of these boards, are there anything, is there anything ideally missing that they want to be able to pick up here?
That's the thing here. Zephyr, for example, would be great for Giosko. Get that extra attack speed, get the ability to eliminate this Ezreal to avoid the ramping of that Rising Spellforce at the start of the fights here. So many different options here. Even a Shroud, for example. Extra frontline decoy, another locket as well. Get that triple locket on that 3-star GP. The options are plentiful.
Let's see what it ends up being. Both our players. Let's see. So we've got the Zephyr on one side. Of course, you said it's going to be a huge impact. On the other side for Giosko, going to roll down a little bit first before finding the final options. 3-star Yasuo comes in. It's not going to be another locket, but it could still be a good item.
TG would have been immense on this Yasuo, but popping before combining here. So Death Cabinet is going to be instead on the Twisted Fate, trying to get more damage onto these backline carries.
Both of these players desperate for points.
Oh, Solo hits the Zephyr again. 2 Zephyrs, Peter.
Oh my god! The Zephyrs go up and it's going to hit the front lines. The Fiora is removed from play, so she will not be stacking. And while she is away, the rest of the board will get blown into oblivion. There's the tornado ripping through. Fiora late to the party. We've got 2 remaining. Vayne, last one to be targeted. But those Zephyrs were backbreaking.
But Giosko on one singular HP, Peter, and this time he can position around these Zephyrs. Try to bait it out, but a 3-star Morgana gonna come in here to provide insane CC as well.
3-star Morgana, 3-star Rammus. Really feels like the final drop of the curtain here. Now, of course, Giosko did have 34 points coming to this one for Swellertiger. A little bit more up at 39, trying to climb up that table one more time around.
And also, gotta keep in mind here, Swellertiger hit so early, had so much HP that he could just sit, chill, and go to level 9 and just wait for all these upgrades to come through.
This time around, the Zephyr won't take Fiora out of play, but those upgraded 3-star units are surely too much for what was otherwise been an incredibly close round. Fiora does get ripped to pieces early on. Maybe the Zephyr was saving her. Nice double stun onto the remaining units, and it's surely, yes, Giosko goes down. Ezreal reroll rides again.
Yes, and this time around we get to talk a little bit about the Sonia's Paradox, right, Peter? That coming through from that portable forge. Really just buying so much HP for Swellertiger Sang, as well as just saving that HP for the late game, because so many of these fights came down to that specific item.
You know, I love the combination of those Zhonya's with the Hextech Gunblade as well. And you've got the Rising Spell Force. You know you've got the damage to be able to heal back up after the Zhonya's kicks in. Just an incredibly tough endgame situation to try and navigate around.
It is, right. I would say that Grand Challenge is a very strong top 1 comp, and well, we kind of saw that it is. I think that in my mind, I kind of view that as the top 1 for the Fiora composition, right? But the Rising Spell Force, like, doesn't matter. Play it with augments, play it without augments, play it with Divine Augment instead. The composition is just so strong. It just utilizes the power of that underground trait way too well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really scary. Honestly, I was all here for seeing the Fiora managing to take the top 1 in that lobby, but I just think there was just too many answers towards the end. As you know, the double Zephyrs are just absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely crazy here, Peter. So that was one massive game here.
All right, so, gentle friends, we are moving close to the end of the day where we will be finding our top 8 to go forward to tomorrow's day 3 and battle to be on the EMEA team for the Global Championship. We have got an interview with Sweller during the break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Hello, I'm Davide, my nickname is Swellertiger, I come from Italy. The format is better for people that don't play ladder, so people that have no time to play ladder have the chance to qualify from a national tournament. But for people that play ladder is sometimes more difficult to qualify, because personally in Italy I qualified 2 times from tournament. 1 time I didn't qualify. From the ladder is more hard to qualify. I participate a lot of the Golden Spatula Cup and I play previous Super Brawl. This set I miss the first Spatula Cup and the second Spatula Cup I lose to the 2. But set 7 I reach 4th place at 1 Spatula Cup. I finish 2nd place at Super Brawl. So previous set I play better in tournament. Hey guys, thank you for watching, thank you for your support, thank you everyone to watch the stream, thank you everyone to support me. I hope to make a good score for me and for everyone that support me and think that I can do well in Spatula Hub.
All of us here on the desk are sick to our stomach. Those two for medical reasons, but I personally take this Ezreal success as an affront to to all of the gameplay we've been looking for. I was hoping for compositional freedom. I was told by all of our pros, all of our players, the meta is very open, and yet Ezreal keeps haunting my dreams. His visage will be behind me when I wake up. He is my sleep paralysis demon at this point.
This case, it was from ahead, though. It was not the usual Ezreal game, but I have to say, I agree with you. I mean, is this what we're going to be known for going into Worlds?
Now.
EMEA only knows how to play quickdraw, basically.
I am disagreeing with you both. We have seen such a huge variety of comps. Just 2 games ago, there was a Camille reroll, and you guys are mad about one Ezreal showing up right now.
Don't listen to Meg. She's sick. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
Situation where all the stars aligned to go for that Ezreal.
The infection has spread to her brain.
Zolhugazang finding that blue buff right from the get-go, finding Rising Spellforce. Later on, finding that misfortune on what? On stage like 3-6, then being able to find that Jewel Lotus. He was just, Mortok was telling him, if you don't go Ezreal here, you will go 8th. And he listened, and he has a first place.
I'll support you on this, Max, because yesterday Duelist did not do so well. It was only Spreadshot and Winds of the Wanderer that would save you from bot 4ing, essentially, if you were trying to play any kind of vertical Duelist comp. That being said, Giosko and his Fiora really did rise up to the challenge in this case. Grand Challenge is an augment that's not picked very often, but in this case it worked out until the end. It did help that he hit a Vayne 3, a Yasuo 3, of course, the Nyla 3, the Fiora 3 perfectly itemized as well. So I think it can do well, but it is a very kind of niche line that you have to be able to play perfectly.
Yeah, all right. Look, I'm a hater for Ezreal. I'm a Fiora enjoyer. I'll admit it. When Lilana played a Fiora carry augment, whose name I forgot because she's not in my note cards anymore, since it was replaced by Grand Challenge, this set was really exciting for me. Unfortunately for all of us, he went 7th during that game. But for this game, Giosko really representing the Fiora augment enjoyers. And I think it's really interesting to talk not just about that, because Duelist has been pretty rough, but also the Zonias, and makes maybe a third thing.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about things we hate, so I have one more thing to add to the list.
Pile on.
I just want to base check with you guys. How do we feel about the Draven? Because I personally hate Draven reroll. Every time I see players pick it, there was one time where it worked out, but every other time, it's just been bad. And Chuso once more, going 8th here with the Draven, with the Hacker Draven. You see it, you think, oh, it's a 3-star 2 cost. Those are doing good. It's hackered. It's going into the backline. No, it's not.
Maybe some false confidence from the Camille reroll game going so well. A lot of similarities. It is a 2 cost. It is an AD carry. It is a hacker unit, but you picked the wrong one this time too. So one thing for the Zonias though, we saw that every single fight at the end there was decided by that Zonias proccing on the Ezreal and Ezreal winning. I wonder if Giosko would have teched in, instead of that Viego at the very end, an Aesol maybe somehow finds a way to itemize it. Some backline damage that isn't front to back could have popped that earlier and allowed that fight to be won by the Duelist. That's the only thing I can possibly imagine that would change that outcome.
Would have been good into the Gunblade as well. Would have reduced that healing. So potential adaptation there, but does not matter. Giosko still got 2nd. He'll still be happy with that. Meanwhile, back on the leaderboards, we can see Enzo still dominating at the top. These names really have not changed. This is the exact same leaderboard as last time. Enzo, Canbiz, Haiden, Kevin Parker, Ging, Double 61, Armatruck, and Kerfuzzled. I had to rush through those because production told me they were changing the asset.
It's going to come down to, I think, those spots from 6th place to 14th. Those spots are all very close in the point standing. There's 2 games left. There's only 8 spots for day 3. So much at stake here. An entire season that these players have been grinding ladder for games on games. I mean, hundreds of games from these players, GSEs as well, and it all comes down to, I think, these 2 games.
Yeah, these 2 games we will be getting ready in just a couple of minutes. Before that, enjoy a quick little break, and then we'll be back with the last 2 games of day number 2. We'll see you soon.
everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving, but I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. Well, someday both of us are leaving here, but for now I'll just bring this sea to you. Will you meet me in the daylight like we did before? Then I felt you on my shoulder and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try to make yourself remember.
Really strong points from our analyst desk there. Thank you so much, guys, for the handoff. We're getting ready here for game number 5 here at the TFT Rising Legends Finals. Actually, we've been doing this wrong because we got to add 6. 11. We got there. All right. I was afraid. You know, we've talked about this a million times. Math on air.
Math on air is always a big challenge, right? That's why we have this lovely screen behind us. We don't
I
have
could
to do
just
math.
look. I could use my eyeballs. Overrated, I say. Overrated. But what is not overrated is the games we've had so far today. That leaderboard we saw has so many storied players you and I have been following for the entirety of the duration of the EMEA scene.
It's actually very weird, right? Because like a lot of these players, you look at them and they're like, okay, we're back in. You see Haiden, you see Salvi, you see all these players. Like, is this 2021? Like, to be completely honest, it's kind of been like a nice kind of like circular moment this final so far.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost track of time completely since COVID started, so I'd believe it if you told me it was 2021. But I think overall, these games have been really demonstrative of who are the stronger players here, and also showing that just because you haven't seen someone in a while, a friend, colleague, family member, doesn't mean they've actually died. Haiden hadn't seen it in a long time. I was like, has his skill gone away? Has he just stopped existing? No! Dude's still good at the game. Dude's been absolutely performing like a monster. One of our, actually, 2 of the people in our top 8 on your screens right now in Canvas and Ging, but hot on their heels and a hot contender we've been talking about all throughout the season. Og, right behind them, right out of that top 8.
Yeah, an interesting thing, I've been talking about how Swellertiger needed a bigger performance coming into this day than he had yesterday. He's actually overtaking Og in points, if I saw that correctly. Og has not had the hardest of days too, we gotta admit, and it's kind of been something that we kind of, when we look at Og's performances in previous regional finals, again, pre-Rising Legends era for the most part, it has been kind of him ending up in that 20th to 30th position.
Mm-hmm. But this time he's made it all the way up into day number 2 very successfully on that leaderboard. So hopefully this game is another chance for him to strut his stuff, just as Zulanash had in that previous game.
Yeah, and speaking of someone we might have wanted to see a little bit more out of this weekend, Darkest is one of those players, right? A player that we expect so much of as one of the newer hopes of Turkey, right? Because we have Ging. Ging, we know what Ging is what Ging stands for. Strong, fundamental TFT that just takes you back and always makes it into those deeper runs, because all of a sudden he just manages to clutch up. Darkest had some of the same tendencies, strong gameplay overall, but is still lacking that final breakout performance.
And it's a little bit disappointing to me. I'm a huge fan of Darkest. I love them as a person. I love them as a player. And last set, of course, they demonstrated really cool flexibility and really were the ones who popularized and first brought up that Guardian-focused comp in the Rising Legends finals. And they eventually placed 10th. This time, though, having little to no success. You can see them at 42 points. In theory, 2/8 might bring them up, but I'm not going to do the math in case the answer is it would not.
Oh, man.
All ones. Snake Eyes is the 2-1 augment here.
Which snake has 3 eyes, though, Matt?
One that you really don't want to get, much like our players here. Chernobyl, somewhere in that area. Dynamic defenses we've seen be really, really popular as one of those augments that transitions cleanly into later game compositions without locking you in.
Dynamic defense is just the general, just a general consistent augment pick up here. Strong front line. Gets that extra component as well. Get that extra full item even, right? In that Gargoyle Stone Plate. Such a strong, powerful item all throughout the game, right? Because you have those long, drawn-out fights in the early game, then you can build a mega tank with that in the late game.
And Dark is now seeing that early game advantage, going for the level up, trying to start with a win streak. Running across the board into Norby, who has gone for the Get Paid augment, which is always a really fun one for that economic engine.
So we have 2 copies of Dynamic Defense, a Chronic Hallucinations as well on the table for Aug, and we know how much Darius has been talking about these 2 Pantheon augments being very good for the Lulu reroll. And well, Aug has been one of those players that has been a lot of that composition so far this tournament.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of Lulu coming into the past couple of games. We know she is still dominant in the meta, but the conditions haven't been right. The stars haven't aligned, thank God. But this game, maybe it's time to bring her back. Taking a look at Darkest board, though, I'm wondering if he's going to try and start looking for this duelist composition. We know...
taking out his hero augment, Matt, though.
Yeah,
That's,
I think maybe just pivoting into a loss streak instead. Because he's putting in the duelist for early game, and we've seen that those duelists with the Vayne carry is a great item holder for Riftwalker, which is very common, but not really useful with the Blitz so far.
I actually wonder, massively, Matt, do you think we get Lil Nas X to do a remix of Star Walking? So now he's Riftwalking?
He should. He should. I'm going to demand it now. Going to go on Twitter, with his, several million followers, me with my, 800, and he's going to listen, I'm sure.
Absolutely. A broken... Well, he so far is on a loss streak, and that one is not going to get broken as of right now. However, Norby is on that Get Paid augment here. One of those augments that when you lean into that early duelist opener, into pretty much any opener, just put that GP in there, and you can kind of just take all that gold and put that into a massive comp later down the road.
Yeah, Broken's board is in a similar state to Darkest that we saw earlier, using those duelists to kind of hold the line a little bit. No, not the augment. Putting in this Neela here, who will have significantly more board strength than the Gangplank.
But also keep in mind the positioning here, right? He's trying to get this Blitzcrank to die, take all the focus here and trying to get those losses to be as small as possible here. So do we have 3 dynamic defenses?
Apparently we counted wrong. I'm looking at the chat.
Math is hard on broadcast, right?
Our lovely admin Shad putting the full list of augments. We do have 3 dynamic defenses, which great augment for flexibility. We've already talked about it, so it is not a surprise.
Also a rugged grab from campus, so we have kind of full plate. We have a half of a house here.
Yeah.
Of Blitzcranks here. It's kind of sad that we didn't have another dynamic defense, so we would have a Blitzcrank full house. I'm not quite sure how good of a hand that would be, but it sounds like a pretty powerful one.
Well, we saw in those fight prediction videos, it didn't show up, but there was that video of the 8 Blitzcranks versus one, I think it was a new 3, some 3-star. Anyways, Canvas's board will take the loss to the dynamic defenses of Zulanash.
First egg on the
Little
day, I believe.
Eggies.
It's like the first egg or something like that. I feel like it's close
over the weekend, I think.
Not over the week, but today at least.
Yeah.
I mean, I had eggs for breakfast, so...
Okay, so we've had them this weekend. But for today's games, So these are the ones that are going to pop very early on, give you a little bit of an economic boost.
These were not in a nice red pot, though.
No.
But they are just freely available.
Yeah. And it's going to help out a little bit in the earlier stages of the game. I personally feel like the second component is more preferable to this if you got to choose one. But we'll see what comes out of it and how our players can make use of it as we go back to Darkest board. See him doing pretty much the same thing he was before, using those duelists as a little bit of an early game engine to put in some damage.
Yeah, got the Infinity Online here, can now kind of spot out where these spots are going to open up, and it is going to be a frontline Hex to begin with. Always nice to have that option in mind here, and all kind of on the bottom half of the screen here, but no one on those full win streaks so far. No, again, obviously we can't really tell that, but no one on 100 HP, man.
And they've completely bailed on their hero augment already. Dynamic defenses, you really just need one Blitzcrank and it still gives you significant value, but instead Dark is saying, this is not happening this game. I see 3 people who are going to be contesting the Blitz. I don't want to fight for that, but the Gargoyle Stoneplate is still a boon. So they are continuing towards this board and picked up a win with it.
I feel like if you just the Augment reach just gain a Gargoyle Stoneplate. It did for a while. For a long time, that Augment literally only read gain a Gargoyle Stoneplate because it really wasn't that powerful. So I can kind of understand. So it's not an uncommon sentiment that is presented here from the way Darkest is playing it here. But we are going to go on to something that's also not an uncommon sentiment, Matt. Your favorite little Yordle is going to be back in town.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier. David was saying throughout the weekend, Chronic Hallucinations, very good signal to go into this Lulu reroll. And Og has an amazing start already. 4 Pantheons and 4 Lulus, plus that open orb up top to give him an extra Pantheon.
Look at his economy here as well. He has 30 gold still as well in the mix. So very, very strong setup here for this 3-1 roll down. Going to be starting with around 50 gold when he begins that one.
He doesn't want to win this here. Luckily, he won't. He was looking close for a second there. But the extra gold, we can see Norby just
Did he farm all 4 gold, though?
Yep. I think it might have been 3. I wasn't counting too close, but a ton of gold coming into Norby's pocket off that round. Giving the thumbs up. Thanks for the money, chump.
Oh, nice little boost here as well. That means he can sell the remaining units here that are not a part of his in-game board and make it up to that 40 gold potentially, depending on what is going to come through from these Crocs here. Also, keep in mind that very often we see the sport played, that orb to the left side of your screen will have a Lulu in it. Not the case this time around. It's going to be a Pantheon, so one more copy to find here than usual for all.
Yeah, and we can see Ging as well benefiting heavily from this egg. Nobody else really reaching significant breakpoints with it, but Ging will be over 50 thanks to that additional gold. So something to watch out for is that his economy is in incredible shape, even though he's only on a 4-loss streak.
Even starts to pre-roll a little bit because he knows he can just sell up here. And I like this, these small optimizations of your APM, because keep in mind, while he's rolling down, and we're just going to let it happen, right, Matt? In TFT, there are 2 types of APM. There's the mental APM in terms of how fast you're able to dissect what's on your screen. And then there's just the physical aspect that we know and love for RTSs, League of Legends, you name it. Just how quick they're able to roll down here. And the less stress you can put on your brain, the better it is for you in terms of finding these units further down the road.
So you see the results of the roll down. This has been a point of contention between players. If you're in a position where you're not that close to a 3-star, you generally want to stop around this 30 gold mark, so you still have an economy to come back to. But if you think you're going to be able to get that 3-star, you're pretty close to it, 7 or 8, you can roll all the way down to 0. So Og stopping at this 30 mark as he runs into Zoilanash's board.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what I personally think on this spot specifically, right? Because he's 7 Lulu, 8 Pantheons. But he is saying that he would much rather try to rebuild that economy and then hit it by rolling, because again, if he continues this loss streak, he can kind of just fully hit here at a point where he's probably going to be at something around like 45 HP and then fully make it back.
And not a terrible loss that he just took either.
Oh,
so maybe
okay.
Alrighty there. Battle Mage really strong in this composition. You have to go a little bit creative with your positioning, but if you're looking for 3 stars, preparation is an option.
Yeah, and Battle Mage kind of fell off for a moment in time, right? But because not a lot of compositions that, generally speaking, wants out their AP carries up front, but Lulu somewhat needs to be there to reach the backline as Campus. You know what? He just wants even more items to a certain extent, right? Gonna get that Radiant Relics in the mix here. Spear of Piranha, never a priority. Covalent Spark, super powerful. Demon Slayer, so we've seen that all throughout yesterday on an Ezreal as well. Really do a lot of work, but it's gonna be that Covalent Spark, man.
Yeah, going to provide a lot of shred for his backline to be able to put damage through. We can see also found an early Samira. This is fantastic for Canvas. It is very hard to get to this 4 underground in the earlier stages of the game, but now that he has it, he's going to be able to get deeper in those locks without having to concern himself with taking too many losses.
All right, we do have some information on these Augments here. Another copy of Radiant Relics you can see on your screen from Broken, who has gone for that Demon Slayer. And that will have a lot of value because Darkest has gone for that Mega Prime Crown. So some huge frontliners are going to come through this game.
And especially in the later stages of the game, right? The later you go, the more everyone's HP is, and the more likely it is that your Giant Slayer, or in this case, Demon Slayer, is going to do damage or get a second season.
I want to highlight something as well here. Norby level 7 with the Get Paid level up combination. So kind of just having that, you have the XP generator and you have the gold generator to really just get that leveling rocket on the way.
Yeah, Norby looking in a very good position, which is something he has desperately needed, considering his early day performances were not ideal. Coming back into it, despite being a favorite when we came into this, we were saying really one of the breakout players of this set. Og has hit the Lulu 3-star off screen, by the way, so and Pantheon, so he's going to be having a good game from here on out.
Yeah, it was only like 16 HP off. As at 45, he's still 61. Also a fun interaction here, Shulanash with that early slam off that QSS here, completely negating the impact that Canvas's first augment is going to be having. But even then, that might have been a blessing in disguise for the French player here, as he is going to be able to take a very solid loss and continue his underground.
Yeah, going to go to the next lock. We'll see what he decides to do with it. 57 HP. He could survive going once more down.
Okay.
We're going to see a spatula open on the carousel. Nobody is holding another spatula, but we've seen this can be strong in certain compositions, as can the Aurelian Soul.
Yeah, both players here, both Campus and Orc, really wanted that tier, right? Kind of showcases where the priority lies here. Campus wanted to get that Ezreal 2 stable, and Orc obviously needs it for his Lulu.
Ging having picked up that spatula, interested to see what he's going to be able to do with that. Could currently slam an admin spatula, but I suspect that might not be where he's going.
Ging was also level 7 going into that carousel, down at 63 HP here. Dark is finding Vayne 2, Campus rolling a little bit here, just trying to find anything that can really suit this board. Needs that Ezreal 2, I think, just to not really lose a lot of HP here. But he's just saying, you know what, this is stable enough for now. Does not want to compromise that economy. We know how much both him and Double loves these massive late game pivots when they give themselves the option to have them.
Yeah, interesting here. Kamba is given the option to pick up a second Samira. Does so, has Misfortune and Samira pairs. For Ace, we've seen earlier today to great effect. Admittedly, we're not going to see it that great once more. But it does have a lot of strength in the later stages of the game and is now an open option for Canvas.
Yeah, with that pairing off the MF on the bench. Oh, that Malphite only having like 10 HP left is going to be massive because every single point of HP that you're going to be saving here is going to be super important. Keep in mind that with 2 games left, Canvas at 58 HP. 58 HP? He's not. He's 46 HP, but he's 58 points, man. And we were deliberating that the cutoff was going to be in and around that 60 or 64 points. So he's very much on his way to that final lobby, but needs to avoid going 8th.
Top 4 here would be massive for him, put him solidly in that low 60s range, and then an 8th after that would secure the mid 60s potentially. So a little bit of a roll down once more. That Mecha Prime Garen looking a little bit juicy for frontline, but of course he's still sticking with this underground for another cash out. Probably just going to sell to make econ instead of picking up the Garen.
Yeah, and kind of, you know, he's making all the right moves. He doesn't have all the friends in the right places right now because he cannot find that Ezreal.
Yeah, still no Ezreal 2-star means that he's going to be taking some heavy losses. I suspect he may just have to cash out during this next round. He'll have the entirety of the Wolves to think about it as he locks over to 11 out of 10.
That's illegal.
I know, I know.
What's something you would rate 11 out of 10, Matt?
Ah, gosh. So far, honestly, this sounds like I'm memeing, but the games today have been absolutely insane. So I would rate today's games 11 out of 10. The Salvi game yesterday, also 11, maybe a 12 out of 10. because that was the single craziest game of TFT we've ever had.
All right, finds that Ezreal too and is looking towards that 4 ace period potentially. This could be one of the few times that we'd actually like to see ace in the hole present itself.
Yeah. He just sold the Samira though, so I guess he's not sticking on that line and is instead looking to go for quick draw with Misfortune Spear. Shojin would fit into that quite nicely.
Static Shift, Rage Bait, both for options. The blue buff presented itself on the bench, so it could go blue buff plus the potential of a Hand of Justice as well. But Rod Portal, I love this so much. Just get as much power into having that singular frontliner right in front of your board, as we do see 5-3 Blitzcrank 2 in the front line. MF2 found as well. Rolling on 6 here. Is he gonna send it? We know Campus is very adept at figuring out when he is stable.
Yep, he's full sending it, picking up Ezreal's as he goes. Going to sell out at 32 gold. Has the Ezreal pair on the bench, plus the 2 Ezreal 2s on board, meaning he is just 1 off from that massive power spike. And always happy to admit when I'm wrong, he did stick on this Ezreal tact.
He did for now here. You can kind of see how strong this Y3 is, even without any of the unrelenting force stacks and stuff like that. Norby unable to push through him in the front line. But keep in mind, Norby waiting for that level 8. You can see the items on that KL most likely being transferred to a TF very shortly.
Yeah, Cambis has a little bit of time left in his game now. 34 HP, enough to take a couple of losses as we get later on.
Well, that's an action mark.
No, there's no thought to be had there. Axiomark, the strongest augment for an Ezreal carry for several AP carries with those lower costs. And there you go. Ezreal 3-star. It's just that simple, folks.
I have a very bold claim here, Matt.
All right, I'm ready.
This was quite a good turn for Campus.
I think I'd agree with you. Controversial take though it may be, I think Cam is having a pretty good game.
Some people might call it 11 out of 10.
I think I'm one of those people. Let's take a look at Darkest board. We saw them going for some strange compositions in the earlier stages, and now going for Mecha Aatrox. That's really fun.
Yeah, so normally when you play Bel'Veth backline carry, you can do it with the mech frontline. Why not make that Aatrox into the mech? Maybe it will have a huge impact here. The cybernetic uplink is a bit of a funny thing with Bel'Veth, because it's actually a pretty powerful scaling tool for her, since she's going to be able to stack up that attack speed so quickly.
Yep, and attack speed gives her more attacks on her ultimate, so it attack speed begets attack speed, giving more attack speed. Unfortunately, doesn't give her any extra damage really this early on, as Cambiz's board takes out Darkest.
It would have been quite nice if that uplink kind of, gave her a ticket to avoid Canvas's Ezreal show, because that is quite brazy. I heard that that's going a little bit too far now, but I heard that the reviewers gave that show 11 out of 10. All right, we should probably stop this now.
All right, enough numbers, enough counting. I didn't leave math to count more. Darkest, though, sitting on these Warwick pairs as well, holding them consistently. Perhaps to put in Brawler at the later stages, but this Bel'Veth wasn't able to do a whole lot last round, looking for some kind of 2-star carry in the back, but just the Aatrox in the front isn't doing a whole lot for them.
Yeah, I think right now it's kind of pivoting between whether or not you're going to find that Warwick or you're going to find the 2-star Bel'Veth. The 2-star Bel'Veth being the primary focus here. Even has the option of a potential 2-star Fitzlex on 7 as well, on 2 copies right now. Something we haven't spoken about, Matt, is IASA on this Future Sight 2.
Future Sight 2 is really incredible. We talked about it a lot during Super Brawl. Of course, it's good there when it's team-based, but in 1 versus 1, it's still good. You get the global attack speed. Shout outs to Aatrox, man. That buff really did help, huh?
It looked so good for a second there for IASA's board, but the laser focus on the Ashe, sadly not strong enough at this very moment here. Broken picking up a sword, and now Campus can go for a potential Thieves' Glove with that ultimate Ezreal, just trying to block it away from any of those pesky AD players in the lobby.
Campus, dude, just take it. Stop being such a drama queen. Be like, oh, am I? Am I gonna? Am I gonna? Just take the Ezreal. We know you're looking for it. We know you want that Thieves' Gloves. You want that parallel. It's fine. Actually, if he does put in parallel, I will be interested, because we very rarely see these Ezreal players opt for parallel in the later stages, admittedly because many of them do not find ultimate Ezreal.
It's really hard to find the ultimate Ezreal, right? It has a certain level of finality to the board completion to finding that ultimate Ezreal. That is something you gotta keep in mind here. Broken also really benefiting from that copy of Samira on the carousel here, picking up the 2-star now. Well, keep in mind, still has that Tome of Trades on the bench that hasn't been procced yet.
Yeah, a lot of options here sitting on this board with this mech Samira in the backline. Very strong composition right now with the Sure Shots, but Sure Shot not quite active yet. So Broken still needs to figure out what this late game looks like. So we do see CanBiz rocking that parallel.
And the big thing about the parallel is that it gives Ezreal backline access. These bigger frontliners no longer really becomes a big issue, especially in a situation where you don't have that final item for the Ezreal just ready yet.
Now Broken, sitting on level 8 with very little gold, will finally pop that tome. Sure Shot emblem, an easy choice. The final option, put it on a Belveth even, so you can have a secondary itemized carry without needing that ultimate Ezreal, who we just spoke about as being incredibly hard to find.
Yeah, and this also just means that you can get some extra skilling. I think he's trying to deliberate whether or not he wants free Sure Shot, because that's a huge bonus to the damage when you start looking at the numbers. Getting that third and final item ready to go on the Garen 2 as well is going to be a massive bonus.
Now checking out Ging's board, of course, starting with the Hyperbolic Time Chamber to get the levels from the Lucian, now going for a vertical Renegades. We saw the strength of this earlier on in the day, and it looks like Ging's board is no exception at this point.
And keep in mind, he took out the parallel for this fight, actually. Whether or not that's going to be a continuous decision that he doesn't think the parallel is strong enough to have to stay around, or he just didn't believe in it in this match specifically, time will tell.
One of the things that's interesting about the parallel, and if you've ever played it, you'll feel this very heavily. Ezreal without the parallel does a lot more single target damage and will just burst people down. The problem with parallel Ezreal is that he does a ton of damage, even more damage, but it's all AoE. So you're not taking out those units one by one. You're relying on AoE from both regular and ultimate Ezreal. And sometimes in the early stages of the game, it's just not enough.
And also, I like the fact that we have those type of puzzles to a certain extent within the game, right? Like, just knowing that there is no final decision on what is better. Having those types of ways to express player agency is fantastic.
Maybe pop an ASOL in there later to give additional AoE damage. There's plenty of choices here for CanBiz to make. I like that he's not selling the parallel, though.
Okay, so he has the Spear of Shodan on offer now, but one small front line, it seems here, picking up a potential Warmox alongside a Chalice of Power here, but could also go for Redemption plus Zephyr. Options are plenty, and that is going to be the case, getting that extra utility and support in for the team.
Yeah, and of course doing the standard pro player trick of building the Zephyr and just keeping it on the bench so nobody can easily scout it unless they're looking.
He's going to go up against Swellertiger, who obviously had a major performance in our previous game, but this game so far not looking as strong, kind of battling it out with Darkest down in that 7th and 8th position.
Yeah, both of them very low on economy, so their lives are going to be cut very short soon. Winner of this shouldn't knock out the other one, but with the numbers advantage that Darkest is finding, that might be a change. Is Warwick doing his best? There we go. Thrill of the Hunt popping off, as you said. The laser core behind it giving plenty of DPS. But Darkest, as a result of just a 1-unit lost, still alive.
And that is, as I said, their massive thrill dip. And that's why Warwick is so scary, because when you get all those lasers pumping with that Omnivamp from his ability, alongside the Thrill of the Hunt that he has as his final augment, so much healing on this Warwick.
And it feels like Darkest board is looking very, very worse for wear at this point. You really need that Belveth 2 in order to have any significant damage threat. Sure, Guardbreaker on ASOL is better than no items on ASOL, but it's not enough for it to be a significant damage source.
And look at this setup here coming through from Norby. Has gone into a bit of a mismatch between these Spellslingers as well as that duelist composition. Wants to continue to get that GP value from the get paid, it seems like. Still only a TF1 with those items though, so one beckons. Maybe you should have put that Guardbreaker onto that Nico.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing the strength of this mecha Aatrox. We've been seeing it all throughout the game, but it seems to be looking much more effective against this Spellslinger mixed composition as a Zephyr Draven lands the final blow. Don't see that every day.
No, and meanwhile, Broken on the way to an 8th place. Is Swellertiger going to challenge him for that? It doesn't look like it. But it is looking like one IASA and Slonak here are going to be joining each other in the bot for yet again. It has kind of been a bit of a picture that has kind of been showcasing itself all throughout the weekend. Both two players that we know are immensely talented, but has been lacking that final bit of, I don't know, fortune, understanding. Something has just not gone right for them this weekend so far. Slonak does look like he's turning it around, has had a pretty solid day too so far.
Yeah. I mean, we saw in that previous game really strong pivots from him, really strong decision-making, so he may find his way out of this bottom echelon. But now, Broken, 43 points, just 3 HP, running into this Laser Core board. Meanwhile, across the board on the left, Darkest unfortunately runs into Canbiz. I'm going to say that's a called shot. Looking back onto the right, though, Broken fighting for his life, one unit against this entire board, and we see the Garen doing his best. Aatrox similarly successful for a while, but Darkest will fall, as will Broken. Unfortunately, both players taking those 7th and 8th positions.
And also, we kind of see the power of this future side in a game where there are so many of these strong singular frontliners, right? That mech gets pumped into the air, has absolutely no impact, while the Ash just annihilates the backline.
Oh, Zulanash, I love it! Canbiz previous carousel, we all remember just kind of doing the cheating forward and back. Zulanash does the exact same thing to him the next time an Ultimate Ezreal shows up.
Now, if you're a king, what do you want, right? Like a lot of utility, like a lot of items that kind of go very heavily into the AD tree, but he's kind of not in a spot where that's necessarily too fantastic. Canbiz finds a Kaiser 2 now as well to kind of round out this board, but he's not on the full win streak. Keep that in mind, the Snorby finds a TF2. And that has been one of the big lacks on his board because he's prioritized the Twisted Fate items. Now he finally has a 2-star.
Looking at the top of the board as well, Og hitting that Lee Sin 3, so that Lulu board alive and well coming into the end of stage 5.
Very much so.
Zulanash frontlining this Mordekaiser, going to be a decision he appreciates, running into the double Dragon's Claw Vi. But it's going to be very hard to rip her through if the Mordekaiser gets one shot. Canbiz's board will start pumping out the damage. Vi surviving for the time being. Warwick will finally nearly chew through her, but instead, Zulanash takes the loss.
Vi's off Panda. This is one of the better animations, I think. Like, all the animations are really good. I really like the set animation as well. I think the set animation is really, really cool, but there's something satisfying to a certain extent about like just throwing a massive tippers in the face of people.
And the thump afterwards, very satisfying. Good Foley work. Shout out to the Riot team. IASA, we mentioned earlier on, going for that laser-focused composition, which has somewhat fallen out of the meta, but still viable if you find it.
We can kind of see right now that he might be facing his demise though, Matt, because in his matchup pool, he has the one and only Orc at the top of the leaderboards, and we know that his hardboard, that is very scary.
It's going to be a tough position here. If he can find his way to get the Zephyr on the Lulu and get the Ashe to focus her afterwards, that will be the difference maker for IASA. On the left side, you'll see Norby fighting for his life at the level 9 against this very same board. So we're going to see, one way or another, how IASA's fate will fall. The Laser Core board on the right doing so much work against the front line, but Pantheon survives through it all. The lasers are not enough. IASA will fall, and Norby on the other side will take out the board and save his life, securing at least a top 5. Top 4!
That is going to be massive, right? Okay, Orc finds a GP3 as well, just getting all that bonus damage ready and primed up. And also keep in mind here, a bit of an unfortunate situation for IASA, I would wager here. Had he had the Norby as his matchup, that would have been a much easier matchup for him overall. And with the power of that Zephyr of the Mistral even, I believe that's the name of that, right? So that would have been so powerful to work with.
Yeah, because I mean, that Ashe was no chump. She was putting out a lot of damage. It's just against that massive heartboard, there was very little she could do. We're going to see the backup of this board, the state of the lobby leader picking up a hat. It's going to go on the Aurelion Soul. What a happy little dragon.
The Omni special? A hat on a dragon?
Hat on a dragon. Rolling down, not going to be able to find a whole lot. There's not a whole lot to look for, frankly. Could look for a little bit more here for Ging.
I mean, look at this board, though, right? Like, I love the thing I love about this board is how well it uses any emblem, right? Like Oxforce, Renegade, you name it. This comp can take it all and take the best parts of those other compositions and bring them into it.
Meanwhile, Norby once more fighting for his life. Ooh, did not predict the rocket grab matchup. The Nico gets obliterated in the front line, and now it's down to Twisted Fate, but he gets knocked out as well. Norby will take a 4th place.
And it's nothing like that. It's not even a simple prediction, because the thing is that with the Zephyr Plus rocket grab positioning, you have to do so many difficult things to ensure that hook does not land on either of your corner carries. And that is going to be a difficult one for sure here. Ging on a loss streak, but so far guaranteed that top 3 spot. Netting him those 6 points, putting him to just the 58, right? That top 8 is within reach for Ging yet again.
Absolutely, 52 points. You're happy with this top 3. It gives you a fighting chance to hit top 8 next game. And Kamba is going to be very happy with the results, as is Og. These top 3 all in that upper echelon.
Gets the ghost fight here. Might be what is needed for him to at least stay alive and bring Campus or Og within reach, but this Ezreal is scary. No matter where it goes, it just does an insane amount of damage.
Oh my god. Yeah, disgusting AoE from both forms of Ezreal will spell demise for Ging's board. 3rd place for our Turkish representative.
But it does seem like the Ezreal board takes out the board of the Lulus, but even with the double battle mage, but his Pantheon is actually...
He's doing his best, man.
He is trying to stay alive. He is going down with the ship here. Both of these players are relatively low in HP, 31 and 28, so it should be a relatively short 1v1, and Campus wants to accelerate that even further by picking up the ultimate Ezreal too.
And I want to shout out a very heads-up play here that Canvas made earlier on in the game, deciding to go for the double Dragon's Claw, knowing that Og was likely going to be his hardest late-game matchup.
And I like a lot of the frontline decisions he has made throughout this game, right? The pickup of the Surratt Pole, for example, as well, something that I really like, as you're pointing out here. The combination of the Coal and Spark as well as the double D-Claw really just puts a ton of value in this matchup.
Let's take a look. Canvas's backline is where the attention should be. Good CC onto the front of Og, but there goes one Ezreal followed by the other. The AoE damage is ridiculous. Misfortune to follow. Og will take this loss, has just 1 round to save his chance at first place.
I have no idea what he can pick up here to benefit himself. The Oxforce emblem would be a little bit of a bonus, but nothing major here. Og denying that D-Claw, though, is going to be pretty good, because again, keep in mind, Canvas's board is also dishing out a lot of magic damage.
Yeah. I mean, Canvas's board, it's all about that Ezreal combo. And the Ezreal that has the full items is full AP. You've seen how much the Misfortune does, the Fiddlesticks as well, so D-Claw, very, very helpful.
With the remover here, is going to put a little bit more power onto that Aurelion Soul, try to get some of that initial burst going, because again, keep in mind, Aurelion Soul also benefits from the damage boost from Super and Hard.
Yeah. Aurelion Soul is going to be putting out a lot of damage in this fight, but once more, it just comes down to the Ezreals in the back. If they get taken out, Canvas loses the fight.
Ezreal on an island here, Matt, meaning that this impact from the Aurelion Soul potentially is going to be much less impactful.
And here comes the Lulu in the backline, trying to fire away, get any target whatsoever, but she gets obliterated as the Ezreal comes out. Double ultimates come through. Canbiz makes it to first place in the penultimate lobby of day number 2.
Already guaranteeing himself 66 points. There is no way that that is not going to be making final cut, I think. So we can already congratulate Canvas on making it to day 3. But keep in mind out there that the first tiebreaker tomorrow, I believe, is going to be total tournament points. So still a lot on the line here for the French superstar.
Yeah, Canvas needs to be careful. Obviously, don't rest on your laurels. We've seen that be the downfall of many a player, but Canvas has been doing incredibly well all throughout the weekend. Obviously, day number 1 had incredible performances, but day number 2, this game, I think, is a great demonstration of his flexibility as a player.
Absolutely, and that's what we know and love, like him and his cousin for Double 61. Now, that is Canvas's cousin. I will not have it the other way around, depending on how well Double is doing, because he's been
swapped the names. Someone else's cousin.
He's been doing pretty well so far this weekend as well, right? They're both just incredibly talented, but they are both for their great flex play. Double 61 almost single-handedly kind of revolutionizing the way we played flex in EMEA back in set 3.
Yeah, and Cambiz doing the same, following in the familial footsteps, and we will see how well he can do, how well both of them can do coming into the final game of day number 2, where we'll have 8 players remaining by the end. We'll see you soon.
And we're back here at our analyst desk in the Rising Legends finals. We are going to qualify the 8 players who will maybe going to Worlds today, and the lobby is closing up. It is getting tighter and tighter, and only few places remain to actually be open to players.
I think I have to address the elephant in the room before anything. Ezreal just won. Not this elephant. There's a bigger elephant. This is a small giraffe.
Is this how elephants work?
I'm working on the giraffe. The neck has to get longer still. I'm not sure how much stacking we can do. Gravity, of course, not a helper here, but the real elephant, all right?
Okay.
Ezreal has won another game. Other regions are going to look at us and say, what is going on in the MEA that Ezreal is winning every single lobby they're playing on stream?
Well, I think the big thing here is that people are able to take those Ezreal boards and turn them into quick shot boards. I mean, we're kind of being thrown back to what we're seeing from the Kaiser before as we take a look at our library overall.
Yeah, and honestly, the players that I kind of want to focus on here are Ging and Candace, who are both really looking good in the overall standings. I was rooting for Seoul and Ash, and something's going on here. But
Hackers, of course.
Unfortunately, yeah, Hackers, they come back, you know.
The trade not doing so hot. We're having to move into the high tech that's going on here. One thing, though, we have to address is Darkest. They had a blitz augment, and they did not have a blitz on their board. It does happen sometimes, not ideal, obviously, makes, but sometimes the game does not go as you expect. We had 4 players with blitz augments. You maybe just don't find the right way to fit it and to work around that augment. Instead, play that Mex Aatrox as the front line. It didn't work out, 7th in the end, but it is an option you can go for.
Yeah, sometimes if you just don't find a way to make it fit, you can drop those heroes of those hero augments, especially when we're talking about 1 cost. But with that, let's have a look at what this game had in store for us. I already mentioned it. Seoul, unfortunately here, going out in those bottom 4, denying himself entry to those final spots. Og having a good run, but with those points still, I don't think it's going to be possible.
No, and I mean, this was the whole thing with this lobby, is we had players with very different objectives in mind. Players like Cambiz towards the top, they were trying to make sure there was a 0% chance that they weren't making the final 8. For the rest of the players, very much a desperation situation, saying, maybe, just maybe, you can somehow thread the needle and stay alive in here. But when you're playing against the best competitors in the tournament, that's so much to ask.
As you were saying, Mix, for Og, my dark horse pick, I think even with 2 firsts in the last 2 games, it might not have been enough. Of course, it's an 8-player cutoff, so it's even more strict than it is in normal tournaments. That being said, there is prize money involved in this tournament. There is a big incentive for players to try and perform to the highest level in every single game they're playing, including this last one.
Yeah, and I mean, we have to be kind of a little bit more neutral here. It is the EMEA finals. That's a massive region, and those are the 32 top players. So even if you're ending up on the very bottom of that leaderboard, it still means you belong to the top 32. And I want to applaud every single player that has been here showing off and showing up. And with that, let's have a look at how everything has been turning out. Kevin, unfortunately, going bottom 4, same as Haiden here. Not great for these players, but opening up a little bit more room towards that 7th and 8th place. Armachuk, Ukko, Ketzer are all in there. They're trying to scramble. Zologesang is also looking at those spots. If he finds in first place, he could still make it.
And it's really just those 12 players that have maybe a chance to fight for it. Again, this game is going to be so important for so many players. The entirety of their season at stake. EMEA Finals is fantastic. It's important, of course, but Worlds, I think, is the goal for especially our historical players who have been playing for so long that are so ambitious in their goals. It's all about making it to champs, and the first step is making it to day 3.
Yeah, and at this point in the competition, of course, your fate is at least partially out of your own hands because you can do what you can, of course, which is to finish as highly as possible in your lobby, but you are relying on other players who are above you having bad games. As you mentioned, that did happen for a couple of our top 8 players, so there's still a little bit of wriggle room left to get through.
Yeah, and with that, talking about some wiggle room, I see our casters are wiggling over there because they're ready to take us to Game 5. Let's go, guys, here in Nibiria and Wita.
Thank you very much. And Bakes, unfortunately, looking into the camera, I've realized I look like a 70s disco star. But I'm kind of vibing with it. I'm kind of here for it. But the question I have to you, Wita, I have to pose you a question about the standings.
Yeah.
And I'm going to swear, so I apologize to our sensitive viewers at home. What the frick is going on with Enzos? 73 points coming into Game 5? We thought our cutoff was going to be somewhere around like 64 at the highest. He's 9 over that already.
I think that the only real way to describe that is going to be Mamma Mia.
Mamma Mia, indeed. Mario coming out of us. We don't know what's going on in this game. Is it TFT anymore, or is he going for 99 coins? We can't tell you. But what we can tell you is who's going to be in this next lobby. We have some players who are already up at the top. We've spoken at length about Haiden and Kerfuzzled. Ketzer, one of those players who's been consistently surprising us with his performance in this weekend.
Yeah, and I think also Zolo is a player we need to talk a little about here because top 8 is within reach, especially if he manages to send Haiden bot 8.
Yeah, bot 8. There we go.
Bot 1?
Yeah, sure. I'll take bot 1 if it's top 8. But bot 1 makes sense to me.
Because like top 8 has always not really made any real sense, right? Because it's like okay, you finished last, but you're still on the podium to a certain extent, right? Like,
And
you
it's
describe it like that.
it's so funny to me doing prep as well, because we always look and we see, you know, past performances, and I always have to figure out how to write a player's performance, because sometimes it's like 25th, and sometimes I'm like, ooh, they got a 30th out of 32. Top 32.
Also, another thing, right, when we talk about the numbers here, do you want a low or a high finish? Because technically speaking, low is a
It's golf rules.
One is a low scoring, right? But
exactly.
First place is at the top end, right? So it's a bit different and difficult to talk about here, but also a lot of tiers and a lot of belts to open up with.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be having some tanky boys and some sad girls. You know, or ungendered ones. There's no particular reason. Sologasang here, as we mentioned earlier, is one of those players who is within spitting distance of top 8 coming out of today. Already opening up, angling towards this Lulu reroll, has some decent items coming out of this, but those to me read as components for a Shiv, which is an incredibly strong item in multiple compositions, but most notably Oxslingers, the dominant composition on this patch.
Oh, there are some pretty interesting options open here, Matt. Anima Squad opener with the early Ribbon and the early Shiv. Something that you very much would like to go for here, but also Sologasang's best friend from earlier on, Ezreal, also shows up.
Yeah, you know, we saw Sologasang's successful Ezreal games, so he's angling for something that he knows he could be successful with, but I personally would like to see him pick up the Jinx, instead going for more one-cost units coming into 2-1. Will not be a hero augment, so more of a traditional game so far.
Sologasang not a believer in Jinx, Matt. I'm sorry.
I know, I am too, frankly. Star Guardian Crest, we saw picked up earlier, looked pretty rough in Havali's
imagine if this was like 13.8. You start, you open ship.
Slam that every time.
Okay, we rerolled into a Portable Forge, Manasane, Eternal Winter, or Rocket Propelled Fist Mat.
All three good options, too.
Have very different applications, right? So, Rocket Propelled Fist more of like a surprise package where Manasane has very strong late game scaling with whatever route he wants to go down here. Ezreal or Lulu, both of these uses of the Manasane are pretty good.
Yeah, no longer angling towards that misfortune, of course, now looking at some options for the later stages of the game. We saw what happens with a Manasane Lulu who doesn't have enough AP, so that is the one caution I would say to any viewers at home, is once those first costs from Manasane are out, you are really struggling. Lulu excels because she's able to one-shot people at 3-star. Once she stops that and you're out of Manasane mana, you are in a horrible position.
Also, look at the spot from Cats. The 20 gold already, full gold opener, no components, but has that axial mark as well as the 2 high-cost ferrets of an underground opener, no Kale, as well as no Ezreal in the mix. So, still looking for that here. So, this is what we're looking at. Oh, you have
Does
to kill now.
have Kale, yeah.
Do you level? You can still make 20 if you level, but you're not guaranteed to lose. You could sell the Pantheon 2, I suppose, but there's a high chance the Panth could go onto your board. If you want to play Lulu, then you definitely do not want to level.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what he chooses here because, like you said, both viable options. It seems like he will be opting to stay on 3, utilizing this Pantheon 2 he has, plus the stacking heart buff, in order to try and either continue the win streak or start the loss streak and then activate Underground.
Trying to think. I'm trying to do math here, which is a horrible idea. I know we cannot make 30 if we sold the Sona and the Vi. I was trying to figure it out, but no, don't think that's possible.
Unfortunately, it will be a loss here for Ketzer, so no more wins off that Axiom arc, but it is still a great opening augment, strong in nearly every AP comp.
Choose our Ashe, because why not? I mean, you gotta make a decision here now in terms of which route you are going to be taking throughout this game, because you're already committed to building up that economy. You cannot hold units that are going to cost your economy. So either you play this kill and go into the underground 2 rounds there, than you would like to have done so in the past, or you just like don't go 30, right? So you need to figure out which route you're taking here. We have seen before, you can very much still play these underground cash outs into Lulu. We've seen that done in NA, I believe, on day 1 of their regional finals on Friday.
And of course, now looking at this game for Ketzer, he did have the option to go down a Spell Slinger admin route. Looked at his admin choices, selected one, and then said, nope, not good enough, and is now going for this underground loss streak.
And I like this a lot, right? Because keep in mind now, this is an elimination game for a lot of these players, winning in for even more, right? Kefosselt on that winning in pretty much. Needs to get a good amount up above that 60 breakpoint. Same thing can be said for Solo, who very much does need the first place. And Ketzer, first place was only taken to 62 points, I believe, right? So even then, might not be safe.
Yeah, this top 4 is going to decide a lot of fates today. Ketzer is one of the safer players in the lobby, as is Haiden, but that does not mean safe. Snooty Boo, last one to select an item, having a great early game, as is Giosko, but unfortunately both are seemingly out of championship contention.
Yeah, we have this Spanish trio on stream yet again that has had a bit of a not very fantastic weekend, I think it's safe to say, right? The Spanish scene, a very tight-knit community that really wants to work together and improving here. And I think that's the silver lining, right? That they have a lot of options, a lot of things to look out for what went wrong. Choose not having the most optimal circumstances either, right? That's also going to impact. And everything considered has had a pretty good day too. And we know that both Giosko and Chuzo are kind of down with going for these 2-cost reroll lines where Snooty has gone for something that isn't underground.
Yeah, he's looking for this duelist early game. We've seen this multiple times. It's just like a decent opener. Plus, he's found a Belveth by 2-5, and that is not just a great item holder for AD, but a fantastic carry for an AD composition on her own. No offensive items, though, so...
Well, that's a glove for Swellertiger, a player that is very much, sadly, probably going to be out of reach of that top 8, but still a player that is going to be showcasing yet again that he belongs in this field when it really matters. Has performed quite amicably under the circumstances this weekend, has really performed well. 49 points. If he wins this, it's going to be close to a top 16 finish, I'd say.
Yeah. You know, you don't ever get here by luck. It's through hard work, competition, and Sweller has proven you can get here time and time again. So maybe not his Rising Legends finals, but maybe the next one will be.
I mean, you don't do it 6 times through luck, at least, right? At that point, you're probably better off playing the lottery if that's luck, right? I think to a certain extent. But Snooty here trying to protect his win streak, going up against Giosko, trying to do the exact same thing. And it is, in fact, going to be Snooty taking home that win streak into neutrals.
Yeah, really good start there from Snooty Boo, shutting down Giosko. So the sole economic leader coming out of here, I don't believe anyone has completed a full loss streak. I'm looking at Solo Gasong as potentially having done so.
If you're not full loss streak at 67,
then you've been having a real bad game.
Something weird has happened. Someone has openly tried to grief you, Kefussled on a 4 streak, and there is the confirmation, 5 streak has happened.
Chuso as well. Looking a little bit notably healthier rather than Solo Gasong. As we look again at Kerfuzzled's board, this is a player coming into the tournament that we weren't sure how to place. Had some early strong Golden Spatula Cup performances, but then kind of vanished from the top echelon of play, but has been having an absolutely incredible day and has been in the top 8 of the standings over the course of both of the last 2 games.
Yeah, but unlike some of the other players that took a break going into this event, he did continue playing both ladder and in tournaments, just was not finding the impact that he would have wanted.
Yeah, not the success we would have expected from him from his first performance, but now we are seeing that beam of light once more for him as Chuso making some decisions post-level up. Those are some rough items. Nothing really super slammable outside of maybe a Last Whisper.
Last Whisper plus Titan's Resolve going into Warwick would be an option, but again, when you look around the lobby, not you probably have Seeker Fossil running around with a Warwick with a shirt that I'm no less, so probably not going to be a finished situation here. But early level 6 here, Kefussled trying to snipe Snooty most likely.
And now it's going to be Chuso versus Giosko, who is itemizing on that Kale, looking for a little bit of extra damage. Chuso has slammed that Last Whisper and put an extra bow on Vayne, but will not be enough to save his board. Kale at 3-1, still a decent carry.
Yeah, and also has that dual load as an augment. I feel like we haven't really spoken too much about this, but one of the strongest augments in the game, despite having a ridiculous pick rate as well. So, an augment that has really risen to fruition in the most recent times.
Nobody's upset about having it, right? Even if you're an AD. Oh boy, 2-2-3. Okay.
Okay, Undercurrent, that is not Power Grid, but obviously it's also not the priority here for Swellertiger on that AD line. Is going to pick up those boxing lessons, trying to duke it out with his opponents here, trying to secure that top 16 finish.
Gets him for free, too. That's a pretty good deal. Didn't have to spend any gold. Gets free lessons from Vi, who look at those fists. She's got to be decent at using them.
I'm pretty sure those are not certified by any boxing union, though. I gotta admit.
No, probably doesn't work out of a gym. Probably works out of the slums of Zon. But you know what? We'll take it anyways.
There's hidden brass knuckles, and then there's those, right?
Yeah. Chuso now picking up. Oh, we very rarely see a Morgana hero augment picked up.
Yeah, Fear is Freedom now. It's going to be the pickup here, I believe. Or is that going to be Gas? Or it's Gas Giant Slayer, actually, not Fear is Freedom. Two great names, actually.
Yeah, banger names throughout a lot of these augments. I'm going to be sad to see them go. Now Chuso picking up against this Kerfuzzled board, which we have seen previously, angling towards perhaps that Infiniteam Samira late game.
Yeah, but mana tempering as well. We talked about this time and time again. How many casts Belveth were able to get off during a fight.
Yeah.
And sure, like 4% AD might not sound like a lot, but when you cast 5 to 10 times a fight, that's quite a lot of AD.
Yeah, so expect seeing a Belveth coming out of Kerfuzzle's board later, and just based on the previous performance of that composition, in addition to being able to make her a sure shot on top of it, if he so pleases, I expect this is going to be a good game for Kerfuzzle.
Just getting the upgrades here in terms of which augments have been picked here. We saw it on the screen very briefly as well, but the standout here for me is Ketzer on that Rising Spell Force, Matt. Yet again, we're going to be seeing an Ezreal potentially sending a player into the top 8.
We sure are, buddy. We sure are. But Ketzer, has played a wide variety of compositions throughout the weekend and found success on them. I would be interested to see if he has a unique take on this composition, as he has on several of his pivots throughout the weekend.
And also keep in mind here, Haiden on Renegade Crest Opener into Hextech Retribution, so will not have to make any alterations to his board. He is going directly for that Riftwalking composition.
And we've seen how strong it is, how consistently it can get that top 4, and the top 4 is all that Haiden will need in order to be in that top 8. Now, Swellertiger using an AD Ezreal as an item holder and finding success with
Wrong
it.
That is,
yeah. Interesting choice, though, and it's working out for him, so who am I to criticize?
Okay, some options here for sure. Belveth, we talked about the impact for some of these players, and even with a belt here, Kerfuzzle pick, if that goes all the way through to him, that's a Warmock Slam for the front line here. Not a bad option in any way.
Yeah. We'll see what Ketzer and Solo go for. They're going to be skipping that Belveth. Haiden, though, denying the option, taking it for himself. And Kerfuzzled will have to settle for less.
And you can kind of see the way Haiden has been practicing on this patch specifically. And again, I'm speaking a lot about Haiden because I have a pretty good insight into it. You can kind of see, like, all throughout today how much he's been focusing on these AD lines. Been playing a lot of Belveth, a lot of Samira lines, a lot of these Riftwalker compositions as well. And when you understand a specific tree this well, it's a super good way to climb as well, a super good way to secure that you don't go AF a lot because you understand all of your outs from specific positions.
This was also Swellertiger's method coming into this. We saw day 1 he played 0 AP compositions, having less success today, but it is a tried and true method as he was doing very well with it yesterday.
Also keep in mind, Kerfuzzle still has a Sivir in that box on the screen here, so if he ever needs to move out of this gauntlet onto another carry, that option is not even going to be an issue.
Yeah, just a free pickup for him as we're going to see this Vi trying to tank up against Ketzer's board. We talked about this earlier. It's going to be the Rising Spell Force Ezreal. Has the blue buff this time.
And Action Mark?
Yeah, and all right. Pack it in, folks. I think Ketzer is qualified already. I don't need to see the rest of this game.
Oh, not too soon, though, right? Because he is taking a lot of damage in this early game. And keep in mind that there are players in the lobby right now angling for some incredibly high caps. And if Ketzer cannot hit until he's down to, like, let's say 25 HP, for example, it is going to be an issue for the French player here to get into a stable position where he can kind of start pushing those levels. Because right now, Matt, he's still stuck on this real one.
Yeah, he's going to have to wait a couple more rounds. I think he's going to go for the next level of locks, obviously. And then at that 4-2, 4-1 mark, that's 4-2. Once he gets to that 4-2 mark, has his next augment, figures out what the board is going to look like, he will swap off, try and level up, figure out his board.
Yeah, and nothing is worth keeping in mind here is that now we get to see the matchup on screen as well, is that he's going to try to wait until Sweller goes out of this Ezreal just to get all these pieces back into the pool. But someone picking, Sweller picking boxing lessons, for example, because it's not a good idea, or it's not a good thing for a Ketzer, because normally you see people not really running Vi because the Brawler frontline not that prevalent right now.
Yeah. We've talked about it all day. That Brawler frontline is not very prevalent or particularly useful unless you are running one of these Ezreal compositions.
There was a Samira in the shop here as well. Direct transition possibility for Swellertiger.
And he's going to take it. There we go, leveling up with the 2-star Vi. Samira in shop. And several options for himself. He still could have gone for more underground if he wanted, but opting out of that option.
He's 44 HP, has way too much gold to work with. This is a very good cash out as well. Got to keep that one in mind here. Could have gone for 2 more losses, sure, but that is going to increase the mental stress for him in terms of being able to turn this board around into a useful one.
Looking like he could level on the next one if he wanted to dig real deep into his gold reserves, but instead will be rolling. Found that Jhin, so perhaps just going to itemize there instead of going down the Samira sure shot route, but he's got plenty of time and plenty of gold to work with before he needs to make a decision.
And this is a bad thing for Haiden, right, who's very actively angling for that line here. Another bad thing for the entirety of the lobby is that Swellertiger looks like a man who's trying to hit his entire composition, has found a Pantheon already, Gangplank free. The board from Solo here with that Guardian Spirit now with those bigger HP pools. Gotta have a ton of value coming through.
Getting stronger moment by moment as we see Sweller settling pretty solidly on this Riftwalker composition. These first rounds might not go too great for him, but Kerfuzzle's board has yet to find an upgrade, has yet to replace that Sivir with a more reliable carry for this mid-late game. Nonetheless, seems to be working out pretty well for him.
Yeah, and Sivir 2 is a surprisingly good unit when you have strong boards around it, right? Because Sivir 2 does a lot of like spread out damage, so when you have the combination with the Aurelion Soul, that is going to be guaranteed to kill a lot of units. As well as Tiger, he did cash out, but his board is nowhere stable enough right now.
Here we go, final augments coming out, and it's just going to be silvers, but Band of Thieves would be a pretty decent one here for Sweller, giving him just free items for one of his tanks or his carries. As we look at Solo Gasang's board, who has hit pretty much everything.
Yeah, he is in a little bit of an awkward position, though. He has a lot of his freestyles ready online, but no Sona to go to the 4 heart, no Viego, either kind of just casters showing up. And also running 2 copies of this Malphite, so it's 0 gold, not like 1 or 2 gold, specifically 0 gold. Here's Chuso trying to get out of this spot here, also going for this Renegade line, and the more people are leaning into the setup, the worse it is for Haiden at 77. But if the likes of Sweller and Chuso bleed out while he's stable enough, that's going to be massive for him in terms of being able to guarantee that top 4.
Chuso as well, going to be looking for this 3-star Morgana with that hero augment. Has swapped out some of those items. None of them going to be particularly useful for his main carry, but he will slam the QS, given that it's the best option he has, hoping for the Viego to act as a secondary carry throughout this duration. So we see Giosko settling solidly on that Spellslinger comp.
I think you might be the only caster in TFT that actually calls it QS. And it's actually even more impressive with your League of Legends background, man. I gotta give that one to you.
It's so funny though, Wida, because what happens in my mind every time I'm about to say QSS or Quicksilver Sash is you saying, no, remember, Mort says Quicksilver. I'm like, all right, QS.
All right, speaking of the Vi contest here, Ketzer unable to find 6 now, but he's still only on 5 Ezreal, so this roll has to be super important. As I was talking about, only 28 HP to his name. The Vi getting closer, the Ezreal also getting closer and closer, but no cigar so far.
We'll take that though. He gets an upgrade for his front line. He gets a second Ezreal. He's going to put some items on this Kaisa so that he has a secondary carry that can contribute to these fights. And it looks like it's going to work out at least for this round. Bel'Veth doing a lot of damage. The Edge of Night saving her, but only for a little. Snooty's board in trouble against Ketzer's, and Ketzer has very close to that Vi 3-star as well.
Haiden falling down here. Chuso and Swellertiger in a very important fight for positioning. Keep in mind, both of these players on the same line here, so that is also very important on this carousel. Syndra on the chopping block here, potentially for some of these players looking to play those AP lines, Matt.
I mean, Solo Gasang is the one I'm going to shout out. We were mentioning before, he doesn't even have 4 heart. The best heart in the game is right there in front of him.
But Nunu is also such a massive bonus to that comp when it comes to getting that extra mascot going. Such a powerful tool to kind of just get in and around those corners, disturb the piece on the positive board where Lulu is not at.
I mean, that's the strength of this composition, right? You and I have talked about it extensively, but Lulu is a really good reroll composition even without the hero augment because there's so many ways you can play with it. There's so many ways to cap it out. There's so many outs that you can take. All right. There we go.
Good TG items as well, so a bit of damage coming through from this Gas Giant Slayer?
That's the one.
Gas Giant Slayer. They couldn't even give her the prismatic name.
I know.
The Radiant Relics one.
Well, remember in set 1 she was a demon, so she doesn't want to slay herself, so that's why it's Giant. Because nobody's ever been like, Morgana, Giant.
But they say Slay Queen?
True. You know what? True. I'm with you on this one. Riot, get on it. Now, Chuso, with that upgrade, will be hoping to turn his luck around down at 25 HP, bottom of the board, against Snooty Boo, who has been building to this Warwick composition for the entirety of the game. Really not working out for Chuso until the very end of the fight.
Ketzer also still struggling, but he has a very clear path to what he needs to be stable. He's been trying to get around this by having those little suboptimal items slammed on the Ezreal, trying to get there. When that Ezreal is able to reset, and look at what Solo is doing. It might not be enough, but it's honest work, right? A single copy of Ezreal on the bench trying to lock out Ketzer, but nonetheless, it's not gonna matter. Ezreal free, finally on the board here, but just 15 HP to work with, Matt. This might not be enough.
Could be too little too late. You can see that Zeke's on the Kai'Sa unused at the moment, but this Ezreal is going to decide the fate of Ketzer's game. 15 HP on him. It's up to Ezreal to save the day.
Look at Hayden's board here. No Jhin, no problem. I'm just going to play Urgot until I can stabilize and find a different position. And so far it has been so good. Not even get any of the chests. Okay, no mind. One chest. That's
okay, one chest. We'll take that. We'll take that. Because how can you compete with this board? Now Ketzer is literally one-shotting people on opposing boards. This is the power spike he was looking for. And we know that this board can make it all the way to the late game without needing significant upgrades. We saw that from Salvi. Yes, he had last stand, but several times throughout the competition, we've seen this board stabilize around this area.
But look at the HP totals within the top 6, Matt. Swello win streaking at 31. But then you have all the way up to Haiden 39, and even Snooty Boo on a 5 loss streak, by the way, down to 44.
Kerfuzzled, though, 14 win streak.
He lost the fight 2-1, hasn't looked over his shoulder since, and that is exactly what he needs to have a chance to get into that top 8. Make it into the final 8 of the Rising Legends finals.
Got to get the loss out of the way real early. Kerfuzzled would be the joining Lalana as a UK representative to the Rising Legends finals. No one else from that country has made it in the history of EMEA.
And it's kind of interesting, right? Because the UK as a country has a very strong history when it comes to strategy games. You think about card games. There's not a single card game in the world you cannot name at least 2 or 3 very strong UK competitors. And getting another player to the championship would be massive for the UK.
Kerfuzzled now has his full board assembled more or less. He has the ultimate Ezreal. He has the sure shot Bel'Veth with healing and the Giant Slayer. Plenty of damage, plenty of tankiness. We'll see how far it can get him.
He's gold right now. Hayden he is struggling to figure out how this board is going to pan out, but has found that Jhin now. Much better holder of these items that he currently has on lock and key here. But this board on the screen for Kerfuzzled, 14 win streak. That's going to go to 15 right now because there's no way this board from Hayden is strong enough to even take down more of these units here.
It's all on the Bel'Veth. You can see the rest of the board falls pretty easily, but once the Bel'Veth starts turning on a target, they die instantly. The key for the rest of the lobby is finding a way to lock her down and take her out.
And also, Ketzer still stabilizing. However, Sweller did take a loss here. Upgrades coming through for Chuso. The second Chuso and/or Sweller dies. That's going to be massive for Hayden and/or Sweller. Obviously, Sweller dying, not massive for him, but the units being freed back into the pool is going to provide so much value and an out here for the likes of Hagen. Snooty and Kerfuzzled at the top of the table is kind of chilling right now. Snooty seems to be stable. Kerfuzzled, we know, is incredibly stable. Ketzer, the big X factor right now, down to 15, but has that Ezreal free going.
Yeah, I suspect the only person at the bottom of the ladder actually in trouble will be Chuso here with 9 HP. A loss here would spell his doom. Oh no.
Shroud is pretty good here, but it is going to be one of the fights you don't want to hit, man, as you're pointing out. The oh no, but the Morgana in a good spot to try to catch out that Ezreal.
Ezreal firing away into the backline will make his way towards the Jhin, take him out, and Chuso will follow 8th place. 39 points, will be 40 by the end of the day, and will not be making it to day number 3.
Oh, and Sweller, the next one on the receiving end of Kerfussel's absolutely insane 80 flex board. And that's going to be good news for the likes of the rest of the lobby here. Haiden down to 15, Ketzer 15, Jalosko 9, and Swellertiger on 9. 1 to 2 lives on these players in these ever so important positions. Keep in mind, Ketzer most likely in need of a very strong performance to make it in, whereas for Haiden, right now, that top 4 looks to be the break-off point, and well, Solo Gesang need to find a way to take down Kerfussel. So many things, so many optimizations still on the table, Matt.
But like you're saying, that top 4 looks pretty locked down. Kerfussel, there's no way you take him out before the end of the game in anything less than top 4. Snooty and Solo looking so strong. So it's down to these players, down to these fights to decide the rest of the lobby. At risk now, Swellertiger and Giosko on the right. Swellertiger with that Jhin 2 looking strong for the time being, taking out unit after unit. The Warwick is the one you gotta watch for, and he's going to stay alive for the time being. Finally gets taken out on the left. Giosko will fall, but Swellertiger survives.
Yeah, and that Leona having a massive job there, doing so much work. In the meantime, we see Haiden has gone out in 6, now at the mercy of the other results. He was very close to the break-off point before going into this game. There might still be hope for him, but just 3 points to his name from this game might not be enough.
And this opens up the board for players like Kerfussel. His chances are now even greater of making it into that day 3, even greater of making it to the Monsters Attack Championship.
Swellertiger here looking for even higher caps now with that Renegade emblem being picked up from the carousel. Solo fighting the upgrades with the Sona here. He's on a win streak.
Finds another one.
3 players, Matt, currently on streaks. Kind of just goes to show how lucky some of these players have been to dodge Kerfussel for so long.
And I think this is the turnaround point for Swellertiger. He can now put in 7 Renegade if he chooses, has 2 emblems in the bank, but instead looking for alternate ways out of the composition, ways to just use the 5 Renegade in order to find his success, instead finding support units to keep himself alive.
He wants to get some of those better units on the block here, and now this is a matchup that's worth following here, but it is going to be the Ghost Board, it looks like, from the likes of Ketzer. The real big factor here is when is Ketzer going to hit Kerfussel and what's the outcome going to be? Because that's going to change the scope of the entire lobby.
And we can see against the Ghost Board at the very least, Swellertiger is looking good. The Oxforce Viego keeping the attention of the Ezreal for several volleys, and the Leona targeting onto the Vi. That 1-2 punch was enough to take down Ketzer's incredible board.
We can see here now, Kerfussel keeps trucking on as Solgasang is finally going to lose his streak. He's still level 7, but with just 26 HP left, Matt, he might not have time to go to level 8.
And he's one of the ones that's at risk. Snooty Boo as well went from that massive, healthy 44 down to just 15 points of HP, looking for potentially a Warwick 3 at this point, but it is incredibly risky.
But we're talking about this, Matt. The high caps are needed. You need something to challenge Kerfussel in this lobby right now, and that might just be the Warwick 3. Any sort of extraordinary unit is going to be such a big upgrade to this board.
He's taking a bet here. He's saying that if I don't die, I will find my way to first. But unfortunately for him, it's against Kerfussel, the legend, the top titan of this game, the Belveth, firing away against it. In the meantime, on the left, we see Sweller fighting for his life with those Renegades. Will run into Solo Gesang's Lulu board. On the right, Snooty Boo will fall to Kerfussel. On the left, Swellertiger will fall to Solo Gesang. And our top 4 has been decided.
Snooty Boo on 1 HP here at least gets to go out on a good note, right? That has been the big thing for him so far. Has not had the greatest of weekends, but he gets to go out with a good performance, gets to leave with a good feeling in his body, knowing that he is at least going to be able to keep his head high.
Swellertiger, of course, one of our many-time competitors. 6 times has he made it to the final leg of an EMEA circuit. Unfortunately, we will have to hope that he makes it once more to find his victory.
Okay, Snooty, 1 more Warwick still on Mordecai, so 1 as well, but not as likely on that level 8 to find that, so This could be a massive swing turn, yet again threatening the balance of this lobby. And there it is, Matt. The Warwick free. The Awu is going to be out in full force.
Look at the man dancing. He knows he's just found his way back into this game. Snooty Boo is back, baby. Warwick 3 should be enough to stabilize this board. It doesn't matter if it's enough against Kerfuzzle just yet, because his next fight...
But look at the from Kerfuzzle, though. Oh. That ultimate Ezreal 2 coming through here. Who's going to challenge him?
Well, perhaps Snooty Boo, as he goes up against Solo Gasang, the risk of elimination is here for both players. Solo may be able to survive depending on the severity of the loss, but look at this Warwick. Incredible damage coming out with the massive attack speed. Lulu focus is elsewhere, and Warwick healing up back to full almost immediately. Here come the lasers onto the Lulu. Lulu will fall. Sona behind her falls as well. Solo Gasang survives one more round, but Kerfuzzled takes a loss. Gods can bleed.
Oh, Ketzer looking more and more likely to take this home, but keep in mind, so much gold for Kerfuzzled. That 3-star Belveth might be what is needed to kind of combat the rest of the power curve of this lobby. Ketzer still level 7, so is Solo Gasang. These reroll boards have come a long, long way here, but keep in mind, Ketzer was 1 or 2 losses away from even having a chance to making it back into the position that he is right now.
And for Kerfuzzle, the one thing gods have is time. He has plenty of time to look for that Belveth 3. Snooty and Ketzer, like you said, not the same leeway. Now, the last fight here for Snooty Boo, potentially the last fight for Solo Gasang. On the right, the Warwick 3 slashing away with those laser core behind him. There's 1, 2. It's the Ezreal versus the Warwick. Ezreal falls. On the left side, Lulu doing her best against Kerfuzzle. The ultimate Ezreal still safe in the backline. Everyone focusing the Lulu, and she falls. Solo Gasang takes a loss. Snooty Boo stays alive, down to top 3.
And Solo Gasang near the first place to be into contention to making his back-to-back appearance in the final 8 of a Rising Legends finals here. Ketzer looking very prime to do that right now. Could be guaranteed as much as just as the 62 points here. Kerfuzzled, Matt.
Kerfuzzled is looking absolutely unbeatable at this point. He is not needing to roll down all of his gold. Look at him still on 46. No 3 stars, but the championship in his sight. Day 3 in his sight. Top 8 in his grasp.
And this is a showcasing of actually understanding your position, right? He's not risking it all. He's not taking rash decisions here. He's just saying, you know what? I am going to sit down and relax. I know that I have the time to find my 3 stars, and therefore my cap should be much, much higher than anyone else in the lobby.
But you can see the Ezreal is dangerous to that Belveth. Takes it down in one shot. Snooty Boo surviving against the Ghost he fought as well. So still one more round, still one more carousel.
Belveth on the carousel. So that's one less copy, but maybe Kerfuzzle just wants to get a completed item instead. Get some more power onto that Aurelion Soul in the backline, for example. So this is a clear choice of priority from Kerfuzzle. The only other real option there was going to be the Last Whisper mascot, and the Enema Squad emblem are going to require some sacrifices on his board he might not be willing to make right now.
Now just an open rod he can toss onto any AP that he would like. For sure shot secured. Rolling down now for Belveth 3. Not picking anything up along the way that he doesn't need, as Snooty Boo will push to 9, add in that extra brawler, now up to 4 brawlers with the 4 admin Warwick.
And he does have Ketzer here, it looks like. And keep in mind, Snooty was the one to put Ketzer down to just 2 life. So this fight could be so important here.
Here we go. The Ezreal is the place to watch. Once he falls, so does Ketzer. Ezreal firing away, able to one-shot all of these units, but Warwick still alive, pops into the Edge of Night, and Ezreal has one more shot to take him out, but it's not enough. Snooty Boo, second place so far, and more to go as Kerfuzzled takes another loss.
He did not find a big upgrade, right? So he thought that's got to be something we got to keep in mind here. Only 29 gold to work with. But he's holding on to 2 potential upgrades here. Garen free as well as Belveth free will provide so much CC, so much damage here that it might be enough to take out this very, very handsome Warwick that's been putting so much work in. And the second the Warwick enters kill mode, it's game over for pretty much anyone else he's going to face.
A really dangerous game here for Kerfuzzled and Snooty Boo. Now, potential final fight on the field. Snooty Boo doing his best after an unfortunate series of games for him. 41 points, does not have the championship in his sights, but going out on a high note, well within his reach.
Killing this Warwick free is just such an impossible task with the
Still alive for now. Hold on, one more auto. It looks like he might survive. Ultimate Ezreal will not be able to ult.
No, and that's going to be such a difficult thing for Kerfuzzled here, right? Because he needs to burst it out, but the Edge of Night is such a fantastic piece here as well, with the range extension coming through from that rapid fire cannon. Item we haven't seen a whole lot of this weekend.
Yeah.
Was initially Fearcraft to be one of the better items for the Warwick, but as time kind of went on and changes came through, not really the case.
And what's interesting here, coming in from Kerfuzzled, of course, we are going into Stage 7, so a loss here. 2 losses would spell his doom 100%, but he's looking for 2 3-stars. Simultaneously, the Garen and the Bel'Veth, either one of them could change his fate entirely.
Wrong duplicator coming through here. Would have liked to see a full-on duplicator. Would have set the world on fire for the British man here. But 40 gold and a dream, Matt. The roll down is happening. Is there anything else you can be doing with legendaries? Fiddlesticks, etc. could also be on the cards, but to skip the first one here. Gotta get those items out of the way before you start rolling. 2 copies needed, but as you said, Matt, 2 lives to figure this out.
He's got plenty of time, plenty of patience as well, as we see Snooty pick up an additional item off the board. He will pick up Thieves' Gloves for Kerfuzzled, stick it on that Samira.
Staying at the 30 gold here, very much committed, as you're talking about, to using that second life as a way to turn around this game.
Second life both in the tournament and the game for Snooty Boo. The Warwick still safe in the back line, completely uncontested. All the damage coming out still. Edge of Night still available. Going on to that Garen. Edge of Night is popped, but Warwick just barely survives, and Snooty Boo lives for one more round. Kerfuzzled takes a massive hit.
But it's a 1-unit loss, Matt. This means potentially one more life even on top of the one we were talking about here for Kerfuzzled.
But Kerfuzzled is rolling down. He's spending all of his gold. He doesn't have faith that he has even one more round left in him. Picks up the Garen. He is one off of Garen, one off of Bel'Veth, but he misses both of them.
Do you chance it? I don't think it's going to be difficult for him to take 31 damage, right? That's a lot of damage, and with the way these fights have been going, they have been close, so I think he has one more round in him.
And the way Laser Core works for this composition is, of course, you get all those lasers on the Warwick. So he doesn't have too much risk, but nonetheless going to try a little bit more positioning tricks, going to try his best to make it out. But the Warwick, you can see, just clawing through the entire enemy team, jumping onto that Ultimate Ezreal, stopping him from casting. Samira will do her best, but it's not enough. Kerfuzzled down to 14 HP, the final round of the game, any way you slice it.
7-3, it's time to make it all they can dream it can be, because you gotta make a decision here, Kerfuzzled. Do you want the Garen? Do you want the damage from the Bel'Veth? It is going to be that Garen. That lockdown is going to be the massive priority, getting that front line in the way of that Warwick. But so far, nothing in this roll down. Has 2 more rolls on the lock here. Okay. Want to play double Garen too, just to get some more gold to work with. There's the Bel'Veth!
He rolled over it! Kerfuzzled, no! And now Snooty Boo, victorious. Potentially the only change has been the extra Garen, but it gets subsumed by the mech. Warwick, uncontested in the backline, takes out another unit after unit, falling to the claws of Warwick, and Snooty Boo, victorious in the final lobby. Redemption is here for the Spanish player.
What a game. And this is kind of what TFT is when everyone is playing for the highest possible caps, right? We got to see the game go all the way to 7-3, got to see almost multiple 4-cost free start, and some players in here kind of with an unfortunate hand being dealt, it seems like. But it's all going to come down to the tiebreakers, how the points have fallen out, because after 12 long games over 2 days, Matt, we are ever so close to having our final lobby presented.
What a game, man. That was awesome. That was so incredible. All of the plays coming out. Snooty Boo making adjustment after adjustment. We were so sure he was out of the game for so long. Kerfuzzled, 98 HP coming into that series of games. Started taking loss after loss we weren't sure it could stay up. And then Snooty Boo, the Spanish hero, coming from behind to finally nab that Warwick 3. Just incredible.
And we finally got to see what Snooty Boo is actually fully capable of here. But I do think we have been given
We've been given instructions, it turns out.
That's not like us, but yeah, just show it to the camera.
There we go.
Nunu, always good for a good delivery of the message.
Turns out a break is ready, and after that, you guys will know who has made it to day number 3 of the Rising Legends Finals. Nunu, I'm going to have to throw you to break. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. We'll see you guys in a bit.
back here at the Endless Desk, and honestly, this game has been incredible. Are you guys at home having fun? Because I sure hope you do.
Wonderful.
Amazing.
We have confirmation.
Now, with that game, let's just quickly go over the major points. Going into this, I had picked him as a winner. Snooty who?
Snooty Ow!
Perfect. That Warwick 3 came in clutch, and it was just annihilating boards left and right. It was amazing to see. And even though Snooty will not be able to make it to tomorrow, I think you cannot have a better way to send it off, right?
It was very fun for him. Also played spoiler in that lobby. Eventually, once he was able to hit that Warwick 3, anyone that faced him was in big, big trouble. Solo, one of those players, ends up 4th place in that lobby. Ketzer as well. All fell to Snooty in the end.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As you say, for some of our players, particularly with the snake seeding, where they've got social low points being in the same lobby, that's the main influence they have is king making at that point. I believe that, David, you did actually spot another lobby where that happened.
Oh, we're going to talk about that later, but there was a lobby with 3-star legendaries and an attempt at one as well, but that's going to come a little bit later in the segment.
I wonder who it was.
Looking at this lobby, though, I mean, overall, Kerfuzzled also had a great game. 98 HP, 14 win streak across maybe the first 3 stages. Eventually fell off. Tried to find that Bel'Veth 3. Found it, but then rolled over it, unfortunately.
Okay, listen. I am here to defend our players, all right? It has been a long day. He was looking for a long time. Was the Garen? Was the Bel'Veth? I think mentally he had already given up and succumbed to losing out to that Warwick 3. And honestly, I cannot blame him for that.
Well, I mean, as I said, for Snooty, it was an absolutely amazing end to one. Of course, it has not been a great tournament for Spain at all, so it's wonderful to see one of the top players getting the chance to at least bring Spain to the forefront of the conversation. But I really felt like Kerfuzzled in this game did exactly what he needed to. He was towards the top of the table. The only thing that was going to stop him was a bad finish, and he made absolutely certain there was no way that was going to happen.
Exactly. Despite missing the Bel'Veth 3, I don't think he cares. He made top 8, which was the #1 goal here. Obviously, would have been more entertaining to see that final fight between the 4 cost carries.
We would
see, well, probably not Bel'Veth. We've seen a Bel'Veth 3 already lose today. We haven't seen a Warwick 3 lose yet. It would have been a flashy finish, but still, in the end, Kerfuzzled very happy. I assume, Peter, you're very happy. One UK player, and he somehow sneaks into that top 8.
Well, particularly, with all of our countries being so many countries being represented by a single player, I honestly, we saw Kerfuzzled before, almost managing to win a GSC, but then having that one big fall down at the finish line. So I just wasn't ready to open my heart to the possibility that someone from the UK could actually even make it into the top 8 at all. But honestly, coming out of this game, I think Kerfuzzled makes a really strong case going forward that even if he's a newer player to the competitive scene like this, he's got a very solid chance of making it through and representing EMEA at the Global Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of newer players who have a chance, Panda, now's the time to tell everybody about that legendary that you saw.
All right, I was scouting the other lobbies, trying to follow all the different narratives involved, trying to follow Double's narrative especially. In the end, Lusher was able to get a Janna 3-star Double, and Lusher had the same amount of points going into that last game, 52, essentially needing a first place to get to that 60-61, which is where we know the cutoff would be. Double was sitting on 8 Urgots. He was rolling desperately, sold his entire board to match that Janna 3. Flum Lusher was not able to find it in the end, and Lusher ended up winning that lobby, and I think he earned himself maybe the very last spot among those top 8 because he did get 60 points in the end. Not sure if the tiebreakers were going his way, though.
We will see. I just want to note quickly, Lusher is my dark horse. And, some of the Germans have been saying that I'm a little bit of a jinx. I just want it on the record that I picked him. If he's in, that I'm definitely now spoken free of jinxing anybody.
Who was your favorite?
You have to look at other people.
Who was your favorite? Sorry, could I go? Who's your favorite?
The one who just won the last game. So
I don't think he qualified top 8 though, thanks to you.
We're not having this conversation right now. We will be having, however, an interview pretty soon. I'm quite excited on who it is. We're going to see what is going on there. Are we going to have Enzo on again?
Ooh.
We'll see how that goes. But before, of course, we're going to have a look at our standings and see who actually made those top 8. Here are all of your players again. The 32 best of EMEA once more showing up here in our overall standings. Wave them goodbye one more time, because tomorrow only the top 8 will go again and look for those final 4 places in the World Championship.
Yeah, there's so many amazing names in here. Of course, Wet Jungle Swellertiger just missing the cutoff to get into the top 16, but we will have our final 8 laid out for us.
Lusher did make it. Ketzer and Kevin Parker as well. That was kind of the area that was in dispute. Ging, Haiden, Kerfuzzled, Camus, and Enzo pretty much had their spots almost secured with a top 4 or even a 6th place in some cases. But in the end, we have to say goodbye. But a very good fight for Uko, Double 61, Solgasang, and Og, who were in that kind of rift where they could maybe jump in and sneak into the top 8. Not able to do so in the end, unfortunately. So sad for Double especially. He had a chance to tie Juanmi as a 4-time contender to make it to Worlds in the end. Gonna stay at 3 for this set.
At least we did have a pretty good spread of countries there. Coming into this one, we knew, of course, France and Germany were the most populous of countries in the tournament. To have 2 from each country going forward to the top 8 is certainly what we could have reasonably expected coming into the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, with Kevin and Lusher, honestly, we have some pretty good representatives there in the overall cut. Of course, there are more entertaining and exciting players there, and one of those players is going to be our interview partner today, and it's Haiden. And Haiden was somebody going into this tournament. I said it before. He was a little bit of a wild card, right? We didn't really know what to expect. He had a showing at the beginning of the set, and then he kind of didn't really show up that much. Was playing though, and towards this final, he really gave it everything. So let's hear it from Haiden. Haiden, welcome. How are you today?
Hello. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Feeling happy, obviously.
Rightfully so. Congratulations to making it to day 3.
Thank you. Thank you.
Aiden, as my fellow countryman, of course, Swedish like me, the country I've been rooting for the entirety of this tournament, how do you feel representing Sweden? You were the only player, of course, representing Sweden, not just today or yesterday in the finals, but really across the entire set, not having that big of a player pool. Do you feel proud to put Sweden on the map when it comes to TFT?
I mean, yeah, obviously, I think after we lost Fluffy and Game traded to Spain, Sweden haven't had that many good players in the past sets. So yeah, it feels nice to be able to put Sweden there. We have some insane players. It's sad that we lost a few on the way.
So Haiden, tell me about coming into this tournament. What were your expectations for yourself, and what are your expectations for tomorrow?
Coming into the tournament, I don't know. It's been a rough couple of practice weeks, to be honest. I know I'm not the best ladder player or something like that. But before tournaments and stuff, I feel like I just elevate. So, and after preparing with Lalana and Dark Hydra a lot, I actually felt quite ready to make it to day 3.
Yeah, and I mean, ready you are. We can see that. We can see it in the standings from yesterday, from today. Now, Sweden yesterday also won the Eurovision, of course. We were thinking about, giving the players from the winner country some extra points, but you didn't even need that. You did that on your own and went there. So with that, Haiden, tomorrow is going to be the big day. Only 4 players will make it to the World Championship. What's going to be your angle going into this? How do you prepare for a tournament as big as that?
I mean, I think the biggest thing about high stakes TFT tournament, it's the mental game. Everyone who is in the final, they know and they understand how to play the game. It's not it's hard, but it's not that hard. And the biggest thing is just mental. If you have a good mental, you're just gonna make it to top 4. It's not that difficult, I feel like.
And Haiden, out of the 8 players, you're saying they all have very good mental to make it this far. I completely agree with you. I think you need to have skill, of course, but also just a very good mentality to have maybe a loss or an 8th place and still bounce back over a 12-course circuit in 2 days, really, of TFT. Is there any player you especially fear coming into this day 3?
I mean, obviously, Enzo seems to have a really good read, how to play the game right now. So he's gonna be scary tomorrow, for sure. And obviously, Campbell's has been in this position before as well. So.
Well, Haiden, you mentioned the mental game in there. Obviously, to have made it to the top 8, you must be doing pretty well in that respect. For other players who maybe didn't make it to the top 8 today, what kind of recommendations would you have for up-and-coming TFT players to try and build up that mental game that's so important?
I think the biggest thing I learned, it's you can't get angry or mad about decisions you can't how do you say it?
Affect.
Affect some RNG you can't affect in the game, and you just can't be angry or change your mindset or anything about that. That's the biggest thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. I sometimes tend to get a little bit sassy.
I think everyone does.
Never.
No. But with that, Haiden, of course, we want to leave you to it. It's been a long day, and you've definitely done well for yourself. We want to get you on that preparation for tomorrow and hopefully a good night's sleep. But before we do want to give you the chance to shout out your friends, your family, maybe your own Twitch stream, whatever you want to have there. The stage is yours.
Yeah, so I shout out to Lalana and Dark Hydra. They've been my 2 main preparation partners, or pretty much the only ones I've prepared for. And also shout out to Fluffy and Gunmay. They've been longtime friends of mine now, and they help me a lot, like earlier sets. So yeah, shout out to those.
Any longtime fans of TFT, I think, are very happy to hear all these names, very happy to see you as well in the finals for this top 8.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for your time, Haiden. It's been a pleasure talking to you. And hopefully we'll see some more from you tomorrow. And then that was maybe. We'll see about that. Thank you so much for this interview. I love talking to our players. Always. It makes me so happy every single time.
Especially when they are from the same country as you. It really is an exciting thing, makes for myself especially.
It's not about you, David. It's about Haiden. It's about our players.
I'm trying to forget about what went wrong on this day.
Of lies. Incredible.
He's a flex
Listen, if you have
caster.
a UK player, you have 2 German players, you have to give me something, Makes, please. I'm very sad inside, believe me.
I mean, if you phrased it like that, could I maybe have Haiden as like my... No, you just say you're from the same country. Mr. Worldwide, right here on stage with us. It's unbelievable. But with that, it's been 2 days full of TFT action, 12 rounds. You said it already. We've been treated to, I want to say, a potpourri of crazy diverse comps. We've seen even a Camille reroll, honestly. I think it's all been in there. Peter, your favorite comp out of those 12?
Oh, gosh. I think, honestly, it's going to be hard to shift that Snooty Walk 3 composition out of my mind. But no, I think as well, the Camille, it takes a lot of nerve to be able to bring out compositions that just are not traditionally the path trodden in such an important event. So I think the Camille reroll, as much as the recency is there for the Warwick, I think just having that kind of courage to do that is amazing.
For myself, I think I'm going to answer the same comp 2 times. Yesterday's Game 6 with Solvi, not the comp itself, but the whole way that played out.
1 HP in a dream?
The 1 HP in a dream, the last stand into Axiomark, it was just fantastic. And today's Game 1, so just back-to-back games. Today's Game 1 with the 4 ace quick draw. I have not seen this variation of Ezreal yet. I don't think I want to see it again, especially if I'm not in a lobby that had this comp in it, because it just demolished absolutely everything. But it was very fun to cast, so it was entertaining at the very least.
All right, so I'm very excited to maybe see a legendary 3-star. That's something I want to see on broadcast now that it has happened in the off-stream lobbies. We got an Urgot 3, but really, I want to see something really crazy. So we'll see if that happens tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, make sure you mark your calendars. We're starting at a different time tomorrow. We're starting at 4:30 p.m. CEST. That's 16:30 for all my European friends. And make sure you put your timers, your alarms. There will be special drops on LoL Esports for those final games tomorrow. And we're back as well, so that's a reason to tune in. But before we go all the way out, we do want to shout out our contest winners, because we are having those contests on social media where you can win eggs, I believe. And our winner today, no cars, don't say that. You're going to get in trouble. I'm going to read this one out because I know your eyesight is very bad, Panda. The way it works, for anybody that's unfamiliar with it, is we give a prompt and you have to finish the prompt and maybe make it funny or something. So
ideally,
the prompt we gave was: from behind Pengu arose a shadowy figure. It's Mortdog time. They went to the base to meet with the heroes who were protecting Spatulopolis. It was time to create a strategy.
Okay.
Riding his magnificent mecha, our hero said something that would change everything. That's what we gave them. Now, who's our winner, production? There we go. So, don't worry, Pengu. The For Fun patch is launching early. Let me show you what Star Guardian Urgot can do. It's time to make some waves. So congratulations to Matthew for the best answer. I think that maybe has just been the Star Guardian Urgot, honestly. But keep them coming. We have one more contest tomorrow, I believe. So that is going to be happening on our socials. Of course, our socials, Mr. Social King.
I'm
Can
ready.
you give us a shout out? Where can people find us?
Same as the entire set. It's going to be at TFT Esports EMEA. And if you want to join in with the hashtag, especially, that's how we get your tweet. Put it on the broadcast. It's hashtag TFT Rising Legends. Little icon pops up as well. And Counterfeit, you want to go over the socials of the casters?
Oh my gosh. Oh, let's see if I can remember. We've got Impetuous Panda over here. That's straightforward if you can spell Impetuous, which I certainly can't.
It's a hard one.
We've got Makes with an underscore under there, just to show the extra sort of layer to the personality there, which is very, very important.
Yes, that and only that.
That's the only reason I know of. Counterfeit Cast over here. We've got Matt Nibiria waving from off screen right now. He's very enthusiastic. And WeToCast with an S at the end because his name wasn't so long that Twitter's username limit kicked in. Otherwise, I'd be Counterfeit Cast as well.
You passed the test. Well done.
All right. And it is Play TFT on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. Make sure you check out our YouTube. There are all the VODs of our live streams as well, and some extra bonus content if you want to check that out, like our T-Fight and Tactics with you, Panda. So with that, thank you for watching, guys. It's been our pleasure. Thank you to our production, our moderators, and of course, our observers. Thank you so much to my fellow co-casters, and thank you to you, chat. Gonna see you tomorrow, hopefully. Remember, it's 16:30 p.m. CEST. With that, have a great evening. Until tomorrow.